Hi. Hi. Music reminds me of Shenmue. Yeah. Yeah. It's just some groovy tunes for starting soon. Get the vibes all sorted and stuff while I wrap up becoming a person things. Letting Minnie out and all that kind of stuff. I'm very excited and also very sorry in advance for the Reddit stories that we are gonna go over today because oh boy, it always gets worse. Although today I don't know if we will actually finish the playlist. I'm not gonna add any videos to the playlist until we do finish it. If we wind up having to carry it over to Wednesday, that's fine. But for the most part, the goal is gonna try to be to finish today. And if we don't, because we were having, a big yap, then that's okay too. That's a okay too. Um, Give me one sec. Okay. I once again, I did make sure that the sawdust the sawdust story is in this episode. It's this one. So it's about 10 minutes into this episode. I will warn you. It's very fucked up. Which, is not out of place. In Reddit, Smosh Reddit stories, kind of any, kind of Reddit reading stories in general. Though there are some wholesome things, so I do have kind of a mixture in the rest of the playlist. We have a couple of feel good stories, the best and worst. So, yeah, I didn't want it to be all bad. It's just that the most mind boggling ones are the ones that are really fucked up. So, usually if it's like really, really bad, or there's a particular like traumatic event mentioned, Shane himself will give a trigger warning. So I don't remember if there's any cases like that in the rest of the episodes that we have in the playlist right now. But that is just a heads up, because I don't want to like watch the full episodes before these kinds of streams, because part of the reason that it's fun is that I don't remember every detail in these stories. I kind of remember the parts that stick out really strongly, and then not all of the little nitty gritty details. So I don't want to get into a habit of like watching these before we start watching them together, just so that the ADHD can do its thing and make me forget small stuff. But again, the downside of that is that I can't properly trigger warn you myself. So if that is a concern for you, then you're fine and you're valid. But Shane does usually give a heads up that there is a trigger warning. And he will also let you know the timestamp. It's usually on screen. So I will probably wind up trying to pay attention to this timestamp that we're at, and I can let you know when we're past the part in chat. So yeah, we are back with more Smosh Reddit stories, and I'm very excited, and I'm very concerned. Oh boy, oh boy, let's just get right into it.
We're back with more Reddit stories, and today I am joined by my friends Damien and Ian.
What's up, gamers?
What's up,
Great to be back,
gamers?
Shane. Ian, we've actually been waiting for you to come back on the show because our first story here is an update that people have been wanting us to read for a while now, but we've been waiting for you. Do you remember the story? There was a young woman who joined, she started a new job, and there was a camera in her
Oh
office.
my god. Oh
I
my
watched
god.
this episode. I don't remember this.
Not the cameras.
She had a camera in her office, and she
Oh.
kind of questioned it. But she's like, maybe they're inactive. But anytime she would like be done with her work and had nothing to do, she would suddenly, her boss would be like, "Oh, here's some work."
I don't think I have the episode that they're talking about in the playlist right now, but I will say that is another one of those stories where I'll be sitting there and I'll just randomly think about it, because like as a very paranoid and like kind of uppity jumpy person who has like a lot of paranoia around like being watched and stalked and shit, that story is fucking awful. I hate it. I feel so sorry for that woman and the weird ass behavior that she had to put up with from her coworkers. It's a trip. It's a fucking trip.
For you to do. And she'd be like, I think they're actively watching
Welcome,
me
Andy.
in my office.
Good to
And
see
she
you.
was like, I it's not like a big deal. Like, I don't really want to like raise a concern. Like,
And all the
Kelly,
comments
you're
are-
losing her
What have they
job.
done to us as a society
Yeah.
that we're just like, it's okay?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
when you're in your early 20s and you finally land your first corporate gig, you know, you don't want to bungle it by upsetting
And
the
all the
boss.
comments were like, dude,
Yeah.
this is crazy.
Yeah.
You can't stand for this. Like, talk to them about this. Get
Scary.
this. Figure this out.
So scary.
So we talked about it here on the show, and now there is an update.
Yes.
So here we
Yes.
go.
Yes.
Update. I don't think my boss knows that I know there's a camera in my office. Okay. There's no HR, but the camera was removed thanks to IT. So as previously stated, I still never said anything about the camera. I wasn't really comfortable with it, but I got used to being
Who
conscious of my
would
actions
be?
so they weren't seeing anything I didn't want them to. There also isn't some sort of HR to talk to about this or anything like that. But our IT guy
That alone is a very big red flag. For the most part, if you are part of like, you know, a regular person job, quote unquote, and there's no HR department, that is a huge red flag. Okay, like be cautious because most of the time, not all of the time, I will say sometimes it's just not necessarily a job where HR is required, but especially if you're working in like an office or some kind of federal job, like when I worked at the library, there was no HR and I worked a federal job working at a library and there was no HR, and it resulted in, especially when COVID started, they handled those things very unprofessionally. I, as a person who am I have I'm immunocompromised in a lot of ways. I'm very susceptible to falling ill. If anyone around me is ill, I will catch it more times than not. And they just actively screwed me the fuck over during COVID because there was no HR department to hold them accountable for their shitty actions. So it is a very big red flag. Tread carefully if you don't have a choice but to be at a job that has no HR department. It's usually a red flag because they typically do that shit so that they don't have to be held responsible for doing something that an HR department would hold them accountable for. Thankfully, I don't work at the library anymore. I probably never will again because I want nothing to do with the higher ups at that job. But one of my coworkers that I became quite close friends with, she is now a higher up and in the system of that library, and she made sure one of the first things she did when she got hired at the higher up position was make sure that there is an HR department moving forward. So yeah, just that's one of those things where it's like definitely be cautious and be aware because it is a concerning red flag when there is no HR department. Just a heads up of advice from experience.
came in and he asked my boss about it. I wasn't in the room, so I didn't hear the entire conversation, but the first thing I heard was my boss saying that the camera was there before my office ever was. Something about using it to see the front door originally, I guess. That was a weird excuse to me, though,
That is a
because
weird
I've been
excuse.
there for at least 2 months at this point, and there's no way they could have accidentally watched me as much as it felt like they had been. Hearing the conversation out loud also confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was a camera and that I wasn't paranoid. The IT guy must have felt some type of way about it because I didn't hear what he said, but I heard my boss say something about, well, it's not like I was just watching her in her office, in a sort of
Ew.
quieter, sheepishly defensive way. Nobody said anything to me while they were removing it. They took it from his side, not mine, but they instead put it where it would be facing the front door. This happened just over a week ago. I haven't posted an update until now because I was waiting to see if the camera would be put back. I really wanted to see if they were going to put it back a few days after IT left because that would have been wild. But it's been over a week now. The camera is still away from me. It'll take some time before I stop feeling like I'm being watched all the time, though. I'm really curious what the guy said to my boss, whether he said something about it not being allowed or if he called it flat out creepy, haha. But I'm glad he did say something as it got resolved without me ever having to say anything. I'd like to think he low-key had my back. I've still just
Yeah.
been acting as if I've never known and haven't said anything about it.
Like this
And-
story also gets me unsettled because imagine being that IT guy. Like you're hired on to do IT stuff around this office building, and then you find out that one of the female workers at this job has a fucking camera pointed at her, and the higher ups of the job are watching her every fucking move. Like, and there's no HR department in this office either. Like, that's gotta be one of those gigs that just you think about it sometimes and you're like, damn, I hope that woman got out of that fucking job because that's crazy. That's fucked up as hell. I hope she got the fuck out of there.
Work carries on. Also, it's so wild that this story got put in a Smosh video. Holy shit. I heard
Is
the news
him!
back to back.
Smosh mentioned.
Hey, Smosh just bought their channel back. At the same time as, hey, your post is in a new Smosh video. I made this post mostly to vent because I couldn't tell if I had the right to feel so weird about this situation because everyone in my personal circle says it isn't that weird. So it's so nice that so many strangers are validating how I feel. To hear people talk about my experience on a public platform was a little surreal, I won't lie. This got so much more traction than I was ever expecting, but it makes me feel better. So thank you genuinely. My experience feels validated and it feels heard. And I feel better because of it.
Yeah.
I'm still going to stay at this job because I still like everyone here and I enjoy my field. But now I'll be doing it under a little less surveillance, LOL. If the camera comes back, I'll let you know.
Hi, Ruby. Welcome. I'm doing okay.
Wow.
How are you?
Yeah, so,
My boss apologized by putting a teddy bear in its place. Thankfully, it's always there.
He got me flowers and he put it in the spot with the weird
sorry about that whole camera
bullshit.
thing. But I hear you're a big fan of cameras, so we got you one right
Yeah.
here.
What was that? It said, I love you.
There's one comment here. I saw this post from the Smosh Pit channel. I did like the many comments on the last post, including staring into the camera. I hope they'll do an update video and we'll all be famous here. Been watching them since 6/6/2013 and still watching them today. As for the
Damn,
OP,
that's
I'm glad
how
the
do you
camera's
remember the
gone for now.
specific
You'll
day
let us
you
know if
started
it
watching
returns.
somebody?
Your
That's
boss saying,
crazy.
well, it's not like I was just watching her in her office. Kind of sounds like they're lying and could have been watching you the whole time.
Yeah.
Try bringing it up next time you're called into their office. I want to hear the deets now.
Miniature
OP
modeling, hell yeah, I
responded,
love
I was absolutely
miniatures. Good
flabbergasted
luck.
seeing it on the Smosh channel. They were the OG famous YouTubers.
They were.
It was cool to see them responding to my story and talking about me. I do still check the office for cameras because I still get paranoid, but so far
That's
so
also
good.
just
If I ever bring it up
that's
to them,
that's so sweet and cool too because Ian specifically was in that episode, so she really had one of the OGs in the episode going over her stories. So it's so cool. I think Minnie has to go out. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Yes, welcome FTB. More Reddit stories. We're finally gonna have the fucking sawdust one in this episode too.
I'm definitely making an update. Yeah, if there's ever a camera, if you suspect there's a camera, watch some Smosh videos in your office and see if your boss brings it up.
Yeah, can you put your boss on the camera real quick? We just want to talk to him.
You know what's funny is they're like stoked that we read this post on this video. I'm also a little starstruck that we got mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't know,
It's
I
so
feel special, I feel
cool.
seen.
Yeah,
It's
it
such a
actually
weird-
feels trippy because I've been a lurker on Reddit for like years and years.
Right.
So to see like just to be mentioned on like a random
Sure.
subreddit, not the Smosh subreddit, like that's you
Right.
know, that's makes sense, but it's weird.
That's
It's absolutely wild. It's sort of like we've reached documentary territory where like the aspect of by observing something you are now changing it. There's no such thing as like pure observation. You know, like being observed in your office via a camera and how you can't work normal anymore. I don't know what y'all said on the first episode, but I do just want to say to anybody out there who feels like something's a little bit off with your work situation, even if it's your first job, you're just like, I don't know if this is how it's supposed to be. You got to trust your gut and stick up for yourself. And I know it's hard. But we are controlled through the fear of like,
Big
well, I guess
agree.
we'll take your employment away. Like,
Big agree.
you are in the right, and there's no other way that would be excusable. Even if it was just like left over from another office. Can you imagine like, oh my God, why is there this like pit of like meat slurry? It's like, oh, sorry, this used to be a butcher's shop. And we changed it. We forgot to remove that pit of meat in the corner. Like,
Right.
it doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't apply.
Yeah, because at the very least, she didn't even feel like she could ask the question.
That
Yeah.
sucks
Like,
too.
you should be able to go and be like, hey, is that a camera in my office?
Yep.
Am I being watched?
And I'm sorry you felt that way. Like, it's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong.
You
This is all-
didn't.
But
You
we
did
gotta say,
not.
Good guy IT.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
guy
right.
IT.
I'm glad
Clap.
she has a Tim.
I'll say
Yeah.
this, neutral guy IT. Because unless you're actively working to fix the problem, like reporting the dude, you're just sort of letting
I
things
guess we
carry on
don't
as normal.
know. I, mean,
guess
it's,
not.
It's still been a couple days, but
It's just like, what a weird thing for the boss to be like, it's not like I was watching her or anything. Like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
don't
right.
even have to like
Suspicious thing.
defend like why the camera. I don't know. It's just so
There's like
weird.
8 CRTVs on the walls. He's just like, yes, good. Nothing.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
fucking
it-
FNAF
it's-
set up in his
it sounds-
office.
The camera was there before it was an office.
Because they moved the front door on account of it wasn't an office before. Because they moved the front door, and that's why it was there. I wasn't watching her.
To this all this point, she said, I couldn't tell if I had the right to feel so weird about this situation because everyone in my personal circle says it isn't that weird.
That's insane.
Guys,
That's
this is-
so
weird.
weird.
That's
There's
That's
no-
wild.
If you have your own personal office somewhere, they're not allowed to record you in it, or at the very least, without. Look, at least without them telling you.
Yeah.
Like them to try to keep it a secret makes it all super weird. No, and it's very clear from the get-go of this one and what the boss is saying that it was weird. It was not professional in any sort of means. I
It
can't
was
believe.
not.
Yeah, that is sad that her personal circle's like, yeah, that's not weird.
Yeah, to that end, original poster. I'm so glad that you're enjoying Smosh videos. Thank you so much. You get a snack. We want to talk to your friends real quick. Good? If anything happens to her, it's on you.
Hell yeah. I love Damien so
Yeah,
much.
I mean, I do know a lot of people, and I can tend to be the type of person that like lets things slide. That I'm just like, if it's happening to me, I'll be like, oh yeah, whatever. But no, it's weird. That's
It's
a weird.
weird.
Thing, and you have
It's
to
weird.
stand up for it.
And your friend should.
because
Her personal
I know it's
circle
scary,
got
but,
used
like,
to being
you-
dehumanized.
Even
Probably.
if it's okay for you, then it might
Probably.
happen for someone else, and it just you normalize that behavior, and you need to call it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
I
It
wonder
is
if
scary though.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a situation where like employees would think it's okay and like normal to be filmed, and I guess it's like, I'm guessing like because this person's young, their friends are young, they might work in service industries where there's
Yeah.
security cameras,
Right.
like
Yeah.
yeah, if you're working as like a cashier or whatever, like there's oftentimes security cameras, so. That's probably the context in which they're thinking, but in an office environment, there's no
Yeah,
reason to
there's
be
no
filming a
reason.
person.
Yeah.
There's no one
in
you
their
have to
cubicle.
fucking
I do
monitor
think
except
it's
the
freaky.
employees.
I could see if I was
Like,
in
okay,
my early 20s, new to the
if
work.
you're working in, say, a call center, for example, and that's the kind of office environment you're in, yeah, your calls are going to be recorded and monitored for quality assurance. They always say that when you have to do whatever services through a phone call. That's not weird, but they're still not being like fully recorded with a camera that has audio. It's just the phone calls itself that are monitored. There's no scenario where that would be like normal in an office. Well, good morning, AFK. Talk to you too.
Force, like in a new job, I wouldn't question things. Like you wouldn't. I could see myself being that way, but if something makes you uncomfortable, you need to feel you have the right to at least ask about it.
I do think we'd be remiss though if we didn't bring this up. Like, we are 3 cis men. The original poster is a woman, right?
Yes.
There is an aspect there of like power dynamic difference, and like, you know, we might not think like, oh, we're being watched, it's creepy, but like if you're a young woman in the workplace,
Absolutely.
there is a real possibility that a boss could be creeping on you.
Oh,
like, not that it
totally.
doesn't happen to men, but like it's just more of like a society
No.
has shown you this can already happen a bunch kind of thing. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I was just saying for anyone who's
Oh, for
young
sure.
and in the workspace, you just go, oh, this must be how
Sure.
this workspace is,
Yeah.
and it's like
That was
no.
more of a
Yeah.
general comment, not
Of
to like
course.
shame.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice, you did it.
Next one.
Here we go.
Am I the asshole for trying to help my girlfriend without hurting her feelings? Okay.
Good start.
Okay.
Nothing wrong here.
I, a 32-year-old man.
This is it, guys. This is it. This is the sawdust story. If you didn't understand what was being referenced in last stream by the cast and chat and me, this is the sawdust story. Buckle up, okay? Because this story is fucked. This piece of shit is such an utter absolute piece of shit. It is absolutely mind-boggling. Welcome Kaz, if you were disturbed by the olive oil story, you have no fucking idea. I swear I heard an office where they were forcibly recording their employees and reprimanding them for time spent in the bathroom, which they knew because they were monitoring the footage. That's the kind of shit that HR exists to prevent. That's why I'm saying, like, if you are working, especially in a sort of office environment, not having an HR department at your job is a huge red flag, because HR is there to prevent that kind of stuff from happening. Or if they get an HR department later on, to make sure that that ceases completely and that they never ever do that shit again, because it's not okay. I don't even know if that's legal. I feel like it's not. It's illegal to take. It's supposed to be. I mean, it's not like it's enforced anymore in modern day, but it is illegal in some states, I believe, to record someone without their consent. Can I give you a state-by-state breakdown? No, but I know that there are certain states where you need two-party consent for recording someone, as in the person who is being recorded and the person who's doing the recording both need to be aware that there is a recording happening and consenting to it. And if that's not present, that's literally illegal. So, very disturbing.
And have been in a relationship with my girlfriend, 24-year-old woman, for almost
Angry
3 years
toggle
now.
out.
When we first got together, she was pretty overweight and struggling with her self-esteem, depression, and anxiety. Over time, she started to work on herself, both physically and mentally. I've been incredibly proud of her progress and how far she's come. Lately, though, I noticed that she's been putting on some weight again, and it's been affecting her mental health. She's mentioned feeling down about her body image, and her struggles with anxiety and depression have resurfaced. I genuinely care for her, and I don't want to see her suffer like this. I thought about talking it out, but I knew it would just evolve into asking if I'm still attracted to her. And truthfully, I have lost some attraction over the last
Interesting.
month or so.
Thank you for the
though she
statistics,
does
guys.
still look amazing for the most part. I thought it would be, yeah, I know.
Sorry, it's the for the most part.
Yeah,
for me.
it's.
Okay.
I thought it would be better to take a more subtle approach, so I've started adding small amounts of sawdust to her food.
No.
That I've been more caught off guard by a sentence. I'm sorry. I thought I would take a more
Just just, I'm sorry, I'm broken. This story breaks my brain. How does this even cross your fucking mind? How do you ever, I don't fucking care what weird ass justification this dude is using for doing this. How do you ever, other person, to put fucking sawdust in a human being's food? It is a filler in dog food, but she's not a dog. She's a human being. Like, what? I noticed that you're kind of down and you're having some body image issues, and I'd really like to help you out. Why don't I put some fucking sawdust in the food that I make for you? Because that's normal. That's logical. That's so logical. It's because I care. I'm doing it because I care about you. And if you think that it's weird and fucked up that I'm doing it, then maybe you should consider that you're actually fucked up. Like, and he's 32. He's 32. He's not some, like, dumbass teenager or dumbass early 20s-year-old who doesn't understand how the world works and still kind of has a lack of impulse control. He's 30 fucking 2. What the fuck? Oh my god.
So I've started adding small amounts of sawdust to her food, the idea being it would help her feel fuller faster and encourage her to eat less without her knowing. I was trying to prevent her from falling back into her previous state of depression and anxiety. Unfortunately, my brother, a 30-year-old man, caught me in the act, and he was shocked/angry.
As he should be!
He told me I was being manipulative and abusive, which, okay, a little shady maybe, but abusive is a serious...
I mean, I'm bringing up his age specifically because it's like, sometimes when your brain is still developing, you have a dumbass idea and you think it's smart in the moment, and then you do it and you're like, oh fuck, that was kind of shitty. He's 32. And while it's debatable that your brain does fully develop around 25, there's kind of been studies and stuff that we don't ever stop developing our brains, which makes sense because you can always learn something new, and that does aid in your brain's development. But I bring up him being 32 because at that point, you've experienced enough life that the fact that this even crossed your mind at all is crazy, is utterly fucked, and that you think you're being helpful, and that you think your brother calling you abusive because it's borderline poison, is crossing the line, and you're not. Bitch, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, your brain never stops fully developing. 25 is a myth, and people still like to quote it. It's just a roundabout age because by the age of 25, you have all of your rights, pretty much. There's nothing capping you for anything that you can buy or rent or whatever. I can't. It breaks me. It breaks my brain to even come up with this. How do you even come up with this? Do you, like, are you a woodworker and you're doing woodwork and you see sawdust and you're like, oh, I should put that in my girlfriend's food and help her with weight loss? Oh, she'll feel fuller faster if there's sawdust in her food. What? That's not, it's not even possible. There's toxin. Is it like blending into a protein shake? No, he's just straight up putting it into her food. It's similar to the olive oil story. That's why they reference it, but a lot of ways worse because, you know, I don't want to justify that dipshit's actions at all because he's just as bad. But at barest minimum, at least we do consume olive oil. Olive oil is edible and consumable and in a lot of food by default. There is no fucking delicacy even that has sawdust as a part of it. What the fuck?
Stretch. Now my
I
brother is
know.
giving me an ultimatum. He wants me to tell my girlfriend what I've been doing by the end of the week, or he'll tell her himself. He believes she deserves to know the truth.
She does.
I think what I've been doing is enough to help her without causing her unnecessary pain by revealing what I've done. She's already lost a few pounds. I told him I would stop, and I believe that should be sufficient. I don't see the point of telling her and potentially destroying the progress she's made. My brother thinks I'm completely in the wrong.
Her progress is a fucking lie, and you are fucking with her body. You are poisoning her. Don't try to make it about, like, I'm doing this because I care, because she's making so much progress because I started putting sawdust in her fucking foot. Bitch. How dare you? Go to jail. Get to jail fucking immediately. We will. You are under fucking arrest and you should be locked up for the rest of your life because you are poisoning her. You are not helping her. You are not contributing to this epic weight loss journey for her. You're fucking poisoning her, and it's disturbing as fuck that you even thought of doing this. She is a human being. She is not some kind of fucking animal or insect where they consume this shit all the fucking time. Yeah, unless you're a carpenter ant or a termite, she's a fucking human being. She's a human being. She is a human being. And it is gross and fucked that you even think about this. I will, AFK. I hope you have a good night. And good luck with your exam.
And that my girlfriend deserves the truth. But I genuinely believe I was doing what I thought would be best for her, and I don't see it as a malicious act. Am I really a jerk for trying to help my girlfriend in this way, or is my brother overreacting? Should I tell my girlfriend what I've been doing or keep it to myself to spare her feelings? I need honest opinions here. Please keep in mind that telling her upfront that she's put on weight could seriously set back her mental health.
I don't see how what I'm doing here is malicious. And I genuinely feel like I'm doing the right thing for her. I cannot. It is so unbelievably fucked. It is so unbelievably fucked. Yeah, being poisoned is also bad for your mental health. Like, do you think if she ends up hospitalized because you were poisoning her food that won't also tank her fucking mental health? And also not set back her progress significantly because she'll be in the fucking hospital, bedridden and recovering from poison? Yeah, there are lighter stories in the playlist. It's not all bad. The next one is feel good stories for once. So they're not all this level, but this one, I think about it all the time with the olive oil story. Because it's not even just the act of doing it. It's the level of arrogance that they have surrounding the act. Like, oh, well, I'm being helpful. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. What the fuck?
Okay, well, first off,
Sometimes you get a story that you're just like,
I want to go to bed.
I want to go to
I don't know how
bed.
to continue my day.
I think we're missing some serious context here. I need to know, is this sawdust organic?
That's a good point.
yeah, is it keto?
Yeah.
Keto sawdust? Let me read this comment really quick. You're the asshole. You were poisoning her food.
Yes.
OP responded, it wasn't poison. It was sawdust. I could see if I was adding laxatives or something, but plenty of processed foods use sawdust as a filler. I thought it was a safe way to reduce her caloric intake.
So I think it's cellulose. I think because that was the whole thing with Subway bread. Like people were like Subway bread has sawdust because it's cellulose that they
got
add.
it.
I think that's.
I
what it
will
is.
say sawdust has a lot of fiber. Ha cha 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 cha.
Cha-cha.
That's bad. Like,
That's awful.
insane.
That's not
That's-
an excuse
It's like
either.
Also, just like robbing her of like the agency to
Oh, yeah.
it's yet another story.
I don't even think
here
he has
where we
one
see,
full
like,
brain cell. I think he has like 0.2%.
like a man looking at his partner and being like, I love her so much. She's so sweet.
I need
I'm
to
doing
feed her
these crazy
sawdust."
things to her because I love her so much. Like, that's not love, that's control. And I also want to point
True.
out, like, look, sometimes age differences are fine. Sometimes it works out. But as the age difference gets bigger, there's more of a chance for it to be like, this is a little creepy and a little controlling. So when they got together, he was 29, she was 21. It's an
Oof.
8-year age gap. And he's also like, yeah, her self-esteem was terrible. And there's an 8-year
Yeah,
age
it's
difference. I'm
like-
like, well, you
Oh, well, processed food companies do this thing. And it's like, you do realize that especially these days, processed food companies are constantly being put under lawsuits because people are realizing that they have these shady practices and they're justifiably pissed that they have unknowingly been consuming stuff like that. Because it's not like they put it in the fucking ingredients list. Like, that is not a fucking excuse. It does not make it okay. Basing your morale off of shady business practices from processed food monopolies is not the fucking play, my guy. It is not. It is not. Never fucking base your moral compass off of what shady monopoly ass businesses are doing. What the fuck? Oh, it's okay, because the big corpo does it. Big corpo probably has like a shitload of lawsuits under their belt. I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying.
You have all the power and control you could ever want. Good Lord.
That is also a
And
good
now
point
he's
about
like,
the
yeah,
age
I'm
gap.
feeding her secretly. It's just, that's an unhealthy situation.
Super
No, it's
creepy.
super
It's
insane.
horrifying.
It
It's
is
insane.
horrifying.
Look, reading these Reddit stories, I do notice a correlation of when dudes are dating a woman much younger than them. There's often controlling habits
Yeah.
from these men.
Like a, I know
do
better
notice that
kind of-
they're like, I can help her. I can fix this. I know, like, and it's like, then that's not a relationship to be in.
Yeah.
Like, if you believe you're superior to your partner, no, that's not good.
supposed
That's
to
not
be
healthy.
equals.
It's a bad
Yeah.
mindset. That's controlling.
Also, I guess
Yeah.
it should be noted, if you want to lose weight, don't do sawdust.
Oh my God.
Don't eat sawdust.
Don't
Uh,
eat sawdust.
if you're feeling like shit, don't eat sawdust. That's
Yeah,
gonna make you
sawdust is
feel
not gonna
worse.
make you feel better.
It's gonna
It's
make
so
you feel
sad
so
because,
much
like,
worse.
So much is tied to, people's weight, and everybody has so much baggage tied to that in your own personal journey. And I don't know anybody who's ever like not questioned their own weight, and certain people have like really troubled histories with that. So for him to basically be implementing what would be the result of like an eating disorder onto this person without their knowledge, it's truly horrific on so many levels.
Yeah, I don't
And
know
what
if I've ever heard of a secondary eating disorder before.
Munchausen's by proxy, but
He
like,
literally is like
Yeah.
Munchausen's by proxy in her. In a weird
Yeah,
way.
in a
Someone
really
commented
fucked
being
way.
Like, you are the asshole. For starters, I understand that you're trying to help her in your own way, but please never add things to people's food without their consent. She could have been allergic, or I mean, it's sawdust.
Yeah,
I'm
it
adding
doesn't matter.
splinters to
Everyone's
her
allergic.
oatmeal.
I mean, actually.
Someone commented saying like, have you made similar comments to her that might be making her feel this way? And he said, no, I would never say something like that to her. I know how damaging it could be. I was trying to take a two-pronged approach, if that makes sense. I thought if we had healthy habits and she saw immediate results, it would help her stay motivated. We only have this story.
Sawdust and healthy.
We only have this story to go off of, but he's talking a lot about like, oh, but it makes her mental health and all this stuff, and I'm just like, it sounds to me like you care more about this than her, and I think
you also care more about her appearance.
I don't know, that's my
than
assumption
her mental
based
health.
on this story from his perspective.
You're just trying to justify it in your head.
And he even admitted, like, yeah, and it's affected my attraction for her. I think he cares about her weight, and he
cares about her weight and how attractive she is.
He cares about her weight a lot, and I also think not speaking to her is for him more than her. He's like, if I bring this up to her because he's afraid to admit to her that it matters to him, which, yeah, that sucks, but like he's afraid to bring it up, then she's going to be mad at me or feel sad, and then things are going to get worse for me.
Yeah,
like,
for you.
None of this is from a place of love.
Right?
It's from a place of like ownership.
Tell her so she can break up with you, dude.
It's also a crime.
It's a crime.
It is a crime, yeah.
I think this is a full-on crime.
It is a crime.
In food?
Yeah. I would imagine this, at the very least, she needs to get out of this.
It's
hope
poison.
His brother tells her, and I hope she runs for the hills. You're right about the cellulose, but is OP using cellulose or literal sawdust?
Yeah.
We don't know. What happens, though, if you eat sawdust? Sawdust is a human carcinogen. Eating sawdust can lead to intestinal blockages as well as other gastrointestinal issues.
Yep.
He says she's been losing weight. I wonder if it's actually just causing
She's all corked up.
serious issues.
Yeah, because I think
I'd rather
with
be
the whole
cheated on
thing
than
of, like,
find out someone was
cellulose
spiking my
and,
food.
like,
Yeah.
the Subway breads.
Same.
People go like cellulose. Well, cellulose is found in sawdust. It's not like, I don't think Subway is dumping actual sawdust in. It's just like it's derived from that.
Well,
these
are the dangers that people have when everyone thinks they're a doctor,
Yep.
right? It's like
That's a good point.
Look, man, you don't understand this shit. You're not he's clearly not a nutritionist. He's not a doctor. He's not even a fitness trainer or anything.
He's not even
and
a fitness
trying to make
buff.
all these executive decisions over her health. And his only measurement is weight, which is not an accurate measurement of health.
That's the thing.
And
No.
so he's so clearly, obviously focused on.
Yeah.
I want my
attraction.
girlfriend to be hotter.
Yeah.
just poisoning her.
He's truly a monster.
Truly an absolute utter piece of shit.
Beyond asshole, actual terrifying man. If that woman watches these stories, run.
Run.
I hope.
Please
someone
tell
tells
her,
Yeah.
let her get
I'll
the
do it.
fuck away.
Next story. Here we go.
Ugh.
Am I the asshole for taking a THC gummy at a Christian wedding? Hell yeah, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking
Praise the
blazing. Fucking blazing.
Whoa. Jesus is just like.
It's the one time those wafers have tasted good.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
do you want the rest of these? Just like shoveling down the
Yo,
community.
these are good,
wafers,
man.
Like hand over fist.
All right, here we go. I, a 26-year-old man, was the +1 for a wedding that my roomie, a 27-year-old woman, was in as a bridesmaid. I had previously met the couple, male and female, 28, a few times, and they seemed fine. I brought a pack of 5-milligram gummies that I would take during the reception, and my roomie knew I was bringing them. The wedding was small, about 60 people. I knew going in that not everyone was allowed +1s, but my roomie was, as she's in the bridal party. The ceremony was nice. When we moved to the reception, I was seated with 3 bridesmaids and 2 of the bride's college friends. 20s, male, female.
Jesus gets up for the crust and talk. You've heard of me turning water into wine. I'm about to turn these wafers into weed.
Female couple. The wedding party left for pics and some food was brought out, so I took a gummy. I offered some to the couple I was left with.
Absolutely.
And they politely
I
declined,
just
and
was
thought that
very
was the
caught
end of
off
that.
guard
Some
by
time
your
passed, and
wording.
the wedding party returned. Right away, the couple engaged in a hushed conversation with the bridesmaid sitting opposite me. I couldn't hear over the music. The couple's vibe changed, and while we were talking as a table, they would start responding to things I was saying with, "Oh, I wonder what other fun things you're taking," and "Don't let the kids hear you're doing that," in snarky-ish tones. I became uncomfortable, so I excused myself and
'Cause he was
stepped out onto the patio. Soon after, my roomie stepped out and joined me. She informed me that the table started talking about me when I left, and the couple was appalled to find out I brought gummies to the reception. They expressed their distaste for drugs that aren't FDA approved and are also apparently Christian, which became clear when they stated that this was a Christian wedding and I should be more respectful in not bringing addictive drugs around a celebration with kids present. My roomie thought they were overreacting, but the other bridesmaids agreed with them and debated kicking me out. I was embarrassed.
I will say, I don't know what you expected. I don't know. It's not like you weren't aware of the situation that you're getting yourself in. I don't know what you expected from the majority of people there. Like, obviously, not getting into any kind of debates or anything, but as like a baseline, I don't know what you expected. You know? I don't know what you expected.
And didn't realize I would cause such a reaction, as they had an open bar and plenty of the people were already buzzed, that couple included. We returned and I apologized and tried to explain that the gummies are legal and not addictive like alcohol or other drugs. The man seemed to think that that was a jab at him, as he was already pretty drunk.
Gotta know your audience. It kind of seems like he was bringing it up just to brag. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I don't think taking them before going to an event like this is necessarily bad, especially if you're in either a state where it's completely legal or you have a medical license if you're in a state where it's not legal without one. Like, I don't think taking it before this kind of event is a bad thing because, you know, a lot of people use it to quell their anxiety and stuff. And if this is not necessarily your crowd, it probably is anxiety inducing to go to an event like this. But to bring it up is like you're the only reason you're bringing it up is because you wanted a reaction and then you're surprised at the very obvious reaction that you got, you know? I'm just kind of squinting.
Don't get to tell others how much they can drink at a wedding, especially when you're a +1 and we were actually invited. The convo died and we were dismissed for dinner. I could hear a few people behind us for the buffet still talking about it and including others in the convo. At that point, I felt unwelcome and told my roomie I was just going to wait in the car outside. She opposed that, but I told her I'd be fine and left.
Yeah,
I stayed in the car.
I will say I'm a person where I've done it medicinally. I have multiple like medical issues where it does help me. But at the same time, I really do try to stay away from people like that just because it's like, I mean, you know, it's not everyone's thing and it's very, I really don't like when people are like, well, if I'm doing it, you have to be okay with it. And it's like, some people, it's just not their thing, or they could even have really bad experiences with it, either personally or bad experiences with people around them who take weed and take weed gummies and stuff. Like, I wish people wouldn't be like, well, because it's not harmful as like alcohol or cigarettes or something, then everyone has to be okay with it and you're just kind of stingy if you're not. And it's like, no, it's still a drug. It is, even if it's an herb, it is still a drug and people are allowed to not want to be around it. It's also, especially if you're smoking it, it is such a strong smell. And if you're someone who is susceptible to migraines or you have sensory issues involving smell, it's a lot to expect people to just be fine with it, especially if you're someone who does it a lot. People have a right to tell you that they're not comfortable and asking you to not do it around them. Or if you do, step away. Do it not directly in their presence. Like, if you want to put down like alcohol and smoking and shit, at least for the most part people do it at the right time and place. They're doing it at a bar, they're doing it at a place where smoking is legal, not in a no smoking area, hopefully, but like, just because it's not harmful to you and it's not harmful necessarily in general does not mean it doesn't vary person to person. Just fucking be respectful. Just fucking be respectful. Understand that it's not everyone's thing, and just because it's your thing, that does not mean that you have a right to stomp all over other people and their boundaries. Just, I don't know what he expected. I really don't.
For 3 hours. When my roomie finally came, she told me that when the bride heard about this, she didn't personally care, but said I absolutely shouldn't have brought edibles, as many of the attendees were Christian and equated weed to meth or cocaine.
Okay.
Those are my favorite parts of the Bible, you know? Where they talk about weed and how it shouldn't be allowed.
Thou
That's
shalt not toke?
so funny.
Thou shalt not toke.
Dude.
That's crazy to me. Like when like it's so well documented that like alcoholism is like such a huge issue.
It's
awful.
And they're like, you brought
literally
addictive
one of the
drugs.
leading causes of death in America is
like, come on.
drunk driving.
No, alcohol is so destructive. Like, you can't make that. Yeah.
It's not, but like, you can't make that. But I will say, for me, this is probably the most like one that I've ever heard on this show, because like, full disclosure, like, I don't think weed is that bad. Like, it is habit forming, but it's not addictive. And as long as you're like anything else, using things in moderation and intelligently, like, totally fine. But not everyone's on that same page.
Yeah.
And societally, like, I think we should be. I think trying to like reduce marijuana presence does more harm than it does good. But that being said, like, this is not your wedding.
It's
and
not.
not only that, it's not even something you were invited to. You are a +1. So like, while I wholeheartedly disagree with them being like, it's the same as meth, and oh, I wonder what else you're doing. Like,
it's
that's
just not the
crappy, and I
time or
think wrong.
place.
But also, it's not their place to be like, no, actually, my thing is right. It's like, well, you brought it to their wedding and they don't want that, so oops.
Yeah.
And to your point, the verdict here was everyone sucks.
Yeah.
And I do agree. I do
Agree.
think when you're invited to a wedding, especially as a +1, like, there's a certain level of respect of like, what is this wedding? What's the vibe?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and you are bringing something that people may be uncomfortable with. Is it right that they're uncomfortable with? That's up for debate. But it's not your wedding. Like, the whole point of a wedding is kind of like, now, I do think it sucks that if the bride and groom are fine with it, then it's like, all right, then it's fine. Like, these do sound like shitty people, but if that's the vibe of this wedding, you know, I
It's
don't
not
know.
your
That is
place.
tough.
If I was going to like a
Give me 1
Christian
sec.
wedding,
Sorry about that. Okay.
with a bunch of people that I did not know, I would not think, you know what, I'm gonna get high there.
Yeah.
That sounds like a bad time.
It's 60. It's only
Pretty
six.
bad
It's
time.
only 60 people total, so it's also
That's
small.
big, too.
I
Also-
also think it's a lot that he, you know, it's also one of those things too where it's like, hey, if you're gonna do this, don't like go around offering it to other people you don't know.
Yeah.
Like, don't
I
blow
think-
your cover then. Like if
Yeah.
you,
I
if you're
think that's the real like asshole part there. Like, is it a situation where kind of everyone sucks? Yes, I do agree with that verdict, but at the same time, again, I don't know what OP was expecting, and I also like those people are allowed to say, hey, I don't know why you're doing this at a fucking Christian wedding. Like this, there's a time and a place, and this is not one of them. This is not a stoner party. This is a fucking Christian gathering. I don't know what you expected. And they have a right to be uncomfortable with it. Like, I do think that there should be more effort put into destigmatizing it. I don't think it should be stigmatized, but at the same time, there's a difference between stigmatizing something and being like, hey, this is not really my thing. It actually kind of makes me uncomfortable. I have like bad associations with it, or I just simply don't fucking like it. And I would rather you not do it around me. Like, at least go outside or something and don't like offer it to me, you know? He was offering, yeah. I'm gonna have chat up on my phone so I can not make it. I hate that fucking YouTube has such strict shit.
Someone who can subtly do it and nobody's gonna know.
Right,
You know, you
well-
can still debate on the ethics of that, but you're going around offering it to other people. You clearly made them
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
Or vibe check them first.
Yeah,
vibe
you
check
know?
for
Be
sure.
smarter about it.
Yeah.
And that does sort of bring up like the culture of alcohol versus the culture of weed, you know, at least how it is generally viewed nowadays by like older generations. Like there is a thing where like if you go to a wedding and you don't know a lot of people, you can keep a thing of alcohol in your trunk, and like when you meet someone
Give me
cool,
one
just be like, hey, like come out to my car, and they're like,
Sorry for taking a while. Everyone woke up, so.
What? And it's like, I got stuff in the trunk, and it's like, oh shoot, and you end up having like 4 or 5 people join you in the trunk. Like that's a thing that people do. But like, weed culture is so hit and miss. And like, again, if it's a 60-person, like if there were a 200-person wedding, it was a party venue and everyone's young, and someone's like, oh, Benifer got high. It's like, all right, but
It's pretty intimate.
it's 60 people in like a church, and it's like the odds of you ending up in a conversation with Mima and Pat Pap is like, that's pretty high.
Yeah.
I just don't think that would be fun.
Yeah.
It was definitely an odd choice.
It
Like,
definitely not very self-aware
No.
choice. I have a feeling, hearing how these people reacted, I feel like if a quick vibe check, you'd have been like, oh,
Or what
not
if,
my audience.
Yeah.
I like to think
Exactly.
that this person actually just got so high and nobody cared, but they were so paranoid and they thought everyone was talking about
Yeah.
them. And they're like, I'm just going to go to the car.
They
And
were
just-
all actually so fine with it.
They're actually like really excited to be like, what other fun things do you take? Like they really mean it.
It's like, oh my God, they're grilling me right now.
I will say, when you do meet someone in that situation, like it is very rude of them to be like, what other things you taking? Like make sure you don't talk to the kid. Like that is pretty messed up. The way I like to interact with people when I like know they're really high, and like it's, it doesn't bother me, but I'd like to do a little game where I just look at them and I go, they're coming, and then
Oh my God.
they're coming, and then I just sort of see what they do.
Oh
It's
my
really funny to
God,
me.
that's fucked.
You know what a fun prank that they all could have pulled on him is halfway through the wedding, he goes to the bathroom, they all take off their clothes, leave it on the ground, and then they all disappear because it goes, the rapture!
Yeah. And they all got raptured because they're good Christians.
Oh my
I
God.
took the weed, that's why I'm still here. My point of view got overshadowed by them bringing up like Christian beliefs of weed, and I'm like, there's what is this? Like,
Yeah.
this is where it shows like, look, this is my point of view. I've seen people talk about it. Like, American Christianism is just not Christianity
It's just
anymore.
its own thing.
It's just
Mm-hmm.
a weird thing where we have all points of view on American issues and things that they just say are Christian. It's like there's nothing in the Bible about weed. Well,
That was
you
fun.
know, this guy, it sounds like he learned his lesson. He put an edit in saying, thanks for the feedback. Overall lesson learned. I'm not going to sweat it, though, since they were pretty catty, and I'll never see any of them again. Fair.
Yeah.
I guess if he's never going to see him again, whatever, but he won't do that again, hopefully.
Yeah.
But it looks,
Yeah,
it does
just
shine
know
bad
there's a
upon
time and
his
place.
Roommate.
It's true. He should care
That
for
is
his
a bummer.
roommate. You know what? That's actually fair.
Yeah.
He's kind of, I almost think to a degree, you know what? My take, maybe people disagree. You're the asshole only to your friend. That
Yeah,
you kind of
I
like
agree.
got invited to this wedding. You should only be thinking of like, hey, what makes them look good and bad.
Yeah.
Were we aware? Was the roommate aware that this was going to happen?
Yeah, the roommate seemed all good with it. So I guess that's
That is, then,
yeah.
if it's like, hey, I'm gonna do this thing, like you probably should be like, hey, by the way, my family is super like
Yeah.
not down for anything.
Point.
It
That's a good
sounds
point.
but I
Yeah.
guess the roommate was fine. The roommate stayed for the whole wedding, and the
So the roommate's the asshole.
I think the car is the asshole. Divorce the people, marry their parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Done.
Next story. This is from Relationship Advice.
We got this.
We got this.
So good.
This is a 26-year-old woman. I left trip early because my boyfriend, who's 28, and his friends embarrassed me to tears.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, strap in because this is the most bizarre and embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. Throwaway account, first-time poster, etc. So I went on a ski trip with my boyfriend and his friends. It's their annual trip, and the first time I went. We've been together for 2 years. The group that goes is him and 5 of his friends, 4 guys and 1 girl, all late 20s. I've met 2 of the guys before, but the other 2 and the girl I've only met briefly over FaceTime. They knew I was coming on the trip, so they VRBO this house about 10 minutes from the ski resort.
Oh my God. That's
We are a few days in for this weekly trip and everything is fine. The only
I don't
problem
remember
has
this
been the
one.
bathroom doors don't seem to lock. Important for later. There had been some near embarrassing moments, but nothing major. Until day 4 of 7. I'm not a huge drinker, especially around people I don't know well. I wanted to just nurse a drink while we all talked and they drank. We haven't been eating the best and have pizza before this. My stomach was bothering me, so I excused myself to the bathroom on the main floor. I should have gone in the one upstairs, but you know what they say about hindsight. So I'm on the toilet, obviously taking a poop, when the doorknob starts to move. I am in here, but his female friend comes in anyway. I don't know if it is because it was me or she was too drunk to hear or care. She honestly smells what's going on and makes a big ruckus to the rest of the group that I'm pooping.
Oh.
I told her to please get out as calmly as I could because I was starting to get very upset. She was making a big deal over a normal bodily process. So she
Yeah.
goes to leave the bathroom, but basically throws open the bathroom door to do so. 3 of the 4 guys are there in the hallway, and she's exposed me to them. Now I'm very upset and mortified. I yelled at her to get out and to shut the door behind her. They all are standing in the doorway and not listening to me. My boyfriend notices what is going on and comes into the bathroom. I think he's going to yell at his friends, but instead, the drunk asshole comments on how bad it smells in the bathroom. He leaves but doesn't take his friends with him. They continue to point and laugh while I'm in a vulnerable state. I think they were making potty jokes, all while I'm sat on the toilet, pants at my ankles, keeping my knees locked shut. I start
Oh
screaming
my
at this
God.
point to get the fuck out of the bathroom and shut the door over and over. I am actually crying at this point because I'm so mortified and I've never been in such a bizarre situation. My crying and screaming
Oh.
finally got the drunkard's attention. She shuts the door behind her. Now I'm breaking down in the bathroom. I'm still crying and trying to get sorted so I can be done and wash my hands and get the hell out of this room. While washing my hands, all I can think is that my boyfriend didn't help at all. I know they're drunk, but I don't think that's much of an excuse. They've just been drinking beer, and I think he'd had 4 so far. I am absolutely mortified and decide to just go into the bedroom. However, when I come out of the bathroom, still crying a bit by the way, all 6 of them start howling with laughter and pointing at me. It's like one of those crazy nightmares
What
where
the
everything seems more
fuck?
dramatic than real life should be. I just look at my boyfriend, meet his eyes, and everything just
Yeah,
show how
hell.
upset I am, and they don't stop.
Truly.
I go upstairs to our room and pack. I can't go 3 more days with these people, and I don't want to sleep in the same bed as my drunk boyfriend. Drunk
So
or not, they're being
valid.
incredibly disrespectful and childish. I don't think I've ever been so embarrassed. I finish packing, change
Yeah.
my flight to the next morning, and order an Uber to go to the airport hotel. I gather all of my things and walk downstairs to get my coat and leave. They all start laughing when I come back in the room, but boyfriend finally notices I have bags with me. I silently put my coat on. Boyfriend yells, "Where the f*** are you going?" "Airport," is all I say. Now he is yelling and they're all yelling, saying it was just in good fun and I should lighten up, have another beer, etc. No one
Oh, the way that every fucking body is ganging up on her for a bodily function, it's, you all do it, okay? Scene out of gross out comedy film from the 80s. Yeah. Like, you know, everyone does it. Everyone feels a little bit self-conscious, especially when you do have to do it around other people and at a gathering. Like, it's, everybody feels a little self-conscious about it. It's not a fun bodily function, but like the way that everyone is ganging up on her and acting like she's doing something absolutely outrageous and she's just taking a fucking shit. Like, I'm so taken aback about the way that they're all ganging up on her. That's so, I feel so bad for her. That's so mortifying and shitty. And then she justifiably wants to leave, and now her boyfriend and all of the rest of the dipshits are ganging up on her again. Like, oh my god. Talk about a situation where being drunk really revealed all of their true colors. Like, if you're, I don't know. I feel like sometimes growing up is realizing that shit humor is just a case of, it is funny sometimes. And you can make light of it. It's okay to be embarrassed and it's okay to make light of it. Not to this extent, though, to where you're just ragging on her and making her feel even worse. Do people ever closing the goddamn door? No! Apparently.
apologizes, not even boyfriend. He just seems so mad that I'm leaving. I tell him I'll see him in a few days and walk out to my Uber. Once I'm finally in my hotel room later, I curl up in bed and cry. I definitely did not see this being the way my trip ended. Once I flew home the next morning and got back to my apartment, I had so many texts, missed calls, and voicemails from my boyfriend. They ranged from apologetic to angry to accusing, as if I did something wrong by going to the freaking bathroom.
She just fucking... I can't. You know, the thing is, obviously, you know, take these kinds of things with a grain of salt because we don't ever know if these stories are real or not. I can absolutely believe this one though because people are just fucking weird about it, and it's like we all have to do it. You literally have to. Constipation is an issue because if you're clogged up, you're going to start getting a myriad of health issues. We all have no choice but to do it. And you're acting like she fucking killed someone. Accusing her of being like, how could you do this to me, you She took a shit! Like, she didn't assault somebody. In fact, I'd argue that you guys at least verbally assaulted her. You ganged up on her and verbally assaulted her as a collective because she did a bodily function. Grow up! Holy shit! Oh my god.
I haven't responded yet, and he comes home in 2 days. I haven't even read
Holy
all of the
shit
text
was
because
maybe
it
not
got
the best
more
choice of words.
upset.
My bad.
How the f am I supposed to face these people again? It just seems like the most bizarre and surreal experience. I think I'm more upset that my boyfriend did nothing, even when I was screaming and crying. He didn't stop me
Yeah,
from
that's
leaving. He didn't follow
awful.
me out. He just yelled at me and asked me where the f I was going. How could he not make sure I'm okay? Even now,
Yeah.
I was upset enough to leave, and his texts that I did read are not supportive. No apology. Basically, I put a damper on the trip. I'm dramatic. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it sounds like she closed the door. She mentioned that there wasn't a lock on the door, so she couldn't lock it. She did try to express, like, hey, occupied, and they came in anyway and then just kept the door open and were pointing and laughing at her for taking a fucking shit. As if the act of having to do that at a social gathering is not mortifying just on its own, just by principle. It's embarrassing. It is a bodily function and we shouldn't feel embarrassed, but you do. Especially if it's a bit of a loud one, like you're very self-conscious and aware that you're making a noise and everything. It's pretty mortifying in certain circumstances. This is on another level though. The amount of residual embarrassment that she's gonna have for probably a number of years after this because it's such a strong reaction is awful. It's so fucked. I feel so bad for her.
But I made a terrible impression with his friends. What about their impression of me? Because I'm having some pretty strong thoughts.
Yeah.
Right now, I still have a boyfriend. That might be changing in a few days. I love him, but I do not like his reaction to all this. Why the f am I getting blamed? I did not receive this type of deal breaker.
Yeah.
What the
That's,
Agree.
I mean, like,
Agree,
it's so funny
Shane.
because like I was thinking, and then she said it like. This feels like one of those like nightmares.
It does.
Like,
Yes.
it legit,
Yeah, it
like,
really does.
Oh, she's pooping. Everyone look. And everyone's
Yeah.
like, "Ah, ha, ha."
This truly sounds like the logic of like a sketch that we would write.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
it's like, oh yeah, this is so insane. This would never happen
Yeah.
in real life.
It's so bizarre. Like, and also, you know, when she was like, well, I love my boyfriend, I'm like, you've never met your boyfriend because that was your boyfriend. When
Yeah.
you've had a few drinks and you're laughing along with your friends, like, that's your boyfriend right there. And I just, how could you ever get that trust back?
I
Yeah.
do almost see a version where this could have been a funny moment for everybody, but she made it very clear that it wasn't, and they didn't apologize. And I think it's
Yes.
one of those like,
Well, I mean, if you want to argue like, well, it was funny for me, once it gets to a point where someone's screaming and crying, it's not a fucking joke anymore, and you're just being a fucking absolute dipshit. Like, it's not. It's someone is going through basically an embarrassingly traumatic event, and you're just haha so funny.
it's almost like one of those like mob mentality moments, like when like everybody gets on board with something, it's like hard to like shift that sort of like thinking. You know what
Yeah,
I
me
mean?
neither.
Yeah.
And like I mean, she has every right to be angry, and like
Mortifying.
I think the boyfriend at this point is probably embarrassed. Like it's clear that he's like thinking more about himself of like, how does this
Totally.
look for me, because now my girlfriend seems ridiculous and crazy. But it's like, yeah, she had every right to feel embarrassed. She was exposed.
That's the thing,
to a
like
group
exposed
of
to a
people.
bunch
Yeah,
of people,
she was
like,
exposed.
involuntarily. Like,
Yeah.
that's a huge violation.
Yeah,
It's
the girl,
traumatic.
like, enabled it.
So like, yeah, which is absolutely so rough. And on top of that, like, to have the boyfriend use the specific phrasing of like, "Where the f are you going?"
Yeah.
That is such a that is violent language to use against someone like
Yeah.
that. And I don't
In
care.
such a
like,
weird situation
I don't
too.
care if someone is making direct eye contact with you and making lava plops in the middle of the floor. Like, if they're like, "I need help," you're just like, "Got it." Like, there needs to be a point of like, there's no more joking. Like, when you're being tickled and you're about to throw up, you need to be like, "Stop!" And
Yeah.
eventually someone gets it. Like,
Right.
Wow.
And he's known her for 2 years. He's been in a relationship with her for 2 years. He should know her comfort levels on things. Like,
Yeah.
you know, they're not on the set of Jackass. Like,
Yeah.
this is real life, and
yeah.
That's
he
a
should
nightmare.
know that with people that she's just met for the first time, especially,
Yeah.
like, this is not okay at all. She's making it
don't-
very apparent.
Yeah, I see. I don't see this as something that like it's like, oh, you need to dump him. But I think this is a very big learning opportunity for this guy.
Yeah.
And
I
the
think you need to
friends.
dump him.
We got a bunch of comments.
Yeah, you need to
here.
dump him.
Someone said, "F that guy. The fact that he wasn't furious with his asshole buddies invading your privacy shows his character.
Yep.
You weren't his girlfriend that night. You were their entertainment.
Yup.
Dump his ass and never look back. He obviously does not respect you." Someone else said, "You know this relationship is over. He didn't have your
Yeah,
back."
I mean, it's like you should know her boundaries at that point. I mean, is it even about boundaries? It's just about fucking common decency. If someone's on the fucking toilet, you're already in a vulnerable position because you're partially unclothed. Like, for a lot of people, to even be present in the bathroom with you when, you know, you're doing that kind of thing is a big ass thing that a lot of people aren't comfortable with, even if you are dating them. The fact that it's an entire group of people and it got to a point where she was so mortified and embarrassed, she is literally crying and screaming. It seems like she basically had a panic attack, which is a completely justified and understandable reaction in that situation. Like, I don't even think it's about, oh, well, you should know her boundaries. No, it's just a basic decency thing. Don't do that to someone on the toilet. Just don't. Just be normal. Just fucking be normal.
Someone else said, "Okay, so I went through a similar situation, minus the poop, with my ex at his brother's birthday. It was a nightmare. Everyone else was making fun of me and getting f***ed up, and I was in the middle of nowhere, stuck with these people. And my boyfriend would only come to check on me, to tear down more and yell at me, which meant I would hide more and cry, which would piss him off more. Repeat for 3 days as I had no way home. It won't get better. I
Jesus.
don't know why I thought it might." Or why I didn't care more, but that relationship almost ruined me. Your partner should
Oh.
have your back, otherwise what's the point?
Yeah.
Do what I wasn't brave enough to do and forget this guy. I do agree. This is like,
It's very telling.
it was just such a prolonged
Yeah.
Yeah.
amount of him not caring
Yeah.
about her.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so
It
long.
says
and, like,
everything
even
you
the days
need
of all
to
the
know.
texts and stuff not apologizing. It's like, you've had time to think about this.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
also,
You know,
you don't
but-
have, at that point, when it's days later, when it's been long enough for her to take a whole fucking flight home, there's no, like, you don't have the clouded judgment anymore. You now have a clear, sober brain and enough time to really think about what happened and process it and come to your senses and be like, oh my god, like, I would still say fucking dump his ass and get the fuck away from me, even if he did go like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I can't believe I did that, I was so drunk or whatever, because it's not an excuse. But the longevity of it, you assume he stopped drinking. Yeah, that's fair. Even still though, like, even if it is like he didn't stop drinking, do you really want to be in a relationship with someone who has that kind of attitude when they're drunk? Because that's like a genuine thing. That's a genuine, like, safety concern at that point, because he was using such visceral language with her and shit. I I would fear how easily that could escalate at that point. He just doesn't seem like a great person to be around when he's drunk. And for a lot of people, it kind of reveals some layers that they don't like to acknowledge, you know? Not saying it's all people. Some people are very fun when they're drunk, but it is definitely not something that you should just like ignore, because it can escalate quite easily. These are the kinds of things that people tell you, you know. Abuse starts small. It doesn't start with them harming you. It doesn't start with them slapping you in the face or whatever. It starts with little things like this. And this is a pretty big start, but it's still, in the grand scheme of things, passively, it doesn't seem like it could be the start, but it easily could, because he's shown that he doesn't have a problem with speaking to you that way, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think he has. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's still with those people that are enabling that thinking.
But that would scare
Like,
me. That would scare me to be with someone who I'd be like, oh, if you're influenced by the right people, you could fuck me up.
Oh,
Like,
Yeah,
for
and they would
sure,
support
yeah.
you and enable it
for sure.
too, which is
So, but,
very
but-
dangerous.
I was just gonna say also, like, you know, if he has been with her for 2 years and he hasn't, like, say for instance, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and he's like, I really didn't know she was mad. Like, that is a colossal problem, because after 2 years you should know your partner's comfort level. You should know, you know, when they're joking around and when they're being like, I need your help.
Yeah.
And if you're still after 2 years being like, huh, like,
If they're
that's
literally
not
having
even
a
matter of,
panic
like, not
attack and you
having her
think
back.
it's
Like,
funny,
that is
like,
antagonistic. That is a problem.
yeah,
Yeah.
Scary.
it is scary.
And at like
Icky.
28. I don't know,
20,
man.
they're 28?
He's 28.
That's a man child. Get him out of there.
It is scary.
Push him into the pit.
So there's an update.
Oh
Alright.
dear.
So
God,
let's
let's
Dump
go.
this frat bro, yeah.
He got
Agreed.
back.
Let's
Did
just
they
start-
fix it?
He poops too to make it up to her.
She starts possible trigger warning: drug use.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So,
Uh-oh.
So
Oh, dear.
boyfriend came home a day after I did. He called me before his flight and asked to come over to my apartment when he got back. I agreed. I needed a flipping explanation for their bizarre behavior before I could decide what to do in our relationship. He's been wonderful and respectful for 2 years, and then at that point, I decided I didn't want to see his friends again. They're unimportant to me. So he gets here, I let him in, and right away I see he is noticeably nervous and twitchy. He sits on my couch, I sit separately on my recliner. He blurts out, "Are we over?" Depends on what you have to say, unless you want it to be over. He says no before I finish. Okay then, so I tell him to explain what the happened. So he and his genius friends took LSD and shrooms. Female friend took shrooms only. The guys were a mix of both with alcohol. My boyfriend said he took LSD only. I flipped a bit. Why the didn't he tell me? What if one of them had a really bad reaction or trip? Shouldn't the one person who didn't take drugs know they did to be able to keep them safe? I've done it and I wouldn't have judged them. He knew I'd tried it in college and had a bad time, like nightmare fuel bad. No real answer on that. It is his decision to take something like that, but I am more upset that they weren't really safe about it. That wasn't okay to admit that. He agreed that was a dumb decision. He said it's been about 6 years since they last tried it. Asked him to explain his asshole behavior the next morning then. He says he and guy friends didn't remember the reality of what happened, but shocker, female friend B did. The bitch that she is laughed when explaining it later that afternoon.
Oh
the
my
guys
God.
were horrified. Boyfriend is rethinking friendship with her. I said I never want to see her again. Not an ultimatum, just a fact. So once he knew he was embarrassed and didn't want to apologize over phone or text, so he came home early. He took the time to get his itinerary and thoughts sorted, he says. He asked for my side of it, and I just let him read my first post. It was too hard to say. He gave me a huge hug after, apologizing between forehead and cheek kisses.
Ooh.
We agreed to work through it. I could practically smell his relief. He thought I was done with him. I did too before we talked and got an explanation. We set boundaries, no secrets, even if we think the other is going to be upset. Better to talk through
Maybe it's just me, but me personally, if I went through a situation like that, I don't know if I would ever fully be able to look past it. Like, you know, I went over it yesterday. I'm at a point in my life where I am kind of strict and stingy about the people that I let into my life. Like, yeah, that's more context. That makes it a bit more easier to understand how it got to be that extreme. But I would never feel comfortable around someone like that again. like, I don't know. I just personally wouldn't be able to look past it. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, it kind of does make it worse, especially because they weren't being responsible. And it's also, you know, I think it's also, in a way, I would kind of go as far as to say it could be kind of dangerously negligent, because there are some people who have extremely horrendous reactions to those kinds of drugs. And I mean that from, like, they could have a violent reaction or they could become very, very ill. So the fact that they didn't warn her as the only sober person is, like, in a lot of ways, you're putting her in danger, in a very uncomfortable and awkward situation and position, because she should be informed, you know? I've kept friends after they've hit some bad shrooms, like, things will make you a different person. Keep in mind my friend was like 20. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just the type of person where, like, I don't know. It would be something that would eat away at me. I'd be willing to give them a chance if I mean, he seems like he's sincerely apologetic. I'd still be a bit suspicious. I'd give them a chance, but I definitely need time to, like, recover if it got to that extent. Like, if I'm having a full ass, like, ADHD meltdown because you mortified me so bad, I'm gonna need some time. Even if you were intoxicated, I'm gonna need some time to recover and think about what happened and really monitor if you changed or not, you know?
Things then have issues later. My main sticking point was that I didn't want that be in our lives. The fact that she acted that way when she was mostly sober and could recant the entire thing while laughing is
Yeah,
unacceptable.
that's
I don't know what
crazy.
kind of
What a
personality
piece
trait or
of
disorder
shit.
makes that possible, but I don't give a f. She's disgusting.
I diagnose her as a pick-me.
Fair. Fair.
He understood and messaged the guys in front of me. He told them I was giving him a second chance, and he explained what happened. They asked if they could FaceTime us later to apologize. We said yes, but without B. They understood and agreed. Their apologies later that night were all very sweet and genuine. Boyfriend spoke with B a few days later and then blocked her, all while beside me. These last couple of months, he has really stepped up and shown me how important I am to him and how much he loves me. We both upheld our side of the boundary of no secrets. It's actually been awesome to just talk through any issues, feelings, etc. We were great before this bizarre incident, but things are strangely better now. I wouldn't have thought that when I wrote my first post, we were talking about moving in with one another next year.
Damn.
B did try to reach out several times, but more so after my post was on TikTok. She was screaming that I needed to take it down. It's
Oh
not like
my
anybody
God.
has any idea who she is in real life, for f***'s sake. The drama. Boyfriend's friend group has all shut her out since the trip. Apparently, she's always had an excuse about why a new girlfriend of theirs didn't like her or misheard her. She's created more issues than they realized during their 14-year friendship. My boyfriend knows I have no issues with him having friends of any gender, but agrees we don't need her stereotypical female best friend behavior in our lives.
Well, also just
I don't know if
mean
she has
girl
feelings for any
behavior.
of them or just likes their attention, but whatever it is, no longer my problem. I don't know if this is the update you hoped for or if you are all rooting for boyfriend to get dumped hard, but please know I'm genuinely happy with my
Well, that's
outcome.
good.
Thanks for
I can
taking
respect
our
that.
own crazy trip with my story and update. Had to make light of it. You all have been wonderfully sweet and supportive. It was incredibly appreciated. Wow.
Yeah, I'm okay. So I don't feel so bad about my stance. They worked it out. I felt like they could.
I mean, sure. I guess I didn't predict that.
Yeah.
This was
I
happening.
didn't.
I went with her assumption of 4 beers. You
Yeah.
know, but I don't. To be fair, I don't know a ton about like what LSD and shrooms. You know, how much that would affect your mental state where this situation would be handled. I can't speak to that.
Yeah, there's some serious dumbassery there. I don't know why you wouldn't.
I definitely do not like that they all took it and didn't.
So
inform
that's what I was
her.
gonna say.
That's like
Yeah.
crazy to me.
This doesn't absolve anything for me, because there's a couple things that are majorly wrong with this. One, she did not consent to being in a room with a bunch of people who were on a little bit more hallucinogenic and heavy drugs. I'm not one to judge drug use. You know, do what you got to do safely, but like
Yeah,
this
no
is.
age.
Like, that's a lot to deal with. To
It
be the
is.
only sober person in that
Yeah.
scenario, like that's a lot.
It's a big
It's a
big
huge
responsibility.
responsibility.
As-
And,
and you-
if
if
someone
you don't
actually
know,
does
you
get hurt,
can't
you gotta
act
call medical
accordingly.
authorities. It's like, what's going on? It's just like, I guess he fell down. Like, they would need to know that. And thing number two is the fact that all of those friends together decided to do that, and he just didn't tell the girlfriend. It says a
weird.
lot about the relationship to me. It's like
Yeah.
she's a problem or a wet blanket, or like, you know, well, it's gonna be a fun thing for we to do, but like, don't tell Bethica, or like, it's just.
Super
There's
weird.
so much wrong with it there. And like the fact that he's like, he apologized and gave me a forehead kiss, I'm like, yuck.
Yeah.
Yuck.
I
gross.
literally
Like,
said
I
ew.
wanna toilet that. Like, this is not even, I'm glad she's happy, I really am. And I'm trusting this adult to know what is best for herself. But like, it still doesn't sound safe. And just
Yeah.
because that other girl was a huge problematic influence on these people doesn't mean they didn't still like engage in this behavior time and time again. They're like, yeah, it's the typical like female jealous best friend. It's like, okay, sure, she's rough. But 4 people got puppeted by that, I guess, at best.
Yeah.
Like,
So we got some comments here. Man, someone said, "Good luck wasting your years with him."
Jesus.
Someone else said, "So your partner got high with his buddies without cluing you in, mortifyingly embarrassed you, and pinned it all on a girl.
Yeah.
Sounds like a charming group of guys."
Yeah.
Someone else said, "OP, I've been on
I
shrooms
mean,
and
like-
LSD, and let me tell you, it."
I can respect her decision. It's not my place, but I don't think I personally could just look past it. It would haunt me, and it would be something that would from then on really influence my perception of their actions.
Doesn't wipe your memory. They all knew what happened. You especially remember when you are laughing hysterically and making a big deal about something. Nah, he and his friends ain't it. The last comment we have here is, "This is literally an insane update. There is nothing in this world that would make me forgive
Yep.
anyone who interacted with me like
Yeah, me
that."
too.
Do you have difficult family members who you were often forced to forgive in order to live peacefully? If
Damn.
so, analyze if this is just that behavior being repeated. Being
Fair
alone would be
point.
better than being with a man who so deeply disrespected you. Yeah, I also want to point out, in the original post, even after all of this, before this update, she still was like, "I don't know, I love him, but I do not like his reaction to all this." So she still wasn't, that wasn't the end of the line before she found out about all this drug use.
I feel for her. I
do
hope
think
she's.
she is.
I think she's.
It is.
I
I don't
mean,
know.
To be fair, it's a complicated situation. I don't typically like a tough love approach. I feel like you kind of have to play it by ear. So I wish some of those comments were worded a bit nicer, but it is Reddit, so fair enough. But like, I just hope she comes to her senses and gets out of that situation, because it's icky vibes. It's bad vibes, and I hope she gets the fuck away from him.
Tend to kind of side with these comments, and
Yeah, I
yes,
mean,
she's
everyone
an
has a
adult,
different
she's allowed to make her
reaction,
own
for
decisions.
sure.
She's allowed, she has every right to go about this as she wants, but I mean, I agree with you that there's a lot to this. The original post was in March, the update is in July, so she's been saying for months things have felt way better.
Hi, Elsa.
Maybe this is a very shitty thing to say.
I hope you
am
have a good sleep.
skeptical
Thank you
of
for
what
stopping
her idea
in.
of like things are great.
Sure.
I'm just like,
That's tough,
man,
yeah.
like I don't know, but we only have this story to go off of.
Yeah.
But it seems like all the comments are skeptical on it. And
Yeah, I mean, I think our relationship advice tends to lean towards everyone saying dump his ass.
Yeah.
And like,
But-
and most
yeah.
of the time, like, a lot of times these stories involve some form of abuse. In which case, I'm all for being like, that's abuse. That's an abuser. Cut him out.
Yeah.
This, I'm like, this was a really shitty situation. This was extremely disrespectful. I think you can learn from something like that, and I think you can grow from something like that. I don't think it's. I don't. To me, and this is obviously not my life, but I think it's.
Ian,
I think it's something
you
can-
sweet,
can grow
naive
from
summer
and grow
child.
past.
I have a thought on that because I think it is very valid to like talk about wanting to learn from mistakes and grow. Like I think not just on this format, but like societally in general, when we hear something rough, we're just like, that's it, done. So
Yeah.
I understand that there probably should be a path for redemption in a lot of cases, unless someone's safety is concerned.
Yeah.
I think though what that requires is accountability.
Yeah.
And you would have to look at this situation and be like, what was actually wrong with this at its core?
Yep.
And I think that was a lot of what we were saying about like the disrespect that came from like not telling someone, yada, yada, yada. And it seems like the resolution of this was like, he's gonna be nicer and he's not hanging out with that mean girl anymore. He won't do
Yeah.
drugs again. As opposed to like, no, you made the active choice to really mess with me and like
Yeah.
put me in a very dangerous situation. Like that would have to be addressed and you'd have to grow from that. And if
Yeah.
that ends up happening, great.
Because she doesn't
I
list any
agree.
like examples, but she just keeps saying like, we've had full honesty for months. They say this girl had been their friends for 14 years, so I'm assuming these are high school friends. So the excuse that I could see some people saying is like, they're falling into old habits, old high school habits. I still
Boys club.
yeah,
type.
and one girl. I think all I can say is if I was in this situation, it would be less about like, oh, you're bad and I need to dump you because you suck, and more that I'd just be like, I don't know if I can recover from this. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if
Me
I
too.
can mentally.
Yeah.
Now that's me saying my own personal reaction to these things. And also like the under the influence excuse is, I just don't buy it. And like, look, these
It's
people in the
shady.
comments, like I said, I don't have personal experience, but a lot of people are saying like, hey, look, I've done shrooms and LSD and you don't forget things. Like he's lying to you. If he's saying you guys have full honesty and he's lying about that still, then he's lying about you guys being on this full honesty kick right now. And that's, at the very least, I would say to her, I'd be like, at least, you guys are saying you have full honesty, but if something happens now, if something happens again, you need to walk.
He's
like,
on notice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
that's
sure. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, he's got to
Yeah.
do a lot of work to
Right.
get to regain trust.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Agree.
Well, anyway, that's
Wow,
crazy.
That's a wild one.
Bonkers.
He
That's
sounds like a
nuts.
dumbass. Like
He
really
does
Yeah.
sound stupid.
Yeah,
He does sound very
He just
stupid.
sounds like a dumbass.
There are definitely
Not
a
that
lot
I'm
of
excusing his behavior, but he's a dumbass.
There are a lot of stories you read where it's like, okay, is their assholery exceeding their stupidity? Like,
Yeah.
which one is leading the
This
charge?
is stupid. This is
There's-
stupid.
There's like
Yeah.
that, a philosophical theorem about like, you should never assume malice when I think it's like ignorance or stupidity can like serve just as well. But then there's the addendum to that of like, at a certain point, stupidity is indistinguishable from malice.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah,
I
you might just
agree.
be stupid, but you're still messing
At a
things
certain
up.
point, it also doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah,
just
that's what
like,
I'm
this is
saying.
someone
Like-
that you're supposed to be relying on.
Yeah.
Well, it's
And
also
that's
someone
scary.
you're
That's
supposed to
somehow
feel
worse.
safe
It's like, oh, you're
with.
too stupid for me
Arguably
to
the
have
person you should
by
feel
my side.
safest with.
All right, next story. Am I the asshole for ordering more food after I heard we were splitting the check? Nice.
We can just skip this one, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay, so I, a 21-year-old guy, and a few friends went to celebrate a mutual friend's birthday. It was organized by his partner, and we were planning on going to a kind of upscale restaurant in our city.
Upscale,
Think suit and
okay.
tie, dress code enforced. I showed
Oh.
up with my girlfriend, and we were having
Very
a good time.
upscale.
We checked the prices beforehand, and me and my girlfriend set a budget we wouldn't go over since we have other priorities besides dumping it all on a dinner party. We ordered the food and are having a good time. We stay under budget, but I noticed my friend's partner continuously
foul.
ordering more and more expensive drinks and foods. I don't think much of it since it's his partner's birthday. But when the bill comes, the table of 10 is suddenly told the gifts we're expected to give is for us to split the check.
Oh my God,
now
hi,
it's my
Dan,
friend's birthday,
welcome.
and I've
Good to
known
see
him
you.
for close to a decade. I would have been fine splitting his bill, however expensive it should be. To put it into perspective, me and my girlfriend's bill came out to just under $200, give or take. The entire bill was nearing $800, and they still wanted to get dessert.
Oh. It's already 800 and they haven't even gotten dessert. Oh my god. I'm too poor for this. What the fuck?
I noticed me and my girlfriend had the least amount of food and didn't get multiple appetizers, drinks, etc. The thing is, I know I'm more financially stable than my friends my age since I really just had the cosmic luck of landing a decent job in school.
That's a couple months worth of groceries. At least here, typically the average grocery bill for my household is about like, depending on how long it's been since we met, it could be anywhere from 200 to 400. So 800 is at least like a couple or more months worth of groceries. I also can't even fathom paying out 200. That shit better be laced with fucking actual edible gold and from Gordon Ramsay himself or some shit. That's insane. Oh my god.
So I could have contributed, but frankly, I felt this was a trap to get me to pay more than we budgeted. If they communicated prior to the dinner as an obligation, that's one matter, but suddenly telling us after everyone is mostly done eating dinner seems sketchy at the
Yeah,
very
for
least. I had a
sure.
quick
When
text
it's that
conversation with my girlfriend,
much?
and we both decided to order expensive desserts, raising the price even more. Now suddenly when the bill comes, some people, especially my friend's boyfriend, doesn't have enough money to split the bill equally between everyone. They started bickering in a public restaurant.
That's why, if you're gonna do this, and if you're the host of the party that's going to a restaurant like this, and you're expecting everyone to pay out, that's why you explain things. Considering they didn't talk prior to the dinner, Trav seems fitting. Yeah, you kind of asked for it. You kind of fucking asked for it by just being like, oh yeah, sorry, the bill is like probably at that point over like $1,000. Can we all split? Can we all split? I don't have enough money to pay for all of this myself. Then don't go to a fancy ass restaurant. Go to fucking McDonald's. What the fuck?
And my friend accuses me of intentionally raising the bill outside of their budget. I counter with how it was kind of rude to just expect people to pay stuff for him. And he said it's his birthday. To keep the peace, I paid for only his meal, but left his drink and dessert tab for everyone else to split. I left with my girlfriend and paid our bills. When we were leaving, they were still arguing over the bill. That was yesterday. I woke up this morning to find on multiple social media how I'm such a terrible person, how I raised the bill by ordering extra food. Mind you,
Oh. What a bunch of children. Are you fucking kidding me? What stupidly petty bullshit. Get over yourselves.
they were
Holy
all planning on
shit.
desserts while we weren't. My girlfriend says I did the moral thing of paying for my friend's food, but I'm livid I got peer pressured into it. Am I the asshole?
No.
Some info here. Decided to put the vague prices since I know my friends have read it. Me and my girlfriend's bill came up to $200 just entrees plus one appetizer we split. The bill was nearing $800 at just entrees plus appetizers. The final bill came out to 1.2K ish.
That's insane. Money ruins friendships. They should have. Yeah. 1.2K for one fucking dinner? Oh my god.
But the crime comes in when you add up the additional drinks. For 10 people, it came out to 2K plus.
Yeah, same.
And most importantly, myself and my girlfriend didn't drink.
Oh my god. I feel like personally wounded and offended. I struggle to spend $100 fucking dollars, even if it's on something necessary. And like I've mentioned it before, I grew up with parents who were bankers, so I'm very stingy and responsible with my money. But I cannot fathom the gall to expect someone to fork out any amount of a $2,000 bill unless we're fucking roommates and that's our rent. You know? For a dinner? I bet it didn't even fucking taste that good. I guarantee you it didn't even fucking taste that good. I guarantee you it tasted probably like Outback Steakhouse level. Nowhere near that amount of money. That's such bullshit. Are you on the fucking Celebrity Strip in fucking Vegas? What the fuck?
Since we worked this morning.
Wow.
Wow.
That changes things. The drink part. For
I know,
sure.
I would.
Yeah, bro.
Fork
So
over the
they spent
$2,000 directly in my
on
bank account right
just
now.
alcohol?
They spent 2K
2K.
plus.
They spent 2,000 plus. They
Yeah.
spent 1,000. They spent 1,200 on food, and over 2,000 on
So
drinks.
the
given an
bill-
even split for them, that would have total been around $600 before tax and tip, combining
Yeah.
their share of drinks and appetizer.
Yeah, I can't fathom. I'm fucking flabbergasted. Imagine how many good dinners you can. Yeah, you imagine how many grocery trips you can fit in a $2,000 fucking bill. Where you made it yourself and it's seasoned to perfection just how you like it over that. Oh my god. And wait. So it was already $800. The people who are writing the post ordered desserts to hike up the price to be petty, which in this situation, very justified. And then the rest of the party, like after getting on their asses, the rest of the party orders enough drinks to hike it up even further, a whole $1,000 more. And we were getting on their asses for making it like $200 more expensive. Homemaking your own dino nuggies would be so much better than $800 and an abomination of a dinner. And the more I think on it, this restaurant is more and more eldritch. That's Aldi's for like at least half a year for me. Yeah. I mean, I haven't lived alone yet. I will eventually. But for the most part, my groceries when I was just buying them myself averaged at like $100 when I was going like once a month. Like, my brain feels like it's rotting. This is so unfathomable to me. I don't understand how it even got to this point either. Like, to just expect people to fork out that much money is, I cannot fathom that kind of
The way you
mentality.
wrote it
I
was
feel
great.
so
The
bad when
overall
people
bill was
buy
over
shit for me.
$2,000,
I could never.
But they didn't have any drinks.
Dino
they
Nugget
didn't
Parm is pretty good.
share in
Sounds
that
very good.
Split of the drinks.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
regardless
an
of the
a-hole just
amount,
for going
it
to the
is very
dinner.
high. I think for most people's, monetary income, if you're very wealthy, this isn't even a discussion. But for anybody who this matters to, this is a lot. This is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
So like, I personally have an issue with splitting a bill usually because I don't drink, because I don't order as much. When people are like, appetize. Well,
I mean, the thing is, usually when I lived with roommates, what we did was if we went to the grocery store together, we didn't split the bill. We only split it if one person went and the other person didn't, because there's not really a way to calculate how much their food would have cost without it being a hassle. So we only split the bill when we weren't present together. But if we went to the grocery store together, we paid, like, we went to separate self-checkouts and paid for our own food individually. And I feel like that should be the same case in a situation like this. But even then, like $200 for one fucking dinner is a whole ass grocery bill for one dinner. I don't think there's any way to make this more digestible as a concept. Like, no matter how you split the bill, someone's getting fucked over, you know? I don't know. This is an unfathomable situation for me.
Table's gonna have a bite, get it. It's just like, it kind of frustrates me, but like, I
Especially
think
at a really expensive place.
that's really tough. And I think there's a common thread here because we also had that other Reddit story a few episodes back where someone was like, I'm throwing a party for myself and I want to charge my friends admission. I don't think on your birthday it's ever a good move to be like, everybody pay for this for me because it's my special day and I'm a special boy.
Yeah.
I think if you're at dinner and
Yeah, you
someone is
would.
like, you know,
Like,
it's
by
their
each
birthday,
person.
you can like whisper to people, be like, Shane, man, we got this. No, don't pull out that wallet. We got this. We'll split for
Right.
you.
It has to be a
Otherwise,
decision.
that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, like, good point. The birthday boy is the asshole here because
Yeah.
they said, well, everyone's gonna pay for me. I'm gonna find the most expensive restaurant in my city.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pay for me.
And he didn't
Like,
let
what?
them.
What
He
a
didn't let at least some of them know until they were
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's insane.
That's so
absolutely
fucked.
insane behavior.
That's like a reverse treat. Like once everyone's eating, it's just like, hey everyone,
You're paying for
this meal's on me. Like he did it wrong. It's like everyone,
know.
give me
Give me $500.
$500.
Give me $500.
Yeah,
please.
it's absolutely absurd. It sounds like some of the friends.
you wanna
were
pay
in
my
on it,
rent
though,
this
on,
month?
like, the split, and they're trying to like amp it up. The fact that they didn't drink, but then everyone got mad at them.
I mean, I will say, it kind of varies at this point, obviously, because we're in an economic crisis and we have been for quite a long time at this point. $2,000 on average in like small towns and stuff, excluding big cities, $2,000 is significantly higher than most people's rent. And you're expecting people to pay that out for one fucking dinner. They didn't even drink those drinks, you know, they just sipped them. Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even fucking finish all the food on their plate. There's no way. There's no fucking way.
for having a smaller bill than
Order
them.
some more.
It's this all seems so shady and weird.
It's, I mean, like, yeah.
Also,
when you-
the OP is 21.
Oh my God!
What?
They don't have that kind of money. What?
Well, he said he got lucky and has a decent job, but it doesn't matter. Like they were trying to budget, they were trying to do their thing.
Dude, I'd
Yeah,
be
it also,
so
like,
uncomfortable.
This is just
I'm
weird.
sorry, no. I was just gonna say, like, even if they do have the money, like, money's a tricky thing. Like,
Yeah.
that is tied to so many things in life, and
Yeah.
regardless of whether or not someone makes money, you might want a budget. You might want to live below your means.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't mean you should be a huge spender all the time, right? So just because they're assuming, like, oh, he makes good money.
I
like,
know.
yeah.
Maybe he's a
can
nepo
help
baby.
out
I
his
don't
friend. He wants to
know.
help out just his friend. Great, but that assumption sucks.
It
Yeah,
does.
no,
And at
it's-
first, like when you're reading the story, I was
Same-
like, "Oh,
same
you're
brain
ordering the
cell,
most
Greg.
expensive desserts to ratchet up the bill. That's kind of spiteful. You're doing it intentionally. You
Yeah.
didn't even want dessert. That sucks." And I'm
Yeah.
just like, "All right,
Yeah,
do your thing."
That's, yeah. I mean, like,
because they
Dude.
paid for their own food.
yeah.
They paid, so they didn't ratchet up the bill. They paid for their own food.
Yeah.
They removed it from the bill.
Did they? Okay, I missed that.
Someone said, Raffle, if I was
Raffle!
you, I would pay only for my own food along with the girlfriend and let the others split their food if that's what they wish. It's inappropriate and rude to attend a birthday, order food, and then say, we're going to split it all.
Yeah.
That's not how birthdays work, but it's a good way to manipulate someone, not the asshole.
Yeah, it
Someone else said,
definitely,
"When I read the
like, someone who could do that, someone who thinks, like, oh, it's my birthday, so, like, you have to pamper me by all means. Like, yeah, do it. It's funny as a joke, I guess. But to this extent, you're, like, you're really showing your hand for the kind of person you are. You know, this would be something that I would not be able to get past. I would never talk to these people again. Especially the birthday boy. I don't fucking care that it's your birthday. You're a piece of shit.
title, I was so ready for you to be the asshole in this situation. But nope, I don't think you are. I think it's really shitty behavior when people know that they're splitting a bill, so they start ordering cocktails, multiple hors d'oeuvres, expensive main courses, etc.
Yeah.
It's clear that everyone was doing this because they expected you to cover it. I can't believe that your friend actually allowed you to pay for his meal after everything that happened. If that was me, I would have been so embarrassed and would have insisted on paying for my own food to prove that I wasn't just using my friend for free food.
Yeah.
I will say, like, you know, yeah, a birthday's your special day to a degree.
Your gift is to pay, but
do
I already
think
got you a gift.
selfish
I
people
know.
often use it as an excuse.
100%.
Like, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, here's my get out of jail free card today. It's like, no, man, you could still be an asshole on your birthday.
I mean, you know, if you get not to level 100 it, but if you fucking killed somebody and got arrested, you wouldn't be able to go to the cops and be like, but have you considered that it's my birthday? Have you considered that you can't arrest me because it is my birthday? I'm just saying, have you considered? Have you considered that you're actually being really mean to me and it's my birthday and that's pretty fucked up that you're trying to arrest me on my birthday? Can you wait to arrest me tomorrow? Because it's my birthday and you can't, this is illegal, and the cops are just like, it's not actually, you fucking murdered someone. You chose to do that on your birthday. So it's your fault, actually. It's my birthday. It's my birthday. I can be an asshole if I want to be, actually. Actually, you're the asshole for trying to hold me accountable on my birthday. Have you considered that? No, I haven't. I have considered punching you in the face, though.
Birthday.
Yeah.
Like, there's still rules, there's still etiquette, there's still respect.
It's the purge.
Yeah.
It's my birthday. It's the purge. You can do whatever.
Yeah.
There's also like way easier ways to just like be responsible for what you ate at a restaurant. It's called Venmo, bro. Take a picture of the receipt and you go, you did that, you did that, you did that, you did that. Tip is what? Okay, we all split that, and you Venmo that person the amount.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to like it always puts such a damper on the mood of like a good night and out with your friends, and you're all having a great time. You have a couple drinks, the bill comes, and it's like this mad like kind of thing of like, okay, who's paying for what? Like, okay, like you got that. It's like, bro, just take a picture of the receipt. Like, give everybody your Venmo.
Yeah.
One person puts their credit card down. You get some sick points. And then you know, you just hold people accountable for paying you back on Venmo.
I mean,
And-
but
and it's
even still at that point, like, if I guess my issue is kind of the core of the whole event. If you want people to attend your birthday party and you're choosing as the birthday bitch to have your party at a fancy ass fucking restaurant, then I think you owe it to your friend group to have a discussion before then how the bill is going to go. Because you're basing this whole process of paying on an assumption that you know everybody's financial situation, and you don't. Even if you have a friend who is always talking about how like, oh, I make such good money, they could immediately after that or immediately before your birthday dinner, something really fucked happens to them and they're completely broke. If you're gonna do something like this, you should have the decency to let everyone know what the situation is. And you should also have the decency to try to factor in if someone can't fucking pay. Because that could happen. And you're going to blame the friend for being an asshole because they had a rough financial spot, but they still made an effort to celebrate your birthday with you and didn't expect to have to fork out part of $2,000 fucking dollars, because who fucking would on average? If you're gonna plan an event like that, I feel like it's on your shoulders to try to factor in every possible scenario and consider everyone's situation. Maybe I'm just expecting too much for people, I don't know.
If someone doesn't pay you back, you don't ever get dinner with that person again.
Well, you shake them down.
Yeah.
You're like,
Yeah,
Dad
let me
goes
just
off a roof.
fucking
like if you ever have
get
trouble, I'll be right behind you and be
college
like,
debt for going to a dinner.
Yeah. No, I remember
And we beat
talking to
up
this
Ian.
one guy that he was on this thing with like a bunch of like rich people, and they went to this like nice like Michelin star restaurant, and then one of the people said like, oh, he's good for it, like in the middle of the dinner, and he's like, what the f-? And he literally like chased down the people later for their money. Like,
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
can't
there are people he
imagine-
didn't even, like,
I
know
can't-
that
I just
well.
can't imagine.
Oh.
I can't imagine thinking that way of just assuming someone's gonna.
Yeah.
Cover you. I'm
It's
just glad
so
that
up your
I
own
don't feel like
ass.
this is an issue I deal with my friends. So that's all I can say.
Yeah.
I
All
stole
right.
from you for years when we were roommates.
Well, that's all right.
Sold your blood.
Anthony did it to Ian too.
I heard about that.
Pennies,
Yeah,
but it adds up.
I think like really the ultimate solution for this problem is just get rich.
Yeah,
Get rich.
just
Get rich,
just
die
get a
trying.
money
Die trying.
tree.
Yeah.
Or
My guy.
Just
Yeah.
Hey, my
just
guy.
just take
All
just find a way to extract money trees from Animal Crossing. Simply. It's easy, and it's your fault that you're not rich because you don't know how to extract the money trees from Animal Crossing actually.
All right, next story. Well, that was
Pick me
crazy.
story.
That was crazy. It can't get worse than that. Am I the asshole for calling my 8-year-old niece ugly?
Let's go.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at this story. I just can't believe he immediately followed. It can't get much worse than that. Yes, you are. What the fuck?
Let him cook.
Let him
This
cook!
was posted today as of
Oh, really?
reading this right now. It
This
says
is some
today.
alpha male shit.
So
Oh my
Someone called
God.
their 8-year-old niece ugly today.
Great.
Today.
Okay. This is a 20-year-old dude. My older sister, who's 32, and her husband have an 8-year-old niece. who
Famous
I
last
adore.
words.
She's smart, extremely precocious, and very funny. She's also, simply put, very unfortunate looking.
Just such
sorry.
an ugly.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. I promise I'm uncomfortable laughing. I can't. I have a niece and a nephew. I can't imagine talking about them like that. I'm so uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. That's so.
Look, you're smart. You're smart and stuff, but you're freaking ugly.
Oh my
neither her
God.
parents are ugly, but she received the worst possible combination of their features.
Oh,
Maybe in
no.
time she'll grow into it with time, but currently she is, as I said, unfortunate looking. My sister and her husband try to circumvent this by constantly calling her pretty, beautiful, gorgeous, etc. I get that every parent is going to see their kid that way, but I don't think it's a good idea to constantly praise her for beauty. Why? Kids are cruel and they'll let her know she's not beautiful. So all praising her looks does is reinforce that beauty is something to be desired and praised for, all the while with her knowing she doesn't have it. It's much better, in my opinion, to boost her self-esteem off the many good traits she does have.
In my opinion, we need to start calling the children ugly. We need to prepare them for when they go to school and they get made fun of for being ugly and say, "Listen here, you ugly little shit. What are you fucking talking about?" What are you talking about? Yes, my little niece, you lost the genetic lottery. And you know what? Your parents are lying to you when they call you beautiful. But I'll set the record straight. You're not. You're not beautiful. And when you go to school, you're going to be bullied because you're ugly. What the fuck?
So she doesn't have to rely on looks for her confidence. My sister and her husband don't seem to understand this or disagree with it, which is fair enough. Their call as parents. But they insist that I call her beautiful too, and I said no and explained why. I do praise her a lot for her intelligence, her sense of humor, etc. They say that she is beautiful and I need to call her beautiful so she knows it. So I said bluntly that no, if we're being honest, she's ugly. And kids...
Oh my god! What the fuck are you two talking about?
her know she's ugly. So bringing up beauty will
Maybe
only
we
make
should
her
watch
see it
Not
as
Cute
something
sometime. I think that'd be
worthy
fun.
of praise she doesn't have. My sister started screaming at me for calling her daughter ugly. I know it can be a sensitive topic, but she's a grown adult, and I think she should be able to handle honest.
You're
feelings. So-
insulting her daughter! What? This guy is nuts! Actually, you're being really immature, getting so defensive over your child. I swear to fuck, if someone had the gall to come up to me and call Minnie ugly, it'd be fucking over. It'd be over. and I will not elaborate. It would be over. I grew up kind of unfortunate sounding. Would have appreciated this honesty, to be honest, because I ended up in a bit of a Florence Foster Jenkins situation for a bit, but damn, OP is standing way too strong on this one. Like, I don't know if this is even worth entertaining, but like, okay, if you really want to just be a dipshit, if you want to justify this behavior, this is not how you go about it. I think it would be better to be like, well, you don't want to get into her head that she deserves to be like cocky or think she's better than everyone because you're telling her all the time that she's beautiful. Like, yeah, that's a fair point, I guess, because sometimes that's what leads people to being mean girls. But like, this is not the way. This is not the way to call her ugly to her parents and be like, you're being really immature by telling me that I can't call your child ugly. The idea to praise her hard work on things is better. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is nuts. I needed the laugh, though. This is nuts. Not just call the kid ugly if you don't agree with calling her pretty. Yeah, also, it's subjective. Just because you don't she's also a child. Why does it matter if she's pretty or not? She's a baby. Why are we focusing on the child's looks? Even if you're the prettiest person in the fucking world, it does not matter. Okay? People will always bully you, and there will always be people who think you're the ugliest piece of shit on the planet. It doesn't matter how beautiful you are. Like, this is weird. It's weird to constantly be complimenting on her appearance one way or... Yeah, neither is good. It's just weird to be like, actually, I'm in the right for thinking that she's ugly. Like, beauty is subjective, and it's also a child, and even if she was pretty, she'd still probably get bullied anyway because kids are mean. And you said it yourself. Call my daughter beautiful. Call my daughter beautiful right fucking now, I swear to God. I'll disown you as my brother. Like, yeah, can I just say her name? I'm gonna start doing that with people from now on. If you don't call Minnie beautiful right fucking now, you're getting banned from my channel. Call my daughter beautiful, you're getting banned. Can you imagine? Oh my God, this is just a mess.
Subject. She thinks I'm a huge asshole, but I'm just trying to be realistic and do what I think is best for my niece.
Oh.
So he
20
didn't
childless would like to tell my
he didn't say to her face she's ugly.
But he said it to his
what I
parents,
thought.
her
Yeah,
parents'
in here,
face.
she heard it.
God damn.
Oh my God.
Oh.
I'm crying.
Okay.
I think there's something kind of there like, it's not that, like, I don't think he has a point here.
He doesn't have a
Like,
point.
I don't think
We do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to
No.
him.
Yeah, for
but,
sure.
but like isn't that kind of weird for like the parents to be like, you have to call her beautiful?
Yeah, it's
Like,
just
that's also,
weird
like,
behavior either
weird,
way.
but also
Yeah.
okay, like, okay.
The conversation sounds
Like-
like it was weird from the get-go.
I mean, my thing is just I don't understand why you would come up to a parent and be like, your child's fucking ugly, by the way, and expect the parent to not be like, what the fuck is wrong with what? Like, being like, oh no, you have to call her beautiful, you need to call her beautiful, is weird response, but it's also weird to walk up to a parent and say your child's ugly and it'd be like, you're immature for being offended on your child's behalf. They're both weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just so funny to think the parents like, you have to call him beautiful, and he's like, yeah, but I mean,
You've seen her.
right?
Are we looking at the same person?
Yeah, Murphy, I hope you
Like
enjoy.
smashing every mirror, like, right this way, sweetie. Just walk
Oh
by,
my
it's fine.
God.
Didn't have it today.
She's never seen a reflection. I will say, like, beautiful is a very, like, all-encompassing
Yeah.
term. That means a lot of things, and this guy is thinking entirely
Yeah.
looks, and it's like calling someone beautiful is also like you're a beautiful person.
Sure, yeah.
You are a beautiful being.
Yeah.
Okay, this guy, I do not agree with him at all. What I will say that I do.
Here comes the butt, which is what they say when they see her face walking toward him. Am I right? Am I right? God damn. Got her. She got jammed.
One of those 8-year-old bangers.
As someone who started in the acting industry very young, and I've seen it with a lot of people, like
Oh
he
my
has
God.
there's a point of yes, like constantly making a kid like be like, yes, you're so pretty, like you're pretty, and having
Yeah,
that
you're
be,
giving
like, the
an
primary,
ego.
Adjective that you're giving to a kid of like
Especially for
you're
women.
worthy. Yes,
Yeah.
I will say like with my nieces and nephews now, I don't have this situation, but like I try to use so many different adjectives to be like, yeah, like your worth is more than your appearance. Like,
Yeah.
but I grew up, being in the acting industry. Your appearance was heavily pushed on you, and it was like, oh, you're
And you were
gorgeous.
reminded,
got this. Like you're gorgeous, and it's like, oh, so if I don't have that, I'm
Yeah.
screwed.
Yeah.
And it is damaging. I
It
do
is damaging.
see that.
I mean,
But
either way can be.
you're also, you can call your niece beautiful. Like there's the
Yes.
like this is weird.
Because I've heard that before too, where like, I'm not a parent, but it's a matter of like, complimenting everything. Like, you're so creative, you're so smart. Like, and that makes sense. And I understand you with the acting aspect of like, I grew up and, I always struggled with my weight. And if I ever lost any, you'd be like, oh, you're looking thin, you're looking good. And I had really bad stomach issues in my early 20s to the point where like, the same frame I am now, just so people are like aware of reference, I'm like 194. I was 137 at my lowest, very sick, not doing well, looked like a skeleton. People would be like, you're looking great. And like,
Yeah, when I first moved out, I lost a bunch of weight because I was not eating very healthy, let's just say. And I got told all the time, wow, you're looking so skinny, you look so good. That's also don't do that to people. Don't point out people's weight. Just don't. It's very, you have no idea the kind of damage you could be causing to someone's psyche, man.
But like, the idea that he just couldn't call his niece beautiful because that's a lie, but he just wants to say everything else. Like, his heart is in the right place for the other stuff,
Right.
but he's just
Yeah.
not following through on that aspect. Like, and also telling an 8-year-old like, you're so smart. It's like, no, they're not. They can't even do long division yet.
Yeah.
I'm smart.
Right.
So like, it's a.
Long division is a factor. And if I get to be called smart or not, I failed division.
Lie no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah.
8-year-olds are great.
Some comments
Well,
here.
I didn't actually
You're the
fail. I
asshole.
never
Everything
failed
you
the
said
grade,
about it
but
not
I
being
got
good
pretty
to
close.
Put, beauty on a pedestal and act like that's what's important is true. You're right about the overall attitude, but saying to her parents that she is ugly is completely
Yeah.
unnecessary and incredibly rude asshole behavior.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Someone else said, you're right to want to compliment other things to balance out the perception that physical beauty is is most important, but why do the two need to be mutually exclusive?
Yeah.
What benefit is there to calling her ugly? Why not, I don't know, do what you can to make her
Also,
feel less
his whole reasoning behind it is, well, you need to prepare her for when she goes to school and kids start bullying her because she's ugly. Your solution to preparing her for getting bullied is to bully her? Cause that's worked. That has a long history of working. Fuck off.
ugly while also highlighting all her other great qualities. And you're right that she'll run into her fair share of bullies in her life. My heart breaks for her that her own uncle is her first one.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Yeah,
That's true.
exactly.
It's based off of his
Mic
judgment that
drop.
he's like, well,
Right.
I know she's ugly. It's like, she's
Yeah.
8.
I feel like he's like almost there. You
Yeah,
know,
like-
he's like almost there, and he just gotta just.
Very good point. It's
and
probably
I know
already
a lot of
happening.
people from this industry that dealt with that too, where yes, teens and your peers when you're growing up are going to be awful to you, but there's nothing more devastating than your
Yeah,
own
second, third
authority
grade.
figures
Sure.
That sucks.
backing that shit up.
Yeah.
That makes you feel like you have no support system. That no one.
Yeah.
Like I do think to agree. Like it's great to have parents or authority figures in your life that you look up to who are like they believe in me and they see it, even if I don't and the people around me don't. And that's huge to have. And he's just not seeing that. So that's sad. But Hopefully he'll learn.
Get that
Here we
stick
go.
out of your
Last
ass.
story. Today I f***ed up by accidentally pantsing myself on a first date.
Okay.
This is Mr. Bean.
Yeah, I hope it has some like cartoonish sound to it.
Yeah. Okay. So I, a 20-year-old man, was preparing to go on a first date with the girl, 19, that I met on Bumble. I have not been on many dates before and was quite nervous. I also didn't have much date-appropriate clothing. Procrastinating like usual, I didn't start trying things on until 30 minutes before I was supposed to pick her up. Freaking out and needing to find anything presentable, my roommate was kind enough to lend me his nice khaki pants and a flannel. So I just threw on the pants, figuring it'd be good enough. He's a bit bigger than me, but I didn't realize how much bigger until I was walking to her door.
Oh,
I was damn
no.
near holding my pants up with one hand in the pocket, but played it off with
Oh,
the world's
no.
most awkward side hug, afraid to take my hand out of my pocket. Gravity was not my friend tonight. Whole date was just sitting down at dinner. Great. Pants can't hurt you when you're sitting down. She's really nice and we had a great time.
Pants
Everything
can't
changed when
hurt
we
you
walked out of the
when you're
restaurant and drove back to her house. We were saying goodbye at the door and gaining courage, I went in for a full hug instead. Immediate regret. I tried to widen my stance, but gravity is a heartless bitch.
Oh my God,
I
me and
immediately
Ian put
felt a
our
cool
fucking
breeze in my
hands
neck
on
and my
our
pants around
mouths
my
at the
knees.
same
I
time.
tried to reach around, still embracing, and pull them up to respectable levels, but it was too late. My face was beet red. She looked down and saw my underwear. She stepped back, very concerned. I tried to explain everything, and she ended up just laughing hysterically, saying, "All it takes to get your pants off is one hug." Apparently, her sister as well was watching through the window and was also laughing, and confirmed I at least didn't intentionally de-pants myself. Anyway, we're going on a second date, and I'm getting a belt.
I think that's. I mean, that's a great first date.
Yeah.
Pretty
Like,
big
I
first
think,
At
like,
least she had a
that
good
went-
sense of
like, I don't think
humor.
it could have gone better than that.
And his roommate was like, "How'd it go?"
yeah.
Yeah. Did the pants come off?
Yeah. I got you, bud.
I
Yeah.
was afraid she was gonna think he like did it intentionally, and it was
Yeah.
gonna be, like, scary.
Oh yeah, I thought for a second
but,
too.
But I mean, that's great.
I'll also say like that's a better outcome than like him successfully hugging her with like extremely wide.
That's
stance.
awesome. I'm
Like, 'cause
happy
that's
for
at least a
them. They
laugh.
seem
if
like
she
a
walks
cute
away and he's
couple.
just like this far spread. She's just like, "What are
Also,
you
like-
doing?" He's like, "This is
also,
how I hug."
Also, how sus would it be for a guy to walk up like this?
Yeah. This literally sounds like a cartoon situation of like two kids in a trench coat. It's falling off. It's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, hey."
She's like, goodbye hug, and he goes like this. He goes,
Yeah.
"Oi!"
Zangief.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Bring it in. Some comments. You're 20, never owned a belt in your life, and this is only the first time this has happened to you. He said, "Well, I buy pants that fit. These weren't my pants."
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Someone else said, "If you end up dating for a while, this will be something funny for you to share. It's all good." He responded, "Definitely could have ended worse," but she responded, "Great," which has made it much funnier. Never living it down though.
For
Super
sure.
funny. This is young Mr. Bean.
I really
Yeah.
wanted him to like keep going on the description. He's like, her sister was in the window watching, as was her elderly nun of a grandmother, and youth pastor, and a baby that just happened to be there.
And a Christian couple who were upset because they saw some edibles fall out of my
Yeah.
ass.
Meanwhile, they had an ugly dog.
Ugly knees.
Wow.
And it
It's
all
been a
comes
roller
together.
coaster.
Yeah,
really
it's been a
has.
lot.
Stories.
Oh my God.
Insane things. Well, I don't know if we learned anything today, but you know.
It just made me feel good about myself to hear about all these shitty people, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I'm gonna try that belt trick
Yeah.
with somebody. I think that'll be like fun comic relief.
No,
You know.
I didn't have a belt.
I don't think if you're older
Planning
than
for it.
20,
I
planning
don't think
for it
it
and older
works
than 20, you're
anymore.
gonna get away with it. Like, you drive a very nice car. You can't be like, I don't have a belt.
then
But it
it's
is a way to get out of a
funnier.
split bill. If it's like, can we split the bill and you stand up and your pants come off, they're not gonna believe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I'd be like, I
Yeah.
gotta go to bed. It's past my bedtime.
Oh God.
All
My
right. Well,
diaper's full. Sorry.
Oh my
Thank you
God.
guys for being here. This has been a lot. We've been
Yeah.
through a lot today. And thank you all for watching. You know how it is. Let us know if there's other subreddits we should be looking at or other stories. You can go over to the Smosh Reddit and send them there. Also, if you're ever watching these and you see your story on here, make an update and let us know that you saw it. And hey, we'll read it here.
There's a camera behind here.
What? All right. you later.
I think it's okay. Honestly, I think it's okay.
All my friends think it's okay.
Oh my god. Okay. Wow, that one was crazier than I remember. I only remembered the sawdust story. I didn't remember the other ones. But the next episode, we actually it's just feel good stories for once. It's just feel good stories for once. So, we shall get
Welcome
into
back
it.
to Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today's episode is going to have some very silly stories, some amazing ones, and some amazing people. Overall, very wholesome.
Very
And,
wholesome.
with me today are two pretty silly people. Tommy and Angela, what are you looking at?
Hey,
Oh,
Wholesome.
wholesome. Us?
Us? The secret demons?
the secret demons?
Cat's out of the bag. We're secret demons.
Oh shit.
It's going to be a good episode. How are you guys doing?
I'm having the time of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I'm great.
I'm having the time of my life right now. And Angela?
Fine.
Aww.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Well, let's hop right into this.
Okay.
Okay. Today I f***ed up by peeing my pants in front of my date.
I love that.
Yeah. One of my worst fears.
Really?
Consistently throughout my life, I'm just always like, what if I pee my pants?
Have you ever?
Oh, have
Fair.
you ever peed your pants
I
before?
haven't. But I'm always like, but today's the day.
Have you peed your pants?
Yeah, a little.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I've done like a little leak.
I've peed my pants the full way. Start
Wow.
To
To
finish.
finish.
Full
Wow.
to empty.
Wow.
And I was wearing shorts.
Oh god.
We'll get to that later. Let's hop into the story.
Oh my god.
So we'll come back. Embarrassing as heck, guys. I feel disgusted. Today I f***ed up on all levels. I, a 23-year-old man, have liked this girl, who's 23, for around 3 years now. We are in the same university classes, and even during the pandemic, when I barely saw her, I was still crushing on her. I asked her out last week and was over the moon when she agreed. Today we met up in a nearby restaurant, and that's where this all started. I have this condition called
I saw that the
paralysis.
bill was $2,000 and I just couldn't fucking fathom it. I just pissed my pants out of disbelief.
Shy bladder syndrome, where I just am not physically able to pee if other people are around in public bathrooms. Even if I really have to go, I just can't. So because of my nerves and because of how hot it is and the amount of water I stupidly drank, I ended up going to the bathroom several times, but of course, couldn't pee. Then she told me that if I was not feeling okay, it would be totally fine to go home.
Aw.
I agreed and apologized to her. She ended up paying the bill. It's so sweet,
Actually,
but damn.
speaking of piss, let me go to the bathroom.
I really have to pay her back. And we got out. It was somewhere in the parking lot where it happened. I just could not hold it back. I just stood there, traumatized.
Oh, not in
I
the
did not know this girl
parking
well enough, but I was prepared to
lot.
get ridiculed. She first went, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And then started stroking my back and took off her jacket and put it
Oh
around me.
my God.
She told me it could happen to anyone and I should come to her place, which was a 2-minute walk where I could shower. I
Aw.
agreed to it because I felt like a disgusting mess. We went to her place. And well, it turned out to be an amazing day. I showered, we watched some cartoons till my clothes were dry, talked about life and deep shit, and she got us ice cream. I know she was trying to make me feel better, and I love her for that, but still, I was dying inside. I left just an hour
She's
ago
the
because
one,
she works
man.
in the
She's
evening.
the
I was at the
one.
door when she hugged me and said it was a good day and to repeat it again soon. This was embarrassing as heck, but for the first time in my life, I was not mocked or ridiculed. Even my
Aw.
parents would laugh at me. I feel like I
Aw.
hit the jackpot now, and it kind of feels surreal that she was so damn sweet and reacted this way. Like, wow, how could she be this amazing? How could she like me? I bet she doesn't and just didn't want to make it worse for me today. That's probably it. Anyhow,
No.
that's how today I f***ed up. I guess now I really have to step up my game and to make things right with her. Wow,
That's so sweet.
pretty sweet.
I love how a person was extremely kind to me. He's like, man, she probably just feels sorry for me.
I
I'm
know.
stupid and
She
sad.
probably-
Piss my pants.
She actually probably hates me.
Probably piss my pants.
Yeah.
It's like, no, she's kind.
Also,
She's the
her and I gave
one.
each other a look, and let's
Yeah.
talk about it. They watch cartoons.
They had
they-
ice cream.
They
Cartoons and ice cream.
hot take. I think if I saw my date piss themselves, I'd ignore it. I'd be like,
I don't know if you can fully ignore it. If it's a
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Is he going like, okay, I'm gonna go now. All right, or is he like,
if I don't see anything but like a little like a little visual, he pissed himself.
Yeah.
I'd be like, so good to see you. I'll talk to you later, and I would just get out of there so he could just deal with it.
I'm getting the sense he probably like
Said something.
communicated as it was happening.
yeah, oh,
'Cause
I'm
I-
pissing my pants.
He was probably like, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm having an accident. Like,
Anytime someone
that's what I'm
yeah,
picturing.
Yeah. Anytime someone has an embarrassing moment, I'm like, it'll be better for them if I don't clock it.
That's
I
interesting.
try to do that.
It's a weird compassion, like fight or flight that comes in for some reason.
I try to do it as
Fair.
well because I think that's what I would want.
Yeah, I
But
try
think
not
I
to
put myself
draw
in, like,
attention to
I
it.
would want people to not know.
Yeah, but what she
Yeah.
did was the best.
What about like something in your teeth though?
Oh, that's different.
That's
See,
different.
I don't know.
yeah.
Depends on the person. Sometimes I don't want them. I feel inherently like I'm embarrassing them by calling it out. But I know it's more embarrassing if it's still there.
If I have a big chunk of broccoli in my mouth,
I will tell you.
tell-
I'll tell you.
I don't mind. That's different. Like a booger or something,
Yeah.
but like something big, right? Like or just like I don't know if someone's going through something, and I get the sense that I'm like, hey, if they knew or thought nobody saw it, or acknowledged
Yeah.
it, they would feel better. Then I
Yeah.
try to just be like,
I
"Alright."
mean, as
didn't see anything.
as a person who has like very severe anxiety, I'm the type of person where I would probably opt to just not draw attention to it because if I had attention drawn to something really embarrassing for me, I'd probably have a panic attack. So I do think the way that she went about it was really great though. Definitely admirable reaction.
But sometimes like this, there's not much you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're on a
That's-
date.
Yeah.
But she was so sweet. And I mean, like, I don't know. I also think there's something to be said whenever something goes wrong on a date of like, it kind of makes it a vulnerable moment.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone wants this type of vulnerable moment, but when things go wrong on a date,
Yeah.
sometimes
It's-
it's
yeah.
like the best thing.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
It's like the season of the meet cute. Ever since then. What am I saying?
What? We have some comments here.
Oh.
A lot of people vomit on their date on the first date, pee the bed after a hookup, etc., and end up marrying that person. It sounds
Well,
like she was
that's
really
fair,
sweet
yeah.
about it. I don't think you actually f***ed up, just something to laugh about later. OP responded, "Thanks so much, really appreciate this." Yeah, I think he didn't f*** up. He was in a situation where this was gonna happen.
People get married after a piss. I gotta start
I gotta start
pissing around.
pissing.
Start pissing around.
I gotta start vomiting on dates.
Oh my
On
god.
dates. Gotta start vomiting. Before we get this started, ball!
I find you really attractive.
Ball! And they come up there like, why did you both throw up? It's like, we're at Red Lobster. That's what we do here.
Fair.
Someone else said, well, now you can stop worrying about what happened in the past. The past is gone. Now stop staring at it. Look forward, because you've got a keeper who is happy being around you and understands you. All you gotta do is stop being nervous around her and be yourself. You'll be good, buddy. OP responds, thanks a lot, dude. I'm still nervous as heck also because of what happened, but we will see how things go. I hope it works out, but I'm not trying to keep my hopes high.
Oh, he's
smart.
so self-conscious.
Someone else said, you don't need to step up your game. She seems to accept you as you are. Just keep being yourself. That's probably why you got that far.
My heart's breaking a little bit for him. He seems so insecure and self-conscious. He's probably been bullied so much for it. It's okay. Some people are shitty, but they don't understand. And they don't deserve to be around you. You deserve to be surrounded by people like this girl.
First place. And I mean, look, like with anything on a date, any of our insecurities, I feel like on first dates we try to like hide them or pretend, or there's a tendency to. But it's like, hey, if you really want to be with this person, they're gonna have to know about it eventually.
Yeah.
And for your own happiness in that relationship, you want to be with someone who's going to accept it.
Yeah.
So this guy knows right off the bat that she's not judging him for it.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I feel like we're not even judging someone's insecurities on a date. You're actually seeing how someone handles their insecurities on a date. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah,
make
that's
sense?
fair.
Whoa.
Yeah,
it's
that
like
makes
not
sense.
what you're insecure of, it's you pushing past it and like wanting to, but that's hard and that's growth.
That's really tough.
And that's gross.
And that's gross.
That's what you were gonna say.
That's frankly really
That's
fucking
gross.
Wholesome.
When did you pee your pants? What of what can you tell
I
us?
thought we were
Next
going
up on
to...
on the challenge, piss. Oh my god.
Move past.
We can. We're allowed to move past it.
No. I had my like bladder urethra situation.
yeah,
That's like
yeah.
part of the lore
yeah.
now, and real.
And
so
real.
I worked at this pizza place that was a hellish nightmare hellscape, and I had to pee really bad, but I was also like, get me the out of here. I was like, I want to go home, and I lived literally like a ooh ooh ooh. So I was like, I can make it, I can do it. And so I like got in my car and I was like, oh no. And so basically what happened was I got up to my door. It was an outdoor door to my, not a dorm, but like, you know, an apartment that's college adjacent, right? And I couldn't get the key in. And then I started going, I can't get the key in. I'm gonna pee my pants. And then I was like, oh.
Oh
And I was
my
like,
god, oh
Did you talk about the
no.
key?
What's making me laugh is that the Halloween theme is playing in my head, as if Michael Myers is walking towards you, and you're like
I can't get the key.
and you're like, oh, and then Michael Myers is like,
oh. So he's like, you want to come home? I live I live 2 blocks away. You want a shower?
yeah.
I got ice cream and movies.
Oh my god.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Update.
Are they together? Are they married?
He never pissed again.
He never pissed
Guys, a few
again.
minutes ago, she texted me that she is at work and asked me how I am doing. Then she says for the next date, let's go somewhere in nature or to a quiet place or whatever place is comfortable to me. She asked when I was free, and I was seriously shaking. This is absolutely the best thing ever. Is this even really happening? There is some chance out there for her to be my girlfriend, and it's surreal.
No.
That's so sweet.
Final update.
Thank you.
Our second date is set now, and I know for sure I won't ruin it. This girl is more than amazing, but so are you guys. Thanks a lot for all your kind, positive, and heartwarming comments. I'll make sure to show it to her. I can't believe this is happening, and we are going out again. Thanks to all of you, and have a very, very great day. Totally forgot to say, but some people asked, so I'll mention it here too. She knows about the pararesis. I told her when I was at her place. She proceeded to look up more info about it and how it can be treated, and was super supportive. She's totally the best. Never give up. Someone will accept and love you for who you are. You're gonna be pissed out of my eyes.
You're getting pissed at my
Our director Emily was on the fetal position on the floor.
Aw.
So sweet.
What a sweet.
You're so sweet.
I know.
Yeah, that's
Show
precious.
her
It's a great one. It's a
some.
great one to start with.
Also, wait a little bit longer for an update.
I know.
I know. It's like
Secret demons. I'm like, I want some.
I'm like, how'd the 8th date go?
Yeah.
yeah.
Are you married?
Stop pissing all the information away. You know?
There
Hey.
you go.
Hold on to it.
Yeah.
A bit longer.
Will you hold it?
Well, can you hold it? Okay, next story. Yes. Am I the asshole for not being mad at my daughter and thinking she's actually pretty funny?
Let's
go.
So here we go.
Hell yeah.
This is such a ridiculous situation that I feel like an asshole just for posting, but my wife is legitimately peeved. So Reddit, tell me if I'm too blinded by amusement to see clearly or if this is objectively funny and not worth punishing our kid about. It's a 43-year-old man. My dad, who's 64, used to love taking us on adventures as kids, but he slowed down recently. He still loves spending time with my daughter, who's 12. Okay, so dad decided to introduce daughter to his favorite childhood shows, and for whatever reason, she loves them. Star Trek, Bonanza, The Andy Griffith Show, all of it. She's hooked. She thinks it's all fantastic. Okay, fun fact about my daughter. She loves Googling fun facts. Her favorite phrase is, "Did you know?" Like, we'll drive past a sign saying we're X miles from some location, and she whips out that phone and is like, "Did you know X location is the salamander capital of the world?" It's really
That's
cute
so
and annoying at the same
cute.
time. So last week, she comes downstairs and says, "Did you know ABC made Burt Ward take pills to shrink his penis?" Totally deadpan. Didn't even crack. When I tell you, I wheezed. She showed me the article, and yep, they did. The 60s. What a time. Wife was mad. She told daughter to never use that word or we were going to wash her mouth out with soap.
Whoa.
An empty threat. Daughter
Good.
pouted and went about her day. Next day, she told my dad, who didn't believe her at first, and then absolutely lost it when he read the article she pulled up. I can't remember the last time I saw him laugh that hard. Wife came out, heard what the commotion was about, and told daughter if she brought it up again, she would be in big trouble. Well, today, one of my wife's friends called while the girls were having a play date, and you'll never guess what my daughter did. You'll never guess in a million years. Go on, guess. Yeah, she told the story to her little friend, who also thought it was hilarious. Her friend's mother did not. Wife is furious now and says we need to come up with a punishment. I don't want to punish her. I think if we stop making a big deal about it, she'll get bored of it eventually. Wife's argument is that she's doing it for attention. Duh, she's 12. But she's going to learn about this stuff in health class soon anyway. Might as well get the giggles out of her system now. So am I the asshole for not supporting my wife and dragging my heels on punishing our daughter? Wife says even if I'm right, we at least need to punish her for disobeying us. I say the harder we come down, the more she will push back. That is pretty funny. Also, wow, did you guys know that they made Burt Ward take pills to shrink his penis? Why did...
What
I
pills?
have to look up this article now. Pulling up this info just because we need it.
Yeah.
Burt Ward is an actor who played Robin, the sidekick of Adam West's Batman in the television series Batman.
No.
And it's theatrical feature film. According to Ward, his bulge was considered so big that ABC, the network that aired the show, considered taking action in an attempt to change that. The studio sent him to see a doctor who prescribed a medication that Bird said would shrink me up.
Oh my
Ward
God.
also added that his co-star, the late Adam West, had a different problem with his bulge. He needed to go the other direction.
No.
With Adam, they put Turkish towels in his undershorts.
I Google something really quick. What do you want to Google? An image.
Guys, we gotta see.
We have to see the bulges.
We have to see the bullshit.
That's fine.
The issue, I bet you this. I bet if we saw images, we'd be like, what? Because it's the 60s and
Right.
like.
I mean, I guess, like, I understand solely from the perspective as a parent, it's probably really jarring the first ever time your kid says something like that. You're, like, really caught off guard. But I also agree with the dad that you don't have to have such a extreme reaction. It's just anatomy. She's gonna learn about it in school eventually.
I was expecting like a
Right.
moment, and it's just like pants.
Yeah.
But it's the 60s.
Okay, but this is layered. This is
But
a
it's
12-year-old.
fascinating stuff.
Yeah, that the 12-year-old did this, and the mom is mortified.
I think it's a tough thing, and I'm not a parent, so I can't. But I can remember when I was 12. The problem is when you give a huge reaction to information, it's like,
What I just
What I
said
just
was
said was
crazy, and I
crazy.
gotta say it again.
okay, I'm gonna tell other people because
Yep.
this is
Yeah.
crazy. I'm
Yep.
sitting on. I got the scoop.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell my friends because this is crazy.
Yeah, apparently this is crazy. If their reaction was, "Oh, cool," she may not have told anyone. Maybe.
That is interesting.
But you also don't want to punish a kid's curiosity.
Right.
Hey, that's important
Like
too.
they're learning shit, and this isn't like some awful thing.
Yeah.
It's a real thing that happened. I don't know.
The dad can always go the Tombo route, who's my dad, which is where
Tombo.
they still punish the kid, but then the dad comes like around later and is like, so listen up.
That's so what Ray,
That was
my
kinda
dad
funny.
would do.
he's like, that was kind of funny. Just like, don't let the parents of your friends hear that.
Yeah.
My dad would always do that with my mom. He'd be like, listen, she's just.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, did your parents put you in the middle of them too?
Well, never in the middle. He always just was just like, I gotta do this for your mother. Like, understand that I'm
Just
the
so
cool
you know,
guy.
I'm not the bad guy.
I'm not the bad guy. That was freaking
This
hilarious.
wasn't my call.
I'm the cool
I will
parent.
talk
You can
about
trust me. It's
men
okay.
in media making their dicks smaller or bigger as much as you want because it's funny. But your mother doesn't like it.
Because I feel conflicted because I also feel it's very important for the parents to like be in sync.
Yeah.
Because this is not great because it comes across like he's kind of like going like,
Sure, yeah.
she's crazy, whatever.
I think in the name of humor, like I remember like finding things when I was younger that my dad and I both laughed at was like
It's
a
so
together
huge.
moment.
It's so huge.
Like yeah, because usually it's like usually it's hard to both giggle at the same thing because one's it's completely different ages.
Yeah.
I think there's also a little middle ground here of like that her telling them that fact, be like, that's a crazy fact. Don't share that fact with other people. That's a very sensitive fact. That's very private information that
Yeah.
might make people uncomfortable if you tell them. And then if she went and told other people, then it's like, hey, we're not punishing you because of that fact. We're punishing you because we told you
Yeah.
something and you didn't listen to us.
Yeah. But also, if I'm a 12-year-old girl and I make my dad wheeze laughing from
Oh,
something I
dude.
just said,
It's
you better
over.
believe I'm doing it again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some comments here. I did the same thing when I was 12, LOL, and it's not being used in an insulting or joking way. It's being used in a factual context. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. OP responded, yeah, to me, the fact that she's using the medically accurate term and telling a true story that, I guess, is somewhat historically relevant sort of gives her plausible deniability. Like, if she was just yelling, penis, penis, for no reason, which when we were kids, my brother used to do that all the time, but he was 4, that would be different. But in this context,
4.
someone said, to middle school kids, dick jokes are the funniest. Not even jokes, just the word or anything related.
Yeah, that's
Source,
real.
middle school teacher who is often cleaning desks to remove drawings of penises and D's nuts written on them. I've learned to just ignore it and not comment because whenever I've made a big deal and told them to stop, it just happens more. And lastly,
Yeah.
someone said, if this is the worst penis-related story your kid has, I'd just say ignore it till it passes and tell your wife to chill because I've been a 12-year-old girl and heard way worse penis stories at school. Way worse. OP responds, I read
Fair.
that last line like you were the sergeant character in a war movie, warning new recruits. That's not relevant, but it made me laugh, so thank you. Yeah, it's always a thought
In
that
the
I've had
student
with
union just
when I hear
showing
about
penis,
parents
yeah.
and like with my parents, where I'm
Yeah,
like,
I
you
mean,
do know
it's-
that anything you hear your kids say, way worse shit is
I
being
mean, it's also just like, is it an unfortunate word for your kid to learn at that age? In some people's opinion, yeah. But at the same time, you also have to remember that when you're around those ages as well. Thank you for stopping by, Kaz. I hope you have a good rest of your day too. You repeat words that you hear because you're like, oh my god, it's a new word. I've never heard it before. I'm gonna keep repeating it until someone tells me what it means because I don't know what it means, you know? You just get excited to learn new things and you can't stop.
said amongst them and their friends.
Yep.
And you cannot stop that to a
Nope.
large degree. And I feel like, I don't know, it's a tough thing where when you make things like don't talk about this and don't say it, it's like,
Yeah.
then you're gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
And it feels like she's really online, this girl. So she's gonna
She's super
she's
online.
Googling a lot of stuff.
I can't imagine being a parent and having a kid who has a phone and can just like learn the whole world whenever they want.
Literally.
I'm not.
Oh,
Like literally be like, how do you make a penis smaller? And you know what I mean? Like, or what is that? And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's wild.
small little update.
Oh, did they take pills for the update?
Wife and I did end up agreeing to not punish her by the time daughter was dropped off. Instead, we reiterated some sex ed stuff and told her it's important to keep subject matter appropriate to the situation. She was receptive to these messages. Dad comes over for dinner almost every day,
So
and he usually
college
shows up early.
age playing. I mean, you know, even in your early 20s, though, that's still funny. I still laugh sometimes. It's just funny words. And we're all very mature about it.
So he got here half an hour ago. Daughter set up the TV, and they started watching Batman on Tubi, of course. 5 minutes in, Dad leans over to daughter. Dad, he says the daughter's name. Yeah, Grandpa? I can see Robin's penis. Daughter and Dad both lost it. I look at wife. Her face is totally blank. I can tell she's seething on the inside. She says she's going to take a bubble bath. She's still in there. I don't know if I should bring her a glass of wine to mellow her out or leave her the hell alone. Thanks, Dad. That's f***ing hilarious.
Right out of an episode of Everyone Loves Raymond.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can see Robin's penis.
And Raymond goes, Dad.
Oh, come on, guys. There it is.
Thank you. I think, honestly, after reading that little thing about what happened with the grandpa,
Honestly, she's
I'd
kind
be
of
pissed at the
iconic.
grandpa. I'd be like,
Oh, yeah.
don't talk about all these with my 12-year-old daughter.
Well, it's kind of like I've told this story before, but my oldest brother, when he was a little kid, he couldn't say truck. It would come out as
Yeah.
and my grandma just all the time would be like, what's that? Like, she was just stoked about it. She was just always trying to get him to say it.
Yeah. But it's like, in that instance, it was like the grandpa talking about it. I'd just be like, yeah, let's keep it a little G-rated
Yeah,
around my
don't talk
kid.
about
Yeah.
penises.
Yeah,
Like, don't
like,
talk about seeing someone else's
Yeah,
penis.
if she says it, it's funny because she doesn't really understand the weight of what she's talking about. But when you say it, it's like,
Yeah.
don't talk to a 12-year-old about this.
I
Yeah.
get that. I get that.
Very
I
good
totally
point.
get that. And I simultaneously feel like we are so weird about talking about anything sexually related to parents talking to their kids about anything, and we're so like weird about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's also the other side of like, yeah, but also that's kind of weird to
Yeah.
like, be pointing out, like, because if it would, I think it would come across different. I mean, it is inappropriate in that context, but if the grandpa was talking about women on that he was seeing on the TV screen, it's like that's weird. Next story. Am I the asshole for not having much of a reaction to my daughter coming out and introducing us to her partner?
No.
Okay.
Gays.
My daughter is 23 and she requested to have dinner with my wife and I because she had something important to tell us. She came out and introduced us to her partner. My wife was emotional, gave her a big hug, and told her how proud she was. I, on the other hand, did not react to her coming out. I honestly don't care about that part. I was honest and said her partner was cool and that she was very interesting. My wife told me I was rude for ignoring our daughter's announcement. I told my wife that I did not care who she was attracted to at all. All I cared about was if she was happy. I tried to explain I did not care about that stuff. People like who they like, and I don't need labels for that. Love is love. She said my view is slightly homophobic because it shows I am not acknowledging a different view. I do not see it that way.
Huh?
But am I the asshole? Should I apologize to my daughter and her partner? Edit. For added context, I did not treat her situation as any different from her brother's. I took the time to get to know the person they were each with. My wife feels I should have treated it differently because they are different situations, and ignoring that fact does not help. There's a little update here.
Hi. It's me. It's me, your local lesbian streamer. For the most part, we just want to be treated like normal people. If you draw more attention to it, it's hella fucking awkward. Not everyone feels the same way, but for the most part, we're just normal people. We just like to kiss women or kiss men as a woman or a man ourselves. You know, you don't have to. It's not like we announced we're having a baby or something, you know? It's not, you don't have to make it a big thing. I'd rather you didn't, actually. I'd rather you just be like, oh, cool, and then we move on because it's normal. You know?
Thanks for the input. Everyone is right. I should have just asked my daughter. I will see if she is free tomorrow for some coffee and have a chat with her. I am sure my wife's words just got to me, but only one way to find out, right? Thanks again. Okay, so it's his wife who is saying all this stuff. The daughter, we don't even know what the daughter's
we don't know her
reaction
POV.
is.
Yeah.
She could be totally chill with it. but his wife is calling him homophobic for
Yeah.
having the same, according to him, having the same reaction to this as he did with his other children.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it normalizes
partners
it.
around.
Did she expect him to like go get rainbow socks for her and like get some
There's no
confetti
rainbow
poppers
socks.
and stuff?
We've brought up rainbow socks before. That.
Woo!
Yeah.
It's like
It seems that's the mom's interpretation.
Yeah.
cool.
And he's just having a very. He sounds like a lot of dads I know, which are just like, okay,
Okay.
great.
Cool.
Sounds like she's homophobic, actually.
To be honest, it feels like, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels, I agree. It feels like two
Not really.
older people trying to outwoke each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, either he's being like super dad about it and just like not making a big deal out of anything, or he's trying to be super woke and be like, if I make a deal out of that, that makes you different, and you are just like everyone.
And in my opinion, that's the take.
That is the take.
That's
Yeah.
the take.
Agree.
But he is maybe doing it a little too far to be like
Where he's
right.
just like,
he's like,
Okay.
I will not acknowledge anything different.
What you should acknowledge is like, thank you for coming out to
Yes.
us and trusting us.
Yeah.
We love
Yes.
you.
Agree.
Great. But like, making a whole ordeal out of it, I'd be like,
Yeah.
do you actually mean this?
Yeah.
I'd
I'm
be
assuming
uncomfortable.
this is just how he's like all the time.
Right.
Because what I would say is what I can see from like the daughter's perspective is when you just don't give much of a response, you then are going, well, what are you actually thinking?
Right.
Yeah.
But if he's saying this is how I responded to the other kids, and that, if that's correct, then I don't see anything wrong with that. Then that's his
Yeah, he's
genuine reaction.
normalizing
And
it.
I do think it's weird that the wife says like, well, this is a different situation. It's like,
It's
like,
not though.
No.
it shouldn't.
Yeah, it seems like she's trying to be like, well, I'm so scared to be homophobic in the situation that I'm actually going to call that out as homophobia. Where it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, I think they're both just, I think, freaking out a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not.
I
but
think the thing that if I was in his situation that I would acknowledge is just like, oh, you felt you had to keep this secret. Or you.
Right.
I'm so glad you get to just be open and honest about it, and I hope you know, like I
Well, I mean,
don't
I think it's also important to acknowledge that it's such a big thing to come out to your parents, especially if like, you know, your parents don't have a great history of like making sure that being gay is okay in your family. If they have like a history of kind of homophobic comments and stuff, speaking from experience, it takes a lot to actually come out to your parents and let them know, especially when you are doing it for a partner, because that's how I came out when I was like 16. I was dating a girl and I came out as dating a girl. So, you know, it's a big thing, and it's at least in my experience, when it is a big deal, you just kind of deflate, whether it's a big negative reaction or a big good reaction. It's just uncomfortable and awkward, you know? So, I mean, I do think they're right in saying like, you probably should have at least told her like, we're really happy for you that you feel so comfortable and confident to tell us. And that's the end of it. That's the end of how dramatic it has to be to acknowledge that this is kind of different, but not really, you know?
anything of it. Like I think the same
Yeah.
as the other situations with your other siblings. Like
Yeah.
it's all good.
Hey, the takeaway is neither of them care, so that's a win.
So that's
great.
a win.
We love
Honestly.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if she held off on talking to them about this because she was like, are they going to try to outwoke each other? Oh, God. Are they going to have a thing because of this? Whatever. And I don't think so, but it's
Yeah.
a funny thought.
But yeah.
I feel like maybe the mom was so scared that it could go wrong that she might have projected it a little bit. Or she was like
Yeah.
reading her husband too harshly and she was like, smile, honey.
Some comments here. Not the asshole. I'm a lesbian. When I came out to my parents, they basically reacted with, that's nice,
Hello,
dear.
gay.
My sexuality didn't change my relationship with them. In my opinion, that's how it should be. OP responded, that is a good way of putting it. That was my reaction. That's nice, dear. Someone else said, it's the ideal we're striving for, but the situation we're living in right now is hostile towards queer identity still. So they're not the same. It takes no courage to be publicly straight anywhere. Part of how
Yeah.
we get to that ideal is to encourage and show loud support for people who have the courage to live as themselves in a society that's trying to criminalize their existence. That being said, I don't think OP is an asshole in this situation.
I mean, you know, everyone has their own opinion on this. And to be completely honest with you, if you want my like dead ass opinion, just fucking ask. Just ask what someone's baseline for how they want that sort of thing to be talked to about, because it varies from person to person. I personally just find it really awkward and uncomfortable to be told like you're so brave for existing. I mean, I'd feel the same way if someone, like, if fibromyalgia was more of like a physical and visible disability. If people were like, wow, you're so brave for going out for that, I would be like, okay. It's othering. It's othering. Just ask people, because not everyone's gonna feel the same way. And a lot of people that I know would be like, I don't want to be rewarded for just existing. You're making me uncomfortable.
Either. And lastly, someone said, when I told my dad I liked girls, he said, me too. OP responded, good response. And had she told us when she was younger, I probably would have said the same. Wife probably would have smacked me upside my head. Yeah, I think those are all valid points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but I wonder if at the end of the day, the daughter just fully knows her parents and knew this reaction was coming.
Yeah.
Probably.
And at the end of the day, it's like the most important part is her and them checking in with her.
Yeah.
Update. Since it always bothered me when people would ghost on threads without giving updates, here it is. I did not have much time with my daughter. She had a prior engagement, but we had some coffee. We spoke about the evening as I suspected. She did not have an issue with it. And she also felt it was self-explanatory when she introduced her girlfriend. She corrected me since I referred to her as a partner, but they view each other as girlfriend and girlfriend. The coming out was more so her girlfriend's idea. My daughter said she was going to reach out because while she had no issues with my reactions, her girlfriend thought it was weird how I kind of brushed off the response and treated this situation as if they were a straight couple. My daughter did try to explain that it is just the person I am, explained how she preferred my non-reaction versus making it a big deal. She told the story of how she came to me first when she had her first period because she knew my wife would make a huge fuss over simple biology.
You called it.
I told her I made an Am I the
Fair.
Asshole post and we laughed over some of the comments. We are going to arrange another date, and this time we will have a more special event for the sake of her girlfriend, since she did feel slightly offended by being treated as if they were a straight couple. My
Yeah,
daughter-
see, perfect example. Everyone has their own feelings about it. Just ask. Just ask. Just ask.
had no issues overall, but I will correct the course. She was slightly disappointed I did not make a dad joke about her coming out. I did express that my love for her would never change, and I told her I hoped she did not wait so long because she thought I would think differently. She just told me I never told you because it was not important to her. She knew I would not care either way. I doubt I will add more updates after this, but I might check in every so often. I do appreciate all the varied viewpoints, and please understand it was not my intention to marginalize the hardships of LGBTQA+ face in this world. I know it may be a selfish and self-centered view, but I simply treat others how I wish and want to be treated. I do hope everyone has a wonderful week.
Aw.
Look, I'll say for a guy, I'm assuming with a 23-year-old daughter, he's at least in his 50s.
This guy rules.
The bar is low.
Yeah.
Also, like, what a Reddit family. They have experiences before of him posting on Reddit about her and his reaction.
Oh, well, no, I think he's telling her that he posted on Reddit for this
About this
situation.
story.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not
copy,
for the
copy,
period.
copy. Okay,
Not
never
for the
mind.
period. That is fascinating that she went to him. I don't have sisters or anything,
Yeah.
so I don't know what the
Well, that just shows that mommy makes a big deal about stuff.
she is.
Yeah.
And it's like
Yeah.
huge reactions.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't want to do that.
Sometimes, sometimes
we
a
don't
huge
wanna
positive
do
reaction
that.
is like, oh.
It's still a huge reaction, and sometimes you don't want anything from.
Yeah.
I love modern coming out stories.
Yeah.
Gay
Because it's always
people.
just like, all right, and they're like, well, that could have been more
Yeah.
fun. It's like, where I was like, they're gonna kick me out and I'll be homeless. You know,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
it's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just love it. I love it.
No,
It's great.
it's so good.
No, I mean truly, like it's fun. This is another sitcom family.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah,
having
for
sitcom
sure.
families
And
in here.
when we opened and we went, I didn't even think we'd have
Yeah.
so much sitcom.
Like this is the guy that's like, it's like, Dad, I'm gay. That's great. The lawn needs to get mowed.
Yeah.
And, so I don't care.
That's
Yeah.
literally how my dad. That's my dad.
People are accepting
Okay.
people. It's
Can you
pretty-
do the
pretty awesome.
dishes? Thanks.
Here we go. Next story. This comes from Tales from Your Server. So let's see how this is wholesome.
Here we go.
Awesome new manager breaks cycle with homeless guy outside. Okay. My old manager was a real working for the weekend type and never went out of their way for us or the customers no matter what. We had a homeless guy who camped out in our back alley because a lot of heat comes off a vent back there. One of the most difficult things about her was that she'd always make us toss him out because he was visible to customers from the main entrance. She's gone and we have a new manager now. Her first week, one of the employees said, "Hey, that guy's back." And the new manager said, "Is this guy here often?" And we told her the whole story. She asked what our interactions with him had been like, and we told her perfectly pleasant considering the circumstances. She walks out, shakes the guy's hand, and offers him a dishwashing job on a trial basis. She had one of the busboys help him get cleaned up and put him right to work. He knocked it out of the park, made good on his money, and got staff dinner. She told him he was welcome to come back to work any night of the week, and if he was consistent, she'd see about getting him hired. That was 2 weeks ago, and he started on a permanent basis today.
Yay!
And an edit to add, I can't believe how this post is blown up. I just showed it to him, and he was honestly a bit freaked out by the whole thing, but touched by the incredible support and personal stories people shared. Now that he has a job, he's been able to move back in with his brother and is saving up all the money he makes here. He's a month
Aw.
clean and says things are going better now than they have been in a long time. He says thanks again.
Yay! Oh, I'm
Damn.
so proud of him.
I'm getting full body chills.
That is the sweetest story I've ever heard.
That
That's
might be my favorite story
awesome.
I've ever heard on this show.
Same.
That's so
That's what you're supposed to
awesome.
do.
I know.
Oh,
I love this.
what?
Like that just gave me some hope in
sweet.
humanity.
And then she showed in the post.
I just showed him the post.
Look at looking at me.
I just love that you're.
There's nothing to say.
They're so
Yeah, I know.
sweet.
Wow.
This is even better
amazing.
than WAP pizza, or whatever.
What?
Yeah, the mom.
There's a mom that offered her kid pizza and she was dancing and she said wet ass pizza.
Yeah, it's a good
Oh,
one.
God.
It's a good
I
one.
love
this
that.
This is a legend. This is for sure a legend.
This
new
is a
manager.
legend.
Yeah, that new
did
manager
solved it-
rocks. What a
solved it
good
so
person.
fast, you
It's
know?
amazing.
Comments. This is beautiful. I was homeless a few years ago, and I got back on my feet because someone took a chance with me, and I am eternally grateful.
Yeah.
Someone else said, it will be interesting to see if he becomes an employee and gets himself back into housing. Your new manager sounds like a terrific person to even have thought to offer him work.
I mean, I will say, I haven't completely dealt with homelessness, but I did have a brief period of time where I did not have a stable roof over my head, and it was kind people who were looking out for me and made sure that I was taken care of and looked after in that point of my life, and it truly does make a difference. It's why I'm like so passionate and so strongly about like insisting that people stay kind, because truly and earnestly from experience, being kind to someone, even if you don't know what they're going through, can genuinely save someone's life. So that story is very, very sweet and a very good example of how being kind to people can make such a difference.
OP responds, she's a real class act, perfect balance of optimist and hard ass. She believes anyone is capable of excellence regardless of who they are, so she gives everyone equal opportunities to advance but holds everyone to the same high standard. Really great working environment. That sounds like the perfect manager.
Oh, like where's
But
this
those are
food
rare.
service job?
What?
I was like, where's this food service job?
I
Dad?
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about, because
awesome.
another low bar is managers.
Right.
And I feel like
Truly.
this manager
Really,
exceeds it by a lot.
a lot, yeah.
I don't know
Fair
what else to
enough.
say about that.
I literally, I'm at a loss.
I was being
Makes me feel
informed of
full
dinner.
Like a Thanksgiving dinner.
I know, truly, it's just so filling and beautiful.
Yeah,
Here's our
it's
next
so
story.
beautiful.
This one's an old one. It's from 2015.
It's from the 1600s.
Stop!
My squire and I had a wonderful time.
Oh, God.
and was excommunicated from the church. Today I f***ed up by throwing my steak out a window. Unless this was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Last night, my wife's boss from her brand new job invited us over for dinner. On the drive over, my wife reiterated to me many times just how important it was to make a good impression. I scoffed and arrogantly informed my silly wife that I will
My
always make
silly
good impressions.
wife?
My wife's boss is a single lady in her 50s, so it was just the three of us. We chit-chatted over drinks and salads and seemed to be really hitting it off. She laughed at my well-timed, perfectly appropriate jokes, and my wife seemed pleased. Soon, she brought out the main course, a nice big juicy steak for each of us. As I began to cut into my steak, I was discouraged to discover how undercooked this steak was. Now, I've had my fair share of rare steak. I prefer medium, but I can handle rare. This was several minutes on a hot grill short of rare. I probably could have resuscitated the cow had I tried. Instead, I sat there fidgeting with my knife and fork, worrying about how I was going to get away with not eating this steak. Claim veganism? No, I'd already feigned great enthusiasm upon seeing the steak. Just then, our hostess excused herself to the kitchen to take care of some dessert preparations. As I looked across the fancy dining room table at the open window of this third-story apartment, a cartoon light bulb appeared over my head.
Oh my God.
I knew I had to be decisive, realizing that she could return at any moment. I committed. I grabbed the steak with my hand, gently shook off the juice, and executed a perfect throw right through the center of the open window.
Holy shit.
Here's the big time f*** up. The window wasn't open.
Her windows are just not clean.
It was the cleanest freaking window you've ever seen in your life. That is, until my mostly raw slab of steak slammed up against it and slowly slid down, leaving a trail of bloody juice in its wake. My wife, whose steak was a nice medium rare and was unaware of my predicament, turned, jaw dropped, and stared at me like I was an alien from another planet. This look then slowly morphed into more of a, there is no place on this planet you can ever hide from me, expression of demonic anger. My wife's boss heard the thud of the steak on window impact and came quickly. She took in the scene, the steak sitting on the windowsill, the bloody trail, my empty plate, and then gave me an inquisitive, puzzled look. I just didn't know what to say. It felt like minutes of silence, but it was probably 3 or 4 seconds. Finally, the best I could manage was, I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz. I don't know. I was just cutting it and it slipped. Just ask my wife. I realize I am a klutz. Right, honey? No help coming from that direction. I will clean this up. I can't believe this. I'm so sorry, etc., etc. Both women continued to stare at me like I had escaped from the loony bin as I smeared the blood around the window with my cloth napkin, dusted off the steak, and continued to mutter my incoherent explanation. I knew no one was buying the story. I knew what I had to do. I sheepishly returned to my seat and proceeded to eat every bite of that disgusting, cold, chewy, bloody raw steak. I remained pretty quiet the rest of the evening. My wife's only 2 words to me since the incident are, I'm fine.
No, she's not fine.
No one in the world could be fine.
Is this a prank? Is every Reddit stories an episode
Oh
of
my
Everyone Loves
God,
Raymond?
I was gonna say, this is a Seinfeld episode.
I mean, look, there's always the possibility that they're fake. Always. But
It's just so funny.
Oh my God.
The window steak?
he ate the window steak.
And then
He
just
ate
like
the
a silly mad wife, she went, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Comments. You should have grilled the steak under the pretense that you were killing off any germs it might have picked up on the floor. So OP responded, damn it, that's a good idea. Someone else said, all you had to do was ask if she could cook it for a little longer. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But hey, look on the bright side, you'll have a funny story to tell all your friends for years to come. Lastly, someone said, sir, you need to update your version of Windows.
How many likes does that comment have?
I don't know. What would you do in this situation?
Not throw my steak out a window.
I would never throw the
I
steak.
think I would piss my pants.
Oh my
if,
God.
If I saw someone chuck a steak when the cook left the room, I think I would laugh so hard I'd die.
It was poor planning because if she came back and his entire steak was fully gone,
He's like,
it's like, and he's like, what a delictul steak.
it's like, that's also
You
insane.
ate that so fast,
The
man.
instinct to grab it and get out of there is wild.
I went into the story thinking he's gonna throw it out of a car,
Yeah, I
He,
thought so,
he took
I thought
fight
he
or
was driving
flight
and
a
he was like,
bit
"This
too
is bad."
seriously.
and then it would like hit someone. Bonk.
Oh my gosh, what would you guys do? That is crazy.
I'd eat the steak.
I'd eat the steak, yeah.
But I also, I like medium rare, so I could probably handle, if a steak was super rare, I'd just be like, all right.
I feel like I'm a master at cutting around, moving around, and making it look like I made a dent, but I
Yeah,
didn't.
don't eat much of it.
I don't really care about steak. I think it's good. I'm not. There's people who eat steak and they're like,
They're like, for your birthday, we're gonna bring you a steak dinner.
right. So I'd probably just, I probably wouldn't have gotten into that situation.
I really
I'd be like,
needed
"I
that
actually want
laugh.
steak."
I
Or you wouldn't
cannot.
have even asked for it on the plate. So, okay.
Or I would have been like, I can't eat this.
Stop.
This is
Yeah.
gross. Please cook.
Have you ever been in a situation where people served you food that you don't like?
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
really good at like moving it
Yeah,
around and
Mm-hmm.
putting some on the fork. And I think the idea of like trying to get rid of it is so
That's
scary.
insane. No,
I'll be
that's some
back.
Mr. Bean shit.
Yeah.
Hey, Mick. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a guy being thrown through the air by his peeved wife. Following the steak that was flying through the air earlier.
Like just to see that person come in and see you getting rid of it.
Actually, I think this is a Mr. Bean's. There is a
That
skit
is-
where he gets a bunch of like raw meat that he won't eat, and so he's hiding it throughout the whole place. And then they slowly discover it, and every time they discover like a new piece of meat, like in a napkin and stuff, he's just like, oh. Like it's fucking hilarious.
This is so funny.
There's a Seinfeld episode where
Yeah.
there's like a steak thing and he like puts in the napkins because he doesn't want to eat it and he just has them like in a jacket and then Elaine borrows the jacket and the meat's still in there and dogs are
yes.
chasing her.
Dogs are chasing. Yes, and the tag is her going down the street, right?
yeah.
And all these dogs are chasing her.
Wow, classic.
Classic.
I think this
Classic.
is so freaking.
Don't
funny.
try
It's
to
very
hide your meat.
funny.
I'm gonna start throwing my meat at windows.
Small little update. Just got the first communication from my wife since I'm fine. She is at work. The text said, "Good news, boss's name, and I just had a good laugh over how much of a fucking idiot you are. I hope you know you will never live this down. Love you, you moron."
Aww.
That's good.
I
That's
want a
so
divorce. No, I'm
sweet.
just kidding.
Update. We're divorced.
Update.
I
we're
forgot that
divorced.
this woman was the boss.
Is a
Yeah.
boss.
I would be
That
mortified
makes it
if I was his wife.
funnier.
Cooking steak for guests, it's a tough
It's an
thing to do.
ordeal,
That's
yeah.
that's a bold move.
Yeah.
Honestly, good for him. He just bonded those two people now,
Yeah, it's true.
the wife and the boss.
They have a common enemy.
Yeah.
His brain. Here's our last story. Am I the asshole for not wanting my fiance to dance to a love song dedicated to her late fiance at our wedding? Before we met, my fiancée Kayla was engaged to a man she had dated for 3 years, who died in a traffic accident. I had never dated a woman who had had that kind of loss before, so I've been learning as I go, but I've tried to respect that he will always be a part of her story. I accepted her relationship with her late fiancé's parents with open arms. They stayed very close, and by the time we started dating, they were basically like a second set of parents to her. Kayla's real parents and her late fiancé's parents are all amazing people, so I consider myself pretty lucky to have 2 sets of great in-laws. Our wedding is coming up in May, and Kayla told me that after her father-daughter dance, she would like to have a second dance with her late fiancé's father to the song Vanilla Twilight. She asked me if I was
Good
comfortable
song.
with that, and since I didn't want to be that guy and say no, I said yes. But really, it makes me uncomfortable that she would be dancing to a love song dedicated to another man at our wedding. I am happy to make space in our lives for his memory. We have a photo of him on our mantle at home, and we make it a point to commemorate his birthday and the anniversary of his death. I feel like I am understanding and supportive when she has bad days, and am 100% fine with having his parents at the wedding because, like I said, we are all a family. But I also feel like our wedding is one day. That should be all about our relationship. Am I the jerk if I ask her to reconsider this dance? What are the best compromises here? That's heavy.
Yeah, that's heavy.
That's real heavy.
That's a bit of a doozy.
I'll say I think what he's doing is really hard to champion for yourself in a space that is not it's not about you in that story in that time of her life.
Yeah.
But his wedding is also about him.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah.
That's really
It's hard. It's a difficult.
It's so tough, and
Yeah.
grief is, as we see from these stories, like grief is just so different in every situation. So how people go about it is so different.
Yeah, because also if you don't speak up, he could be. You don't want someone just like not being fully honest in your relationship if something makes
Yeah.
them comfortable.
That lack of communication can build resentment.
Yeah, for sure.
And then 5 years down the line, suddenly there's no respect.
Yeah.
Weddings are also like weddings, you know?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
like a big.
Weddings are so weddings.
Yeah.
Real. True.
Yeah. So the verdict was not the asshole. Comments here, not the asshole. You might want to honestly ask her to sit down and reconsider if she is ready to be married to someone else, though. She still sounds very much invested in this other man, whether he is alive or not, and she just doesn't sound ready to commit to another person.
That's a fair
Ask
point.
her if she is truly ready to commit, or she is just honestly doing it because she thinks she should, or it will help her move on. OP responded, I guess it sounds like he is constantly on her mind because I only wrote 2 paragraphs that were wholly focused on this issue, but it has been about 7 years since he died, and I think she has processed her grief in a healthy way and doesn't dwell on it. We have our own inside jokes and our hobbies and our own hobbies and experiences that are unique to us. I can truly say I'm marrying my favorite person in the world. We're each other's absolute best friend. I don't have any illusions that our life together will entail her forgetting about her late fiance, nor would I want that. 2 anniversaries a year and a photo really don't represent a significant portion of her thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, you know.
I don't know what to say. You know, I think it is tough, as this comment like clearly demonstrates.
That's fair to say.
We have so little to work off of that it's hard to know like the real situation with their relationship. But the good news is we have an update.
Hey, I love that. I want stuff that says update. Like a hat. And I want you to be like,
Or a shirt
Update.
or something.
merch.
2 months ago, I married the love of my life. I was thinking about this thread the other day, how it went, and where my head was at when I made it, and I thought you guys might like an update.
We do.
A little
We have an update.
anticlimactically, the thing I was stressing about was a bit of a miscommunication, which probably happens a lot here. Kayla wanted to dance with her late fiance's, I'll go ahead and just call him Luke from now on, father at our wedding, and Vanilla Twilight was an example of a song along the lines of what she wanted, not the set in stone top choice like I had thought. I, and a lot of other commenters in the original thread, spent a lot of time overanalyzing the lyrics to that song, looking for hidden meaning in every word. It turns out she hadn't put much more thought into the suggestion than, this is a kind of sad song that I like. We got together that night, and she had made several playlists of possible first dance songs for us, songs for when she walks down the aisle, music to play at the reception, and song choices for her dance with Luke's father. We spent hours listening to them all and talking about the wedding. We even made a tournament-style bracket for our first dance song in her journal and put songs head-to-head against each other until the victor emerged.
That's
And
so
at the end,
cute.
we talked about the wedding, our relationship, Luke and their relationship, and grief. We talked about what it was like when she lost him, and what it was like for me when I lost my mom at a young age, what a family is, and all the things we're hopeful for in the future. We stayed up until 3 in the morning, just talking and planning and laughing and crying a little, and I'm so glad for it. After getting bombarded by dozens of different opinions from dozens of different people earlier that day, I had been worried that I was going to have a conflict with my fiance shortly before our wedding, but there was no conflict, just pure memory. After that night, I started putting in more effort to be involved with the wedding planning process. I actually asked for things I wanted, which Kayla actually really appreciated. We also took a long weekend a couple of weeks before the wedding to go on a camping trip together, just the two of us, which I highly recommend to anyone who is getting married. Overall, there was a complete flip in my feelings leading up to the wedding, from being somewhat insecure and excited but nervous, to being completely at ease, excited, and feeling stronger in my
Yay for
relationship than ever.
communication.
The wedding day itself was really wonderful and worth the wait. Kayla and Luke's father had their dance to Lean On Me, and I also had a dance with
choice.
Kayla's mom, and it was very emotional in a good way. I really felt that the day was a celebration for our love. I was genuinely happy that Luke's parents were there to celebrate along with us, because they are very much members of our family, and I wish I had the space to describe all the ways they've been there for us through the years. My amazing wife is who she is because of all the experiences that she has had in her life. I don't want to be the kind of man who asks her to pretend that she has never loved before me, or pretend that her grief should be over forever now that she has me. I just want to say how glad I am that we shared that night together, and that the wedding was nothing but love and celebration. I never thought I could be so happy.
They're so sweet.
We're both.
Well, I'm like, they're ready.
Yeah.
They're sitting.
That's crazy.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
so sweet.
That is the sweetest. it's like next level.
Communication wins.
Oh, us. Both like, but we're crying.
Oh my gosh. What I also love about this that I was going to say before is that, like, he didn't make any assumptions about how she feels. And I feel like on this, we see this a lot where it's like someone goes, this is how I feel. I feel threatened by this. It must mean that she's not over it, and it must mean that she's not into me, or it must mean this. And he didn't put any words in her mouth or tell her how she feels at all.
Very
He just was
important.
like, this is how I feel based off of her behavior.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a moment to check back in.
Yeah.
And that is maturity.
It
Yes,
is.
Awesome.
Yeah, this is emotional intelligence on the max level.
Yeah,
There's one
good
comment
for them.
here, and it is not of that caliber.
Okay, because it's Reddit.
Okay.
And we're back to Reddit stories.
Someone commented, I mean, if Luke hadn't passed away, your wife would be with him. OP responds to this. This line of thinking has never bothered me because it can be applied to so many other situations. All of life is millions of branching paths of choices
probably
that we
enough to
do and do
see.
not make. It doesn't bother me to think that my wife would be with
Communication
Luke
always
if he
wins.
hadn't died because, well, he has died, so that is not the situation. And it is only because that happened that my wife became the person I fell in love with. I have an ex-partner who I was very much in love with years ago, but we split up due to circumstances
Yeah, what a
beyond either of
pessimistic
our
way to
control.
look at it.
If that hadn't happened, then there's a good chance I would be married to her instead. But that's not the situation. That doesn't diminish the love that I have for my wife. And my wife, having lost someone very dear to her, doesn't diminish the love she has for me.
Yeah.
Me and who?
That guy makes that comment like, well, you know, your wife would probably be with him. And I see the clouds parting and him with like a golden aura around him, like yes, but.
Yeah, what a
OP, I'll say
very
this.
emotionally mature guy. He seems to have a
this
really
guy's
good head on his
incredible.
shoulders.
This guy's incredible.
Good for Kayla.
All these families are incredible.
Yeah, good for Kayla.
Everyone here is good people.
I'd say so.
I
I'd say
think
Yeah,
that just about
I
sums
agree.
it all up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's cuddle up, folks.
I cried on set today.
All
Aw.
of these stories were truly so wholesome.
Truly so
We've really
wholesome.
been all over the place, from pissing yourself to throwing a steak out,
Yeah.
or
The
attempting
steak
to throw a
story is
steak out
my
a window,
favorite.
to the most emotionally
I
mature
forgot it completely.
response and assessment
Ever.
I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
We've been on a journey today.
Truly.
We
It's just,
have.
there's
We've
such
been on a
humanity
journey
in
together,
these-
Stories.
Yeah.
There's
And
like,
for once it was
you
a good
know,
one.
Like, not
But it will not be
forgiveness, but
for
there's
the
just, like,
remaining episodes of
understanding
the
and, like,
stream.
humbling, nice
Well, there are a
things.
I'm
couple
trying to
of
think of
still
like
good
I think the
stories.
main difference between wholesome stories like this and the average stories that we have where things are messy and stuff is just depth. It's
Yeah.
people who are willing to like kind of seek more layers.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'd say it's pausing. Like, I feel like it's taking a breath before going off of an assumption.
Yeah.
Like that, the two parents and the daughter, where it's like, I'm gonna take a second, and I'm gonna wait till she has a free moment tomorrow. We're gonna have coffee and we're gonna talk about it.
Right.
Instead of being like A to C,
Communication.
B to C, 1 to 2, 2 to 10, you know, like
Always
going
like
so
communicate.
fast
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
letting things just go fast.
I mean,
Do you think when he got
I think it's also important, like, communication is emphasized so much these days because it can also truly be the difference of, like, your opinion of someone. Because if you misunderstood a situation, then you might be holding someone to the complete opposite of their of what they actually are like or what they actually intended or meant. But it can also, like, if you attempt to communicate with somebody and they just absolutely are not having it and are not listening to you and are making it super clear that they don't care about your feelings or your opinion, then that also is very telling. And I've been on both situations. I've had a few friendships where they blew up and nothing ever happened past that, and I've had friendships where I've gone back and I've realized that I was a shitty person and I did shitty things and that they didn't deserve that, and I was more focused on my feelings than theirs, and I went back and apologized, and we're actually still friends today. It's just, communication is truly what makes or breaks things, and it's at your discretion. But yeah, I definitely think that there should be communication, although at the same time I also do think that there's some situations where it's like, if my only real breaking for that is if there's been a boundary set and it's pre-established and the person has, like, emphasized it at least a couple of times, and it's been an extended period of time, like over a year or two into whatever kind of relationship, whether it's family, friendship, or romantic, and they're constantly having to repeat that boundary because it's just not being respected. I think that is a situation where it's like, well, I did communicate already, and at this point, like, you clearly just don't respect me and my feelings and my boundaries, and I'm not going to put up with it anymore. But for the most part, communication is always the best step, because even then, you had to communicate for you to realize that it didn't matter, and sometimes it doesn't, unfortunately. But all you can do is just pick yourself up by your bootstraps and surround yourself with people who actually give a shit, you know?
got the steak back, he tried to cut it again, but was like, to like justify how he.
Yeah, really held on to it, like grabbed it with one bare hand, and then he's like,
Do you think she rinsed it off? Because it surely fell on the ground after hitting the window.
rinsed it off. I just,
And then
there's
he
no
ate
version
it?
where it's good now.
No.
Either you rinse it off, sink, or you're just picking up a.
You've heard of a spice rub, right?
Yeah.
Lint.
Well,
Carpet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ew.
I think in the story you pick it up.
If you're that, at that point,
If you're
you just
there,
be like, you're right. I
you're
should
gonna
eat the
do
carpet
it.
steak.
You just do it.
What a time.
What a
What a
time.
time.
Well,
Pretty funny.
thank you all for watching. I hope this warmed your heart like it warmed ours.
Yes.
And we'll see you next Saturday for some more stories. I don't know if they'll be wholesome. They
Yeah.
might be messy.
Not a chance.
Might be back to the insanity.
Steak on the window mess.
That's
Steak
right.
on the
Have a good Saturday.
Yeah, have a good
Get
Saturday.
your fucking
and we'll see you
pancakes
later.
out. It's Saturday morning.
Goodbye.
Dun, 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 dun. And your host, Shane Top.
I love that so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that was some wholesome stories. For one, some wholesome stories. There are a couple more. We're gonna try our best to finish the playlist tonight. If we wind up not getting to the 8th one, that's fine. I'm kind of thinking that, especially because when it comes to June has quite a bit of stuff happening. Gay people are visible for the entire month of June. You'll actually be able to perceive the gay people, and obviously that's huge, first and foremost. But we have, we have Secret of the Mimic coming out. We have Deltarune coming out. So I think for the rest of the month we're just gonna chill, and maybe next week too we can watch just watch some stuff together. So if we don't get to the 8th video that I have in the playlist today, we can continue on Wednesday, and then maybe we'll also watch some like Mr. Ballin and stuff on Wednesday. I will say not this upcoming Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, I will not be streaming because I have a doctor's appointment, and it's a new doctor, and I'm praying and hoping and manifesting with all my heart that it's a good doctor and I could finally be out of the bad medical experience route that I've been in for most of my fucking 20s. But yeah, that's just a general heads up, because we only have a couple of videos left in this playlist. So I think this will be a regular thing that we do, though, because I really enjoy the discussions that we have and stuff. So if you're in the Discord, I'll link it really quick. If you're in the Discord or not in the Discord and you would like to join it, I'll make a channel for Smosh Reddit stories, and you guys can post some Smosh Reddit stories that you guys would like us to do. Let me do that right now so I don't forget. Thank you, Dance. I appreciate that. Best Smosh Reddit stories. Private channel. Next. Edit. Okay, so we now have a channel in the Discord. If you would like to join the Discord, or if you're already in the Discord and you wind up getting interested in Smosh Reddit stories because of these streams, feel free to pop those episodes in. I do, as I said before, I want to make it a little bit of a tradition where we watch the most recent episode on Saturdays, even if that's not the whole stream on Saturdays. So if it don't, I guess I'm saying that to be like, you don't have to post the new episode that comes out every Saturday, because we'll probably be watching it on stream already. But if there's older episodes that you really like and that you would like us to watch on stream and they're not already in the playlist, then feel free to add them to that channel, and we can add them to the playlist, and we'll keep building on this playlist, so it'll just be convenient. I can just copy and paste the link so that it's properly credited and all that kind of stuff. Okay, back to Reddit stories now. Then we have
Hello,
announcements out
welcome
the
to
way.
Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today it's all about travel. And I am joined by two weary travelers, Ian and Amanda.
Hello.
So travel
So
stories.
these stories are all about travel. We've done travel stories before. A lot of drama happens in regards to travel, you know, who you go on a trip with, how trips go, planes.
Passport bros.
We did
I've
travel
never
stories
been on a plane
together.
Yeah.
to this
Here,
day.
right here
Coming
on
back for the
Reddit.
sequel.
And now we're doing it
Wow.
again. Have you recently traveled at all?
You know I have.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
only traveled out of state by car.
Yes, I've traveled a lot this year. I went to Florida.
Oh, wow.
I
Whoa.
went to Cape Cod.
Okay.
And then I went to Greece.
And you talked about this on
Fancy.
Smosh Mouth, but going on your trip with your family, there was a little bit of drama here
Yeah.
and there.
Yeah.
As I think
There's
it's
Really?
4 sisters and 1 mother.
I'm glad that never changed for us.
Portuguese women in one
We
place.
still have
A
stuff
lot
to
of-
bond over,
all
dance.
trying to choose dinner. That's a lot. Where did you travel to, bud?
Well, my passport was expired for a whole year.
Holy
wow.
Yeah.
What?
shit. I don't
How
even
did you
have
let
a
that happen?
passport.
It just happened. One day I looked at my passport and I went, oh, this is old. So and then, you know, like I didn't want to, like, I tried to get it renewed and like went to FedEx and I was like, I heard you guys renew passports. And they're like, no, we don't. And I was like, okay. So just kind of sat in my
Wait, what? What? Is that like a common... Is that a common misconception? I've never heard that before. What? Yeah, I definitely got to try and get one. I'll probably be forced to momentarily with the news that you know I'm working on, Dance. But yeah, I mean, I mean, I will say I definitely want to travel more. It's definitely a goal of mine. I enjoy the trips that I've taken. I'm just at a point where it's not really feasible to travel, but I would like to go to Italy someday. I'd like to go to Japan someday, etc., etc. Just not in the cards at the moment.
My room for a while, and then I did it online. It was super duper easy.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you can order.
I took my
my
passport photo here at the office with like crappy light, and they accepted it. And
Iconic.
Like Smosh?
well, yeah, photo doesn't look great, but I got my passport, so I'm ready to travel the world.
Where are you going? Are you gonna go somewhere?
Um,
Have you planned?
I want to go to Austria, but I feel like I kind of like. I want to go like when it's like green and there's waterfalls, and I feel like now it's
Yeah.
probably gotten snowy.
Our first one comes
That's a
from
good
Am I the
choice.
Asshole?
Very pretty.
Am I the asshole for refusing when my friend wanted to join my fiance and I on our first trip together?
I remember this story.
Hear 'em
Buckle
out.
up,
I, a
guys.
22-year-old woman, and my fiance, a 23-year-old man, are going on our first trip together. I'm really excited as this is my first time on a plane and even leaving the state I've lived in my whole life. We've been planning for this trip since earlier this year, and we've gotten our tickets as well as accommodations. Altogether, we've already spent about $4,500 on everything, which has been something we've been saving for as we're both college students. Our
Okay,
trip is in about a
that
month,
feels a
and
little
in
bit
comes
better.
my friend, we'll call her Ashley, she's 22, who's been my friend for about a year. She'd brought up going to Japan as well, kind of jokingly, when we told her about the trip. I didn't think she was serious, but then she brought it up a few more times, even saying that she had a family member she could stay with. She asked if she could spend some time during the days joining us on our adventures while this family member was at work. I was supportive of this idea as I know this would be her first time in Japan as well, and I care about her. However, when she told me she wanted to get the tickets, her family member no longer would have space for her to stay. She wants to know if she can stay in our accommodations and join us on our flight back home. I let her know that our accommodation has strict rules against having more than 2 people, and there's only 1 small bed in this studio. She said she'd be fine sleeping anywhere on the floor or couch, etc. I told her I'd be more comfortable if we didn't chance a fee or getting in trouble in general, as I really just want a comfortable stay. I told her that we're still willing to...
Very weirdly ironic that this is about a trip to Japan where being polite is very, very important to Japanese culture, and you're just selfishly inviting yourself on this trip and being like, oh, it's fine if we're breaking the rules of your accommodation. I could just sleep on the floor. And it's like, that's where you're gonna sleep is not the issue. It's the issue that we agreed that it was just gonna be us, and you're literally inviting yourself to be a third wheel. Yeah, like, I hate to be that guy, but you clearly do not understand where you're agreeing to go, and you should probably educate yourself at least a little bit more on the culture before you invite yourself to third wheel on a couples trip.
to spend time with her during the day, and I began sending her accommodations in her budget. I was hoping this would be enough. Instead, she's just asking if we can cancel our accommodations and pay for larger accommodations that can have a bed for her as well. Mind you, she's not saying she will help us pay for the more expensive accommodation or anything else for that matter.
What
She
a
simply just wants to stay with
selfish
us
bitch. Oh
and for
my
us to pay
God.
for a different accommodation. It seems like no matter what I say, she just keeps trying to manipulate me into letting her stay with us.
Get
this is also
away
hard
from
because I know my
her.
fiance and I really wanted this to be a romantic trip for us both, as we likely won't be able to afford another.
At that point, she's showing her hand, and you just tell her, listen, this ain't it. I don't appreciate how you're treating us, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm just very uncomfortable with your behavior, and probably cut contact with her, I'm not gonna lie.
For a few years as we finish school. I'm just stuck on what to say or do, and if I'm the asshole here,
You're not the
should I be okay with
asshole.
my friends staying in our accommodations
No.
and joining in our trip?
No.
I can't with this one.
Wow.
I mean, it's because they're 22. I mean,
Fair
come
point.
on.
I feel like there's just like zero self-awareness.
Yeah.
People just aren't self-aware.
I
Yeah.
think, yes, I agree, but also immediately would have been like, no,
Yeah. Oh.
no,
Yeah. It's.
no.
I don't understand
No.
also, even from the start of this, when it's like, oh yeah, my fiance and I are going on our first trip together, the thought of going, Can I join?
Yeah, I want to sleep.
Like as a joke.
Well, that sounds really cool.
I'll sleep
I'd
on
love
the
to come.
floor.
I would that takes so much gall to just do, period, to just be like, oh my god, you're going on a trip and you didn't invite me, but like, can I come? I'm just, what? How do you feel comfortable doing that?
It's like, and this isn't the first time we've had stories where people are going on a trip and someone is like, can I join your trip to out of country? I understand being invited on someone's trip, but unless it's like,
People do it
unless
a
it's
lot.
siblings or like your absolute best friend,
Yeah.
I don't understand. I would
People
never.
do it a lot.
I would never do that.
I tried to come to Greece with her and her sister.
Yeah, and I was like, you can't, because the accommodations are so strict.
And then when you were there in Greece, all of a sudden it was like, wait, who's this fourth sister?
I was like,
and it was.
I am also a canto.
Fifth sister, that would have been five
Fifth
sisters,
sisters.
and one mother, that would have been 6 people.
And your mom is like, Ian
I'm
has
the
been my
short
favorite
one.
daughter
Yeah.
for years.
How do you want to go to dinner,
I'm the short
Ian?
canto.
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 I can't believe this. No.
Here's the thing. People weirdly do that. They'll be like, oh my God, well, we've always wanted to go to Japan, and maybe we'll meet you there, or I'll meet you there.
Yeah.
It's always this weird, tricky thing. And
The only situation I get is if, like, genuinely you separately just so happen to be going to the same place on vacation at the same time as somebody, and you make plans to, like, meet up or something. That's fair. That's valid. But inviting yourself on someone else's trip is just frankly nervy. It's just fucking nervy.
just the worst thing to do is to be like, no, you cannot come to this country that I have no ownership of. But also,
No, you
no.
cannot
Well,
come
and
to this
the
country that I
prospect
have
of, like,
no ownership
being
of.
on a trip to a country, and if you have friends who are also going to be there around the same time, but you're
Sure.
going on 2 separate trips to the same place, is what it originally sounded like. So it's like, oh, I have a family member there, I'll go stay with them. But as soon as that doesn't work, it's like, oh, then I'm sorry, your trip is not working out.
No.
Yeah.
You were never on our trip to Japan.
Also, this
Yeah.
is her first time leaving the state, getting on a plane.
That's super special.
It's super special, and
Yeah.
she wants to spend it with her fiance.
Also, put 2 and 2 together. You're not going to sleep on the floor in their small accommodations.
Yeah, you
No.
can't come with me on this trip.
Like, well,
that's
I mean,
what I was gonna say.
Sorry.
I would cut contact with a person who had this much audacity. I can't handle people who aren't self-aware to this degree. I just can't. I don't have the patience at this point in my life anymore. But if you're not at that point, you can just be like, hey, I really would rather like take this trip with just me and my fiance, because that's what the original plan was. But at some point in the future, if we're both in positions where we can contribute together, we can take a trip, just me and you, like, it's just not the place for you to come on a trip with me and my fiance,
And then I thought I was gonna get in
I
trouble for it.
wouldn't want that. Like if I'm talking to friends, even if this had all been planned and I was invited to go with them,
I probably would have said no.
I'd have been like, oh well, I have to find my own accommodations.
Yeah.
I'm not staying in the same room as a couple.
You
Yeah.
imagine sleeping on the floor and then going like, no kissing.
Ew.
I hear you.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Ew.
The blankets are all moving and your legs are in the air.
Gross.
And then they wake up in the middle of the night and I'm standing at the foot of the bed and I'm just like, I float up.
Oh my god, that makes me so
I
uncomfortable.
float
I
up.
float up.
A lot of times I don't feel good.
Because like it does kind of remind me of when I was in Japan for one reason, and you and Damien were in Japan for another reason.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we were in Tokyo at the same time, and we met up.
Yeah,
We
Okay,
met up a
Ruby,
few
thank you for
times.
stopping
but
by.
it was
I hope you have a good
we had our own
night.
thing that we were doing.
totally.
Horror
And-
movie
We
moment,
met up
absolutely.
in Kauai
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
for lunch.
We're on the same.
Ian happens to always be.
That's so weird. Actually, he was in Greece.
Crazy.
And he was in Florida. He was surfing on a wave, and I was like, hello?
He's there in the lake like an alligator.
yeah.
Amanda.
I think what's happening here is OP is similar to me, where they're afraid of confrontation. They're afraid of
Fair.
saying no to someone.
Yeah.
But something
Shane,
I've
you
learned.
would have said no, though.
Oh yeah. Well, because at a certain point too, you get to the point where you go, oh, I just know, I don't think this is a big deal. This is not offensive to say no. So if they're offended, that's their problem.
Yeah.
That's
But
good.
it's just no.
Good point.
It's just simply no.
Very emotionally
And I
mature.
think it's not too late for them to even go,
You know
don't
what?
even, we kind of
No.
actually want this to be a romantic thing for just the two of us. I think we're going to go do our own thing.
Yeah.
And we don't really want to.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking OP's friend, it seems like stepping on eggshells, because if they're that close, it seems like the friend gets mad about. And also remember, there's always a friend who's gets kind of either cool or upset with a couple.
Which is a
It's
red
kind of
flag.
always like a weird
Chat.
line there.
My dearest Starvies, we need to, this needs to be, hold on. I gotta get right into your fucking face. If you are friends with someone and they have an issue with you being in a relationship, that is a red flag. Get the fuck away from them. Cut contact, because that is a very bad red flag. That person does not respect you. They do not have your best interest in mind. They think they have ownership over you or possessiveness over you, and that is not okay. That is not okay. That is not okay. Get away from that person. Please. Please. Okay, I'm glad we had this talk. I've like feeling some type of way, natural, but someone who will act on those feelings and go out of their way to make you feel bad for being in a happy, loving relationship instead of just keeping those feelings to their goddamn self does not care about you, and you deserve better, okay? You deserve better. You deserve better. I don't care how long you've been friends with the person. I don't care. You deserve better. You deserve someone who is not going to make you feel guilty over dumb shit. A relationship shouldn't be a threat to a friendship. And if it is, that person is showing you their hand, and you should take it seriously. If it feels off, it's because it probably is, and your subconscious is telling you that it is a red flag and that you need to start figuring out a way to get away from this person because they don't care about you. They see you as an object. They see you as someone to control. They see you as a possession. Get away from them. You deserve better. Glad we had this talk.
Yeah, interesting.
Not the asshole, in my opinion.
Oh, definitely not the.
Definitely
Yeah.
not the asshole. Comments here, not the asshole, but you will be if you allow her to go. This was to be a romantic trip for you and your boyfriend. She invited herself claiming she had someone she could stay with. This was probably false all along, and she waited until the last minute to ask if she could stay with you, thinking she could guilt you into it. Then when you told her no, she wanted you to pay for a larger accommodation so she could stay, but she offered you no money. Chances are she also has no money for accommodations or food and planned to mooch off you and your boyfriend on all your sightseeing and meals. Just tell her no. You are not willing for her to join at all. Maybe sometime in the future, but this is just a trip for you and your boyfriend.
It seems more like
That could all
she's
be true.
expecting
I
you to
also
babysit
don't
for her.
know. Some people are also, there are people out there who are just
Travelers.
unaware,
Yeah.
Yeah.
unaware, and totally just like not thinking things through.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what this commenter is saying isn't true. It could be, but that wouldn't be my initial thought. It also doesn't matter.
It doesn't
You say
matter.
Yeah.
Someone else said, not the asshole, but this is a no-brainer. You aren't being honest with her. Stop using accommodations as an excuse and tell her the truth. This is your first trip with your fiance. The two of you have planned it carefully for just the two of you. Your
Yeah.
plans are final. They cannot be changed. You look forward to traveling with her in the future, but not on this trip. If she was truly a close friend, she would have had the good sense not to try and force herself on you. You haven't known her very long at all. You may just now be seeing her, the real her. If she doesn't drop
Yeah.
the subject immediately, then drop her.
Very
She's
important
an
point.
acquaintance, not a friend. Oh, so that's.
Drop her.
Let's see. Did they?
I thought it was
Did
like
they
best
say-
friends.
Know her for very long.
Yeah. In comes my friend Ashley, who's been a friend about a year.
Oh.
Oh,
That's a
not long.
lot for after a year.
Yeah.
This
A year? Maybe it's not like everyday kind of friend.
That's shocking though for that quick. Like
I think like the mooching thing like kind of like has me a little bit. Like I somewhat suspect that.
Now with it with that amount of time, that does fit a lot.
They're also still in college, they said.
Yeah. Something that I also think their behavior,
Red
where
flag.
they're trying to find physical reasons why this person can't come on. It seems like this is someone who's not respecting her feelings.
Yeah.
Because it's okay to use your feelings as a reasoning for something. To being like, I want this to be my husband and I.
Yeah.
That's my reasoning.
Yeah.
It's not that our accommodation. We could be staying in a 5-room hotel room.
Easy.
But I want it to just be my husband and I. But
Yeah.
this.
We have to use all 5 rooms to bang it.
She's clearly afraid of using just her emotions as reason.
Sorry.
Because this person clearly is going to go, that's not a reason. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
This person's
just,
not
I mean, if you've
respecting-
only known her
Has to
for a
tell her.
year, then no harm,
Lastly,
no
someone
foul.
said,
Get the
"Ashley,
fuck
it
away
seems like
from
a lot
her.
of things you were counting on for
She
this
does
trip
not
are
deserve
falling
you.
through. I think you'd better try again later when things line up for you. Fiance and I will be taking this couple's trip without you."
Yeah.
That's what she should say.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying about like just speaking to your feelings about.
Just being like, I want this to just be my husband and I.
Yeah.
And
There's no
And if you
real
can't-
wiggle room with that.
Yeah, and if you can't respect that, then that's fucked up.
Then-
Then
Yeah.
you're not gonna be friends for very long.
Yep.
Please tell me there's an update.
update.
Oh!
He said the thing.
Okay, what do we think? Do we think it's a mooching situation, or do we think it's?
Okay, I think the roommate. I think the two of them went there, and the roommate was at the hotel like, "Hey guys."
That's what
Roomies!
you do.
Yeah, but I mean, it's our fun little thing,
I
Amanda.
know it's our thing that we have that he
we were
does
on
every
the
time.
flight to Kauai, and I was walking down the aisle and I went,
I'll be back. Dinner's
that
ready.
really happened.
That really did happen. He doesn't care.
Okay, I'm back, but as usual, I'm gonna stay muted while I'm eating. Welcome, Jay. Good to see you. Yeah, well, we'll play the video and I'll commentate when I don't have food in my mouth.
I care.
Doesn't seem like
I
you do.
care.
It seems like you're not listening to our feelings.
Yeah, Shane.
Shane. Let's all go to Japan
You know, feelings
together.
matter. Feelings matter in these situations. Shane.
I think there's some like jealousy with the girl.
fiancé.
Yeah, the girl's getting married and maybe she's not, and she's
Interesting.
like, well, I'm your friend too, and like we always do things together. And then he came along, but,
But
then
she's
again,
only been their friend for a
I
year.
know.
But maybe she's in love.
I was kind of reading this through, thinking like this is a 10-year
10-year friend. No,
which makes a lot more sense. But a year in,
it's either that or mooching. Can I have both options?
sure.
Okay.
All right. I ended up refusing for the 10th time and told her no bluntly and as clearly as possible. I also made sure to say that I wasn't down with changing anything and that I want to spend time with only my fiance. That I've been trying to nicely say no, but I don't appreciate getting manipulated nor having my partner's and I's
times,
feelings
my
ignored.
God.
She said, "We've been talking about this trip for so long. Why didn't we just work it out earlier? It's not my fault that this is this is last minute. Why won't you just do this one? It's not much different. There's just an extra bed."
What the
And she sent me a link to a specific accommodation where the 2 beds are side by side, just by the way. I'll work it out. She basically ignored what I said, so I have ignored her since. We're in the same friend group, so I think it's probably going to get weird, but honestly, I'm okay with that. Regardless of how that goes, my fiance and I will be going alone and not meeting up with her or anyone anywhere during our trip. I'm going to work on the saying no thing and setting harder boundaries. I just had an abusive upbringing and I'm still working on it all. I keep needing to remind myself that I'm not in that place anymore. She's not the only 22-year-old out there who's really bad at saying no. Like, I was horrendous at it at that
So
age.
was I, yeah.
I had to come up with all these reasons to say no to people
Yeah.
instead of just
And the
saying
ability
no.
to
It's
do
okay.
that just
Well, it's hard
comes
because
with
some people
maturity.
make you feel bad about being honest.
Yeah.
Also, the 2 beds together, like, girl, move on.
Yeah, what the hell,
Move
man?
on.
What?
10 times?
Times is
I
wild.
cannot stand people who don't take no for an answer. Like, it is enough of a reason for me to slowly drift away from someone because
Yeah.
it's like the most basic like form of disrespect that people can do is like you
Totally.
go like, oh no, I no thanks, and then they're just like, yeah, but I'm not going to listen.
You're not
to
really
that.
like thinking about this.
It's just like, hey man, just listen to that.
Truly.
That's all.
It's just
That's
a
all.
basic level
Tell
of
me
you
there's
don't
pictures
fucking
of them
respect
in
me.
Japan.
No.
Did they have a good time?
Whoa! No, they got pictures.
It's them and it's the girl in the background like this. Like the Grudge.
Well, that's all
That's
right.
it?
That's it. Well,
Wow.
she did the right thing.
She did the right thing.
Okay.
Yes.
We're
Our
happy
next
for
story.
We're happy for her.
Our next story is a doozy.
her. Let's go.
Okay.
I've
It's
read
never
this
good
one.
when he says doozy,
Dumb.
guys. It's never good.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. This was on Am I the Asshole, and it got reposted onto Am I the Devil.
I will
So
say.
this is a real piece of shit here.
Let me pause. I gotta
Am I
look
the
over my
asshole
shit
for
back.
part?
This is another one of those stories. This is the reason that this is on the playlist. Buckle in. This is like mind-bogglingly shitty, selfish ass behavior. Buckle in, guys.
Parting with my friend midway through a Grand Canyon hike.
Sorry, partying or
partying.
Parting.
Partying.
Parting.
Like,
Oh.
I am parting
Splitting
ways with you now.
From my friend.
Do you imagine partying in the middle of the Grand Canyon?
Seems pretty
Okay.
sick.
That's true.
Set up some speakers, some lights.
Oh, sick.
Partying in the Grand Canyon.
Would be sick.
Dope.
Yeah.
I want to do that.
Unless there's a flash flood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend Crystal and I spent 6 months planning and training for a very intense all-day hike of the Grand Canyon. We would go down South Kaibab and up Bright Angel on Crystal's birthday in June, which would be over 100 degrees. 2 weeks before the hike, our friend Valerie said she wanted to join us. Valerie looks way fitter than us. She does CrossFit and has a six-pack, and we assumed she would be fine. On the trip leading up to the hike, Valerie was eating salad while Crystal and I were carb loading with pasta and pizza. Crystal and I each bought 4 liters of water, trail mix, and granola bars, and believed Valerie had packed her bag with the same, as it was all in the hotel room for all of us to share when we packed up the night before. About half the way down, Crystal and I realized that at the pace Valerie was going, and thus the rest of us, we would not finish the hike before sundown. We told Valerie about our concerns, and she said we should just hike ahead without her, and that she would either catch up or if it was too much, turn back. We asked if she was really sure about it, and she said she was.
Yeah, I mean, fucking red flag number 1, over 100-degree weather. You're wild. You're fucking wild.
So off we went. When we got to the bottom of the canyon, we waited for about an hour at the Colorado River, but did not see her. At that point, we really had to get going so we would finish the trail before nightfall. We tried to call her from a payphone, but got her voicemail. None of us had reception. We explained the situation to a ranger, and they said they'd look out for her. When we were close to the top, and it was actually already dark, we got reception and got messages from her that she had collapsed and had to stay at the lodge at the bottom of the canyon. The lodge is booked months out, but I guess they hold some emergency beds. She would hike out the next day with another group and said not to worry about her. Both Crystal and I were totally destroyed physically, but we got in the car, went and demolished a pizza, then went to sleep at the hotel. Oddly, we found half of Valerie's water and all of Valerie's food at the hotel. I don't want to make too many assumptions about her, but I think it's clear enough to say that it seemed clear she didn't know how to eat during or before a hike, despite our guidance. The next day, Valerie said she would be up by 3 p.m. I was planning to pick her up. However, the one update we got from her was that she would be hours late. 6 p.m. rolled around and she still wasn't up. I left her a voicemail letting her know we needed to continue on to our next hotel 1 hour away. We were both feeling really beat up and I didn't think I would have the energy to do the drive much later. I told her in the voicemail that I'd pay for her to Uber to the hotel. Just tell me how much it was. At around 10 p.m., Valerie called me furious. It took her over 13 hours to hike up and she almost didn't make it. She was suffering from sunstroke. She said she could have died because we abandoned her and we were really selfish not to stay with her.
Okay.
This is the dumbest
I'm in a
shit.
She is not wrong. It's over 100-degree weather. She's never hiked before. She clearly didn't properly pack her bag before leaving because she's unexperienced. She's right. You guys were the responsible parties because you have hiking experience. She could have died and it would have been partially on your hands.
Nightmare right now.
So all of the stupidness is is allowing her to go on this, right?
Yeah.
Because people who don't hike regularly probably underestimate how intense it is. Also, the Grand Canyon, I think for a lot of people, they think like, oh, you hike down into the canyon, back up. It's like, it's massive.
That's like what, 2,000
it's
feet?
gigantic.
Can I be honest? I hiked the Grand Canyon when I was 7.
And it was easy?
In Keds. There's home video of it.
Yeah,
And I was like, Mom, why didn't you pack me good shoes? She was like, I forgot.
we also don't know which hike they're doing. There's
Exactly.
a million hikes.
Sounds like they're doing an aggressive one. I think it was
Yeah.
called Blue Angel.
Yeah,
Something.
South Kaibab to whatever Angel. But this is the thing. They're like, oh, she's really fit. It's like, yeah, but there's
Doesn't
fit.
matter.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Kind of hard not to blame them when I feel if they notice how she was eating or was inexperienced like that, double checking during the hike and like breakfast before. Like, you and your friend are aware and you're stocking up on carbs because you're aware that's part of a hike apparently. I'm not experienced. I could not do that. I don't have the physical capacity as a bitch with fibromyalgia. But yeah, like, you had multiple opportunities to realize something's not right and we clearly didn't prepare her enough. Or maybe she just simply wasn't paying enough attention when we weren't here the first time. So as the experienced parties, it's your responsibility to make sure that she is in a position to do this properly and properly prepare. And if she's not in a position, then like, high five for fibro. When did you get diagnosed? We could never. Especially in 100-degree weather. Oh my God, Dance, we would die. But yeah, like, just, there's multiple opportunities, and if you simply are not in a position to hold that kind of responsibility, then it is your responsibility to voice that, because clearly neither of y'all were up for essentially not putting putting the girl down at all, but you're kind of in a way babysitting her because it's her first hike, you know. And when it's something like this and it's someone's first experience and your experience, you do kind of have to baby them because they don't know, and you're the teacher in this situation. You have to be willing to actually properly check with them and make sure that they are doing it properly. And if they don't, then it's not on them because they genuinely didn't know. It's on you as the person who knew and chose not to say anything. It's on you. She's right. She could have died. She's not being dramatic. Late teens. I got diagnosed at 21, 22. Yeah. I could never, but like, if I was still in this position anyway, like scenario where like I wasn't diagnosed or whatever, if I was in this position, I would be just as pissed because I would be like, it was your responsibility to take care of me and make sure that I was properly prepared, and you quite literally just left me to die. Yeah, she also probably didn't know the warnings of heat stroke or anything either, because I mean, a lot of people assume in places like the Grand Canyon, they're like, oh well, it's dry heat, it's not humid heat, so it's different. I can tell you as a person who's been in states where it's, oh my god, see here, yippee, welcome in, welcome home. As a person who's been in states where it's dry heat instead of humid heat, it doesn't make a fucking difference when you're heat sensitive. You're still just as susceptible to a fucking heat stroke. It doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter. If it's 100 degrees, like, yeah, is it more draining and exhausting to have humidity on top of it because of how much you sweat? Yeah. But like, dry heat is still heat. And you're still at risk of heat stroke and heat exhaustion. So, which shitty people.
And then there's like hiking
CrossFit,
shape.
yeah.
There's
Those are different.
endurance fit.
I mean, unless she needs to do a bunch of
Yeah.
on a ledge.
We have to climb up the side of the cliff, and she's just like leaping up.
Yeah.
Just to clear a
Then
fucking
she'd be
rock.
good.
It's a completely like it's its own unique thing. I mean, it's really.
She wasn't prepared.
It was really dumb of them to accept. Like they should have been like, no, like I'm sorry. We've been planning this for months. We've been training for months. We don't feel comfortable bringing on someone that we
She
can't
didn't
be.
train with them.
No, this is 2 weeks before.
And
Like
that's dangerous.
super dangerous.
Super dangerous.
No, it's like I'm sorry. This is
Also,
100-degree weather, an intense hike.
Yes.
We have to be accountable for each other.
I don't think it was great for them to leave her behind.
I was gonna say
Oh
that.
no! Leaving her behind is the dumbest thing of it all.
Even if she said leave me behind, you never
No.
leave someone alone.
No,
That's literally
it's
why it
100
was
degrees.
reposted to
You're
Am I
doing
the
an
Devil
intense
because
hike.
you literally
And you
left
know
someone
better
to
than
fucking
anybody.
die.
I know
Yeah,
better than
you
anyone
do.
because my
And
brother and I
you're
got
finding your
lost on a
too,
hike
yippee.
once. But it's one of the rules. You don't go off trail and you don't leave anyone alone.
Ever.
And the second they had that, but she's not an experienced hiker. She's going, oh no, go on without me. At that point, they go, no, we have to turn back. We simply have to. We're not going to make it
Yeah.
there. We three are one unit. We're not going to make it together.
Yeah.
So we're turning back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Was this like a loop? It wasn't like an out and back?
Can I
it
also
sounds
say,
like an out and back to me.
you find out she texts you saying I collapsed, and you don't immediately rush over to her location and make sure that she's okay. You go back to your hotel and eat a fucking pizza? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck?
Me?
Because they would have passed her in that case.
Oh, you're right.
So
no,
had
it
to
is
have
a
been,
loop.
It
had
wasn't
to have been
an
the
out
It is a
back.
loop. And maybe it's down one side, out the
Well,
other.
they went
That's
down to the
bizarre.
Colorado River and then they must have gone up a completely
They go up a
different
different
way.
side.
That took her 13 hours.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she's probably hiking
Also,
really
if she had
slow.
sunstroke,
It's sunstroke, dude.
she was fucked.
Oh, absolutely destroyed. And they left her twice. Because they get up, they abandon her there, which is really dumb. They get to the bottom, they go, well, we got to keep going. So they abandon her again. And then at the top,
I'll cut you up, Zir. What happened? This is one of those stories that it's the reason that I put it on the playlist. And it's so bad, it got reposted to Am I the Devil, which is a Reddit subreddit that is specifically dedicated to reposting stories from other Reddit threads that are just so obscenely evil. It deserved to be reposted there. So this story is, there's these two girls and they're experienced hikers, and they decide after training for multiple weeks that they want to, I think even multiple months, they trained a significant amount of time to go on a hike to the Grand Canyon. And again, they're experienced hikers. One of their other friends, who is not experienced, but they say, well, she's fit, still not trained in hiking, she's just fit in general, she's asks if she can go on the hike, and they say yes. And there's a bunch of little small signs that she was clearly ill-prepared, because she's never been on a hike before, so she has no idea what she's doing. And they did not speak up. They had multiple opportunities to, like when she was not eating the right foods to properly prepare, all this kind of stuff. They realized that, like, halfway into the hike, that her pace was not going to be able for them to finish the hike in the amount of time they wanted. So they leave her behind and continue on with the rest of the hike, and later find out, after they get reception back, that she collapsed and has heat stroke or sunstroke because they left her behind, and it took her 13 hours to finish the hike because she's ill experienced. So yeah, they genuinely left her to die. It was over 100 degrees, and they were hiking in the Grand Canyon. Very fucked.
Like, well, we got to get to our next hotel. They abandoned her 3 times.
Why
Yeah, that's
do
crazy.
you have to get to your next?
I
No,
was
they're
gonna
like,
say
we
that.
gotta go smash a pizza, dude. Like,
Demolish a pizza? Honey, you've demolished
no,
too many
they're
pizzas.
really inconsiderate. Like, this is
No.
why it's dumb. It's like, you clearly didn't care that much about bringing this person on your hike.
Also, getting an Uber from somewhere near the Grand Canyon
Like what?
Yeah.
to your next hotel, that's going to cost more than just booking a new hotel.
Just
We're
Stay
in
for
the
a
middle.
second.
We're in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, get an Uber.
Just wait for her, like just literally wait and be like, hey, we're not gonna arrive till 10 p.m. Our friend has fucking heat stroke.
Yeah, this is all insane. And also the fact that they were on the hike and then they were like, oh, we realized, like, we gave her guidance and she didn't bring anything. It's like, before you leave
problem,
that
of
morning,
course,
be
you
like,
shaman.
what's
Never-
in your pack?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what are you bringing?
Show us what's in your pack.
Like straight up though, I'm like, you guys didn't actually give much of a shit about
No, they're like, uh-oh, she didn't pack. Well, here we go. It's like,
this. It's mind-blowing to
Yeah.
me. I mean, like, she could have died. Like, straight up could have died.
Yeah.
Had they, this is what could have realistically happened. They abandon her, she's by herself, and she just falls. Like, falls somewhere, and she's by herself. Like, that's what happens. Like, when my brother and I got lost, and we were lost for, like, a whole day, I was immediately realizing, like, it was such a wake-up call for me of, like, what's actually scary in nature, because I was not scared of bears or wolves or anything.
badass.
No, you're not. You're scared of
Running
falling.
out of water.
We
Yeah.
did run out of water
You're
very
scared of
quickly.
falling.
Which was like, oh, since getting lost, I'm like, I'm bringing so much f***ing water with me. But also, I'm like, if I just fall and break my ankle,
Yeah.
and I'm like, and now my brother has to just go on for hours and find someone, and then come back and find my exact location.
That is so scary.
Like that, I was like, oh, that's how you die in the middle of nowhere. That's why you never leave someone by themselves.
No.
This is so
Especially the
stupid.
Grand Canyon. Lots of people die in the Grand
Oh
Canyon.
my God, yeah. Well, it's
That's
100
true.
degrees.
That's very true.
And it's
that's
treacherous.
nuts.
This is maybe the dumbest story I've ever read on this.
I mean, everybody was pretty.
There's a
Dumb.
lot of stupidness, but these experienced hikers,
Yeah, they should have known
leaving
better.
someone by themselves
Y'all
who
are
they
just
know
fucking
is an
evil.
inexperienced hiker is the crazy.
Sounds like they weren't experienced, because if they were, they would never leave someone behind.
That's true. They trained, but I don't think they're.
They trained for themselves.
Yeah, I don't even know how they could walk off and be fine with it.
I bet she was embarrassed and was like, please go.
Totally.
And even if it gets to that point, it's like, no.
But it's just a
can't.
hardline rule. It's a hardline rule of you just don't do that.
Yeah.
Especially these conditions. 100 degrees.
I do wonder, because they mentioned that they informed a park ranger I wonder how much detail they gave him, because I feel like an actually experienced, good park ranger would have been like, I'm sorry, you did what? You what? You know? They wouldn't just casually be like, oh yeah, I'll keep an eye out for her. They'd be like, you fucking what? You know?
I don't care where you are. You could be like anywhere, and if it's
also,
100
what did
degrees, you're
they-
not going to leave someone behind. Like it's
Yeah, and also like if
dangerous.
she was under-equipped, what did they leave her with?
Yeah, well, they said they
Yeah.
didn't. They said they didn't until they got back to the hotel room and saw that most of her food was there, most of the water and food was there. That they were like, oh, she must not have brought anything.
Well,
It's like,
didn't they all leave
were
together?
you not checking on her at all before you left? Like,
Yeah.
I just, this is just shocking to me.
It's just weird.
They just say no to this person. Like, why did
Yeah.
you do any of?
If it's 100 fucking degree weather, I don't care how experienced you are. Yeah, don't leave someone alone in that kind of weather. Anything can happen. The best hikers could get sick and need help or make a mistake. Exactly. There are tons of stories of experienced hikers who got themselves in bad situations, and one of the biggest reasons they got in those situations is because they got cocky and they were alone. This girl didn't even have that. She just had shitty people who did not want to look out for her and are not even slightly taking responsibility. Just very awful, awful, selfish people.
This they kind of just seem like they don't give a shit about her at all.
No, because this was their dream to do this hike. They've been training for it, and that's all they cared about.
But then
they
say
had,
no to this.
not that I'm excusing what they did.
Yeah.
But say no to her then. When she's like, "Can I join the hike?" It's 2 weeks out. It's just like, no, no, you can't.
But how old are they?
It doesn't say their
22?
ages. It doesn't say their ages.
I'm gonna guess late 20s.
Yeah, me too.
Early 30s.
But like, obviously this wouldn't be the same level. But like, imagine if you were like training for a marathon and then like a week before, I'm like, yeah, can I join? It would just be like, no, man.
Mile 1, you're
I'd be
like,
like,
go on
yes,
without
Yes,
me.
you can.
Yes, join Shay.
Some comments here.
I know what that means.
When you were noticing she was eating salad, I would have stopped her immediately. Better yet, don't invite people to go on difficult trails that you don't know are experienced enough to have the long endurance required. Why not make sure she packed her food and water? So many opportunities here to back out or advise. Since you did invite her and have her as part of your group, you also took on the responsibility of making sure she doesn't die. Never leave your team on the trail. Take her back up, send her to the hotel, anything except just leave her. You're the asshole. Next time, don't take people with you on potentially deadly hikes.
Whoa, mic drop.
So true. Someone else said, you're the asshole for trying to do a rim to river and back day hike in June. That's really dangerous.
Whoa, that
yeah, the
person
hike
hiked.
itself sounds insane.
Yeah.
Someone else said, you're the asshole. That's how people die at the Grand Canyon. You shouldn't have let her come. If you let her come, you don't ever abandon someone like that. I fully agree.
Whoa, getting roasted.
Once you say yes, they are your responsibility. You're fully responsible for them. They had
I must
so many
have done
opportunities.
that exact hike in my kids. That must have been the hike that I did.
Must have been the one.
Yeah,
Must
I
have been
did
the
that.
one.
I did that barefoot, and it was
It
easy.
was actually pretty easy.
I was 6. I climbed.
And I'm pretty sure it was 110 degrees when I did it.
Yeah, which is crazy. And like,
the Colorado River
that
was
was fine.
rushing, so we had to swim across.
and I went in, fucking nosedived in there.
Yeah, and I did it no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty easy.
I even caught a
anyways.
fish while I was down there.
Oh, with my teeth.
Yeah. Arr.
Yeah, it was like 150 degrees.
Yeah, it was
but-
crazy.
And I didn't have any water, but I was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, what's going on with these? Is
So dumb.
there an update?
No,
They got heat stroke from all that roasting.
Yeah, baby.
straight up.
Nice.
I can't believe that, dude.
Yeah, that's.
That is dumb, dumb, dumb.
So dumb.
That's why when people are like, you know, in Kauai, speaking of Kauai, you know how they put on the rocks like how many people died in this area?
Yeah.
That's what they do in attractions. They're like, this is how many tourists have died here. Good luck. They're not, because they're just like, don't do dumb things.
Yeah.
But so many people do, and then those like beautiful parts of nature that is Kauai get shut down. And it's just, I don't
People
know.
underestimate nature. I think hiking especially people underestimate because if you do it
Yeah.
right, and most of the time hikes can feel very chill and very like, oh, how could that be dangerous? That was such a nice day.
Yeah.
But it's like one small thing goes wrong and a hike turns into the deadliest shit
Yep.
Right.
you've ever dealt with.
Yep.
No, when my brother and I got lost, and it started off very dumb, It started off with, our camp is probably down there, so if we cut off the trail here, cut to 12 hours later, us hiking.
So scary.
You straight up did Donner Party.
Dude, actually, it was so dumb, and ever since then, it's like, never.
Never
I
again.
don't care.
Don't go off trail.
No. Ego will get you killed
Yep.
on a hike.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to our next story. Our next story is an old one.
Oh.
A 10-year-old story. But
Old-timey.
sometimes these old ones are the craziest.
He's gonna be talking about watching The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
Okay, we're watching Game of Thrones. This show is always going to be good.
Yeah.
This comes from our relationships. This is a 24-year-old man. My girlfriend, who's 21, wants to go on an out-of-state camping trip alone with another guy, who's also 24. Okay.
Hot.
Awesome. Got it.
Hot. So I love my girlfriend, and I do trust her, but every girlfriend I've ever had has cheated on me, and I'm terribly insecure about her spending alone time with someone in a situation like this. We've been together for 2 years now. I met her my senior year of college because my college town was her hometown. I moved up to her college town to live with her after I graduated, and I found a great job there. For months, she's been talking about us going to Maine to camp for a week for vacation with one of her best friends, let's call him Kyle, and his girlfriend. I've never met Kyle since my girlfriend lives 2 hours from him now, but she was very open with me when I asked her about him. He's been one of her closest friends since middle school. They liked each other for a bit through the years, and the summer after she graduated high school, she had sex with him. But it never went anywhere because she was going to school and he ended up meeting this girl, his current girlfriend, let's call her Anna, soon after. They've been together since. So I was all down for a couples trip. Well, recently I found out the week they had planned I'm being sent out of state for business and can't take it off. And now Kyle's girlfriend can't go either, so it will just be my girlfriend and Kyle on the coast of Maine, camping and spending alone time.
Let me see the story we're on so I could catch up.
Together for a week. I asked her what Anna thinks of this, and she said she's only met Anna a few times, that she knows my girlfriend and her boyfriend.
Oh, this one. Ooh, this one. Ugh. At that temperature, I'd probably pass out 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I live in a place where it very commonly gets nearly that hot. I'm not comfortable revealing my state, but it gets commonly that hot. It was actually 98 today, so pretty close. I'll be back. Had to grab mini. I live in a place where it gets commonly that hot, and it's also pretty humid here. I think the highest temperature I've seen here is like 105, maybe even up to 110. Although I don't remember if that's when I was out of state or not. I would not last. It's pretty risky. And I'm like being completely transparent. It's pretty risky for me to even let Minnie out and be out there for like more than 5 minutes with her in that kind of weather. I cannot fathom going on a hike in that kind of weather with an inexperienced hiker and leaving her. Just awful people.
Had a sexual past, but that it's okay because she trusts him and knows how excited my girlfriend and him are to catch up and see a new state. I want to tell her no, but I can't be that boyfriend. It's the only week she has off between summer and fall semester, and she said her friend Kyle is moving to North Carolina for a new job in September, so she will probably not see him for a long, long time. It wouldn't be fair to expect her to stay home her only week off from school because I have to go on a business trip either. But I can't help but feel it's unfair to me to
It is
run off with
unfair.
an old flame / current friend.
Yeah.
It just seems really off to me. I've never met this guy, I don't know his motives, and he's going to be sleeping with my girlfriend and our dog in a tent for a week. How do I tell her I don't want to go alone together without being a controlling douche? Thanks, Reddit.
Thanks, Reddit.
Look, here's the thing, though. I get saying it's wrong to be like, you can't go on this trip. I'm telling you, you can't go.
Yeah.
It's also okay, I think, for him to say, hey, I'm letting you know how I'm feeling.
Yeah.
I'm feeling really uncomfortable about it.
I think he should.
You slept with this guy, and you guys are about to be in the woods together
For a week.
Yeah.
That makes me feel a little weird.
Makes me feel.
Yeah.
Does it not make
I
you
mean,
feel a
especially
little
because
weird?
they do have
Yeah.
history.
No, I think he should
Because if
definitely.
I'm in her position, I'm not going on this trip.
Yeah.
It's also, we're talking about, and this isn't fair because plenty of people who are this age are not going to do stuff, but it's just when you're young, like, and figuring yourself out, it's just like, they've been dating for,
Like, fuck it, let's just.
they've been dating for 2 years, but it's just like, they're so young and stuff, and and he's been cheated on before. It's just tricky and it's scary. I think like we're coming from a place of
Oh my
like
God, my allergies
relationships
today.
that we have a lot more security in.
Yeah.
I think, but for him,
It's definitely tricky. I think he should be on.
I don't think he's wrong at all for feeling uncomfortable.
No.
Like that's
No, I don't think he's wrong.
I
not
also
wrong.
wonder if he's not communicating how he's feeling about this whole situation at all. If he's like, no, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. No, it's fine. And like, so I wonder if like she's going along with it because she has no idea
Yes.
how uncomfortable it makes.
Exactly. And I think speaking anecdotally about like young relationships, when I was younger in relationships, I think what was different was just I was bad at communicating.
Yeah.
So I was operating
Yeah.
out of a place of
Yeah.
nervousness, and I think that's often the difference when we're reading stories about really young people is they're not communicating
Yeah.
as clearly to each other or being as honest because they'll doubt themselves as he's doing. And so, yeah, I think that's possible that they're just not seeing what this looks like.
Here's my thing. These relationships, it's like you want to trust your partner. Here's a perfect way to start trusting your partner. I don't know. You can't gain trust by being like, don't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I do agree with that.
I don't know.
Because I think like if he says you can't go, then he's acting on his insecurities.
Well,
Like,
you're
Yes.
also being
she's never
controlling at that
done
point.
anything to him
Yes.
that's ever made him question her loyalty.
Yes.
So I think,
So now he's already not trusting her.
yeah. So like,
Yeah.
I think like
And
he's just
he did explain, he's like, I've been cheated on a bunch before. So
Yeah.
like, he's being very upfront of just like, I feel insecure in this area.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
totally
But
fair.
she
He's like,
hasn't cheated on him.
yeah. It's not an ideal scenario.
No,
like,
it's not.
I recognize like yeah, clearly they were at some point they were attracted to each other.
Yeah.
And they had sex.
They had sex.
and it only ended because he met his current girlfriend.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky situation.
Yeah.
It's a bit
Did
more
you tell her not
complicated,
to
yeah.
go?
No, but I would have questions. Like, are you guys going to be
I
sharing
mean,
a tent?
okay.
What I will say,
you can just voice simply like, hey, I don't really know if I'm entirely comfortable with you doing this. It just feels kind of off to me, without being a dickhead about it and being like, you can't go because I said so. Like, you can just introduce that you have some feelings about it and introduce a talk. You don't have to be a dick about it, because that's not going to get you anywhere. But you have every right to voice your discomfort, and she has every right to tell you, it's valid that you feel that way, I'm still going to go. You know? You can... It's communication, you know?
I know it is more on the unpopular side. It's not unpopular. This is just the perspective on that I know at this stage in life, after having been cheated on and stuff, of just like, if your partner's going to cheat on you, they're going to cheat on you.
Yeah,
So I
that's
do understand what you're
Can
saying
say that
of
from
like,
experience too.
if you cheat on me, then you were going to do that, and all right, this is over.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
what I'm saying.
I get that, but that's also so scary to be
It's
like,
so
all right,
scary.
go off and.
I
let's
don't
see if
think
you
he
do
should be
that.
like, go off. I'm strong and you should do. I don't think that. I think he should tell her. He's like,
my
I
God.
feel
I'm sorry, I keep hitting my
insecure
mic.
about this. I feel
trying to
worried about
adjust.
this. I'm worried. I have questions. blah, 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 blah.
And you know what? If he's saying like, I also think it's okay, especially when you're young. I've said this of just if he's like, I'm super uncomfortable, and she's
Yeah,
like, well, this is
exactly.
who I am, and I want to go on this, and
Yeah.
like, maybe you're very different people, and maybe your perspectives on these types of boundaries and stuff are different, and it's okay to break up. You're so young.
That's kind of
who
my-
cares?
yeah.
Like if you guys are just not the same types of people. I understand you've been together for 2 years. That's probably you don't want to break up. You probably care about each other, but I don't know. I've said it a lot of like when you're really young and if you feel like who you're with is you're not seeing eye to eye. Now that's after communicating and talking about it.
Yeah. Right.
Talk about it.
Talk
Make sure
about
you're not
it.
on the same page. But if you talk about it clearly and then you're not on the same page, it's okay to be like, maybe this isn't for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's totally fine.
It's normal.
Some comments here. Tell
It's
her you don't
mature,
feel comfortable
actually.
with her going alone with a guy. Make it about your feelings, not about her cheating.
Yep.
OP responded, I tried this at first. She just brushed it off, kinda. I've known him most of my life. We've had these plans for months. Just because you can't come suddenly doesn't mean I should rearrange my plans for my only week off for you when you won't be around anyways. I want
And
to go
that's
hiking
fair.
and see the cliffs and coasts, not to elope with a good friend.
Yep,
That's fair.
That's
Okay.
probably exactly what she's thinking.
Someone said, I don't know what you should do, but you are not alone in thinking this is shifty and weird. I too would feel extremely uncomfortable with this situation. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with thinking.
I don't think
we
there's
said,
anything wrong.
they're going out alone, and it's probably about as bad as it can get. Right?
and also
I'm
I
trying to
hear-
think of scenarios worse than
Yeah.
this.
Well,
And I hear a
here's the thing too is like I understand them being like, well, you don't want to make this about the cheating aspect. And yeah, because it can easily be interpreted as you're making unfair assumptions about me. But like if that's a genuine fear or concern you have, then you should talk about it. You should get that out there. If they take offense to it, and they might, and it would be valid if they did, because, you know, sometimes the automatic assumption is, well, you're accusing me of being a cheater, point blank, period. But you also don't know someone's history, and oftentimes if someone is bringing up a concern of cheating in a relationship, it's because they probably have history surrounding being cheated on, and it's a valid concern to have. And in a situation like this, most people would probably have that fear, and it's a normal fear to have in relationships. For fuck's sake, I've been cheated on before, and it's still something that keeps me up at night, and it's still something that I feel really worried about when I get into relationships. Like, it's fine to just be like, hey, I'm just concerned. Like, I'm not accusing you of anything. It just feels uncomfortable for me. You don't have to be a dick. Just voice your feelings. And if she doesn't align with those feelings, then like they said, maybe this relationship is just not compatible. That's fucking fine. It sucks to call off a 2-year relationship, but this is a pretty big boundary cross if it's not aligned, you know?
week, and I'm like, whew.
A week is
A
also
week is a long time. Like
long-
A week
A
is
week
a
is
long
a long
camping
time.
trip.
3 nights. Yeah.
A week in a tent?
My God.
You're basically living
Oh, they
together
will be.
for a week.
Yeah. Just to make sure, just to see. Do they still have it? I'm just kidding. Update?
Update.
Update!
The dog is single.
Let's go.
So I was overwhelmed with responses. Thanks everyone for the help. I decided to talk to her about my feelings and see how she dealt with them, telling her she needed to make it a group trip and not share a tent alone with him. Here's how it went. So she comes home and she's so excited to show me the new climbing gear she bought for the trip. Great. I tell her we need to talk about the trip and Kyle, and she looks a little worried. I preface the conversation asking more about her and Kyle's relationship. From what I gathered, they're closer than I thought, yet this actually reassures me. She was his rock when his dad died, and he was hers when her best friend committed suicide.
Woof.
Trauma bond.
He has a place in her
Woof.
heart as a lifelong friend that no one else can fill, and I have one in hers as a lifelong partner that no one else can either. I have to suck it up and live with that. She seems to really like Anna, and Kyle apparently really likes me from their talks. They're happy the other found a great person and realized they weren't compatible anyways and only tried it out of loneliness, a loneliness thing after both
Have a good
losing
night, Dan.
important
Thank you for
people.
stopping by.
I can
I
live
hope
with
you
that.
feel better.
So I tell her I know it's impractical, but I don't want her sharing a tent with him. She says that's fine, completely reasonable for me to ask, and just wants to make me comfortable. She says she can try and pack lighter in other aspects. Cool. So then I tell her the trip itself makes me uncomfortable, and why doesn't she invite someone else? She mentions that's okay, she can invite her friend Allie, who just got back from Colorado. They can just bring the 4-person tent again for them and the dog if Allie wants to go. Oh, but Allie's a very hot, very promiscuous lesbian and was my girlfriend's first sexual encounter.
Stop. Stop.
You know what? You know what? This man should be counting his lucky stars. His girlfriend sounds awesome.
Wait, I have my other best friend, Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
He comes in. Where are we
Oh, how's it
camping?
going?
It's fine.
No.
I'll invite my other friend, Fuckley.
Dr.
Doctor.
He's a doctor?
Yeah.
Holy
He makes
shit.
money.
And he's single.
And this is my other friend, Cassian, from Akatar.
Stop. Do not bring that up right now. I just finished the book. Oh, God. Don't even bring up his name.
Contain yourself.
I can't.
Nope. Anyone else? Oh yeah, her friend Taylor maybe, but she'd be kind of a drag. Oh, that's okay. You used to hook up with Taylor too. At this point, I realize it boils down to the fact that I am jealous and I don't want my girlfriend alone with anyone who is attracted to her. Not because I don't trust her, but because I have this fucked up mentality that I have to prove myself and be there to claim her or something. If I want this relationship to work, I have to force myself to get over that. This trip will
That's
help.
mature.
So I tell her that, and she insists she doesn't have to go if I'm really that insecure. We can take baby steps and work on it together. No, I say, I want you to go. Enjoy your only week off. You earned it. So we decided we
That's
are going to
mature.
drive down there next weekend to Kyle's. We're going to all hang out and properly meet, eat some dinner, drink some beers, play Cards Against Humanity. Then Kyle and I will go out to the bars and get to know each other, and she and Anna will do whatever they want to do. If I don't like him, I tell her and we call it off. I think this will really help and make me comfortable. In the end, my girlfriend's sexual past makes me uncomfortable, but I'm sure mine from my fraternity days scares the shit out of her too. But
Oh
just
my
like I only
God.
have eyes for her now, I know it's the same. She's still not going to sleep in the same tent as him and said she can probably rent some single tents from the University Outdoors Club. Way cool. You
Way
guys were all
cool.
divided on whether to ask her to stay or let her go, but I think we found a good compromise to make us all feel better and still let her go.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, hey, look, he made his decision. We don't have another update, so we don't know what happened.
I will say, I'm proud that he came to that on his own. He
Yeah,
literally
it was
had to
very
verbally
maturely
talk it
handled.
out.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of what we said in the beginning. He's going to let her go because he has to move on from this stuff.
I think it, okay, I will say, maybe I'm wrong for this, but I think it was a little crazy that they were planning on sharing a tent before he asked.
I kind of agree. It's like, we don't have to share a tent. It's like, you were gonna share a tent?
like,
Get your own
Yeah.
tent.
I've never had this type of situation.
Well,
I've never,
I
so.
mean, to be fair, it does seem like they kind of have that kind of relationship. They've trauma bonded. They seem to just be super duper close, and for good reason. They've trauma bonded to the maximum degree that you can trauma bond with someone outside of like sharing whatever, like sharing the person that passed away, you know, it being like a mutual friend or something. So I mean, it doesn't justify it, but I do understand that maybe when they hang out, they just sleep in the same bed together and they don't think anything of it, you know?
For me, this is all hypothetical. I'm very curious what our commenters will think, what they would do in this type of situation. So
Yeah.
let us know.
Let us know.
Move on to our next story. This comes from relationships. I, a 29-year-old woman, am traveling overseas to meet my online boyfriend, a 38-year-old man, in a week. He just said he had to cancel.
Yeah, because he's 65 and his name is Bob.
And he lives in Carolina.
Bob, come on, we gotta go. He's like, I'm meeting my girlfriend. Sorry.
I met someone online through our pen pals about 5 months ago. It started off getting to know each other, and it turns out we had a lot in common and we were really compatible. I think it's safe to say we fell for each other. It quickly turned intense, and we shared every single intimate detail about each other. We both were in serious relationships that fell through, but some time had gone by for us. My 7-year relationship ended about 10 months ago, 5 months before we met, and his 4-year relationship ended 4 months before we met. We text all day, every day, and FaceTime for 2 to 3 hours every night, save for maybe 1 or 2 nights a week. He lives in Ireland. I live in the US. I found an incredibly priced flight to visit him. We were both so excited and maybe a bit rash. I booked the flight only after 2 months of knowing him. He told his family about me, shared photos of his family, and we planned all that I'm going to do and see with him. At 5:30 this morning, I received a video message and a long text that his ex-girlfriend was in a serious car accident and that he would have to cancel. I've begged him not to, and I am trying to be supportive of what he is
What
going
the
through. So far,
fuck?
at most, I've only gotten that he will try, that he needs to sort this out. I'm freaking out that in 7 days I will be in a country where I don't know anyone. Do I cancel the flight? I've been
Yes!
telling my friends about going on a trip, not really saying that I'm meeting someone. I have no idea what to do now. I feel sick. I feel like a fool. I feel like everything he said to me was a lie. What should I do?
Okay.
I mean, I think this is the perfect opportunity to do a solo trip. I mean, Ireland, plenty of green grass.
Yeah.
You
cheap.
know, check out the Guinness factory.
Ah, it's a lovely day for a Guinness.
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
still
like,
never been to Ireland.
I think
You
like
must go.
make a solo trip out of it. F that guy. Go on a
Yeah.
trip.
Yeah. Also, like, if he is telling the truth about his ex-girlfriend getting in a car accident, that's really scary and sad.
Yeah, it could be real. I mean,
Okay.
I'm a little suspicious.
You're suspicious.
I don't know. You know, they did
you?
say they did say they were FaceTiming.
Yeah.
So
He's a real person.
He's a
He's
real
a real
person.
person.
Yeah,
He's
we
not
know that.
But
catfishing her.
He just always has a filter
The
on.
problem is when you're, I mean, and I've never been in a long distance relationship, so I'm not experienced in this. So
Oh, I have. Many.
a lot of them work out and are
Many,
real, but
many.
I have a
it's just
theory.
there's also the element of like you don't know him in person. Is what he's telling you the truth?
Right.
That there's
Right.
the possibility here.
I think she should go on this trip.
Absolutely.
But not plan to not care if she sees him.
yeah, yeah. There's
Yeah.
plenty of stuff to do in Ireland. Enjoy the.
But how
enjoy the
soon is
time.
how that in 7 days? So she has 7 days until.
Or she could cancel it and save for when things calm down a little bit and not spend all the
I
money.
think if she can get her money back,
If she can get her
That
money
might
back.
be
back,
true.
Yeah.
she can get her money back. I would cancel because
Totally.
go on a solo trip, but like cancel this and then plan a trip.
Yeah. Agree.
Okay, comments. I'll be honest, his ex-girlfriend being in a car crash a week before you come over shouldn't affect his ability to make time for you, even if he was to go out and see her. From what I've seen of people in online relationships, there is often one party that bails approaching a meetup date as things are suddenly to become real. This is a big possibility, but I'm not
that's-
saying it's
that's a
definitely
very
the
good
case.
point.
I definitely wouldn't cancel unless you can get a refund. You could use this time to explore the country by yourself and turn it into a good, empowering experience.
That's what
Eat,
you
pray,
said.
love, bitch.
Yeah.
Eat, pray, love,
Ireland.
bitch.
Someone else said everything he said likely was a lie since this is a classic catfish line. Just because someone can FaceTime you doesn't mean every other thing about them isn't bullshit. I'm sorry this happened.
Yeah.
I'd still take the trip and have an excellent time. Find things that interest you and go do and see them. It's an awesome opportunity to see the world and I wouldn't pass it up just because the opportunity came from a shitty situation originally. if he's lying about all of it and it's like she's FaceTiming him and he's just like, oh yes, I'm here in Dublin. And she's like, my Irish boyfriend is so cool. It's like, yes, I'm drinking a Guinness again. Like, that's all he does.
Yeah.
I'm eating Lucky Charms. It's like, no, that guy's from Kentucky.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, look, I'm really sorry.
He has a filter of a f***ing leprechaun hat on. Stop.
Yeah. Do they even have Lucky Charms in Ireland?
Probably
No.
not.
Probably at those like they have like specialty
He's
stores.
going off
where
the
they-
only things he knows. He's like, I'm doing. And he like is watching Train Spotting. He's like, heroin.
Well, that's Scotland.
Oh, that's Scotland.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
Ewan
Trainspotting.
McGregor.
Yeah, he gets it wrong. She's like, wait, that's Scotland. He's just like,
He's
oh,
like, and then it's like, Bob, come upstairs. She's like, okay, honey.
he's just saying quotes from Banshees of Inisherin.
Yeah.
It's just like, wait. She watches the movie. She's like, that's all. what
Hold
he's
on.
saying." Okay. Update.
Yay!
He's doing his
The
thing
guy
again.
was Barry Keoghan.
Oh my God.
I mean, that'd be
He's
pretty.
single now. Yeah, him and Sabrina broke up.
Uh-oh.
She's touring and she can't with him right now.
Wow,
You know?
never could have.
So people are like, so what happened? So what happened with that boyfriend? She's like, he's sort of not a real person.
Oh my god.
Sorry,
Okay.
I had to.
There we
All
go.
right. After my post, I FaceTimed him to say what I wanted to say and end things. He tried to get me to postpone my trip and even tried to give me money to make me less mad at him. I told him whatever we had was over as I could no longer trust him. He cried, which made me feel weird. I wished him and his ex the best and ended the call. I went on my trip and had a top-class time. The Reddit community really astounds me sometimes. I received a lot of private messages of suggestions of things to do and see, and the trip to Ireland became a trip of a lifetime. In Dublin,
Oh,
I
that's
did meet
good.
up with a very kind Redditor who showed me around the city and came with me to a bunch of museums during my stay. I saw amazing sights, met a bunch of really cool people through my travels, and met a few really cute Irish boys.
There we go. I was gonna say she could meet her own boyfriend there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I learned a lot about myself on my first solo trip abroad. I am pretty self-reliant and I did a lot of self-reflection. This relationship was my first serious one after my ex and I split up. I think in my desire for closeness with someone, I ignored a lot of red
Yep.
flags and downplayed my self-worth. I am now focusing on making real connections with people I meet in real life and have decided to stay away
Yeah,
from
very
anything long
sweet.
distance indefinitely. My first night in Belfast, I messaged him after I had what was probably too many beers. Damn you, delicious Irish beers. And he said he was sorry, but it was what it had to be. It didn't really seem sincere, and it extinguished any romantic notions I had. Thank you to everyone who commented and private messaged me. It really made me excited for my trip, and it was the best time.
Oh, that is the best story
Well,
ever.
That ended up
Good,
being
she
the
had a
best
good
story so
time.
far,
For
yeah.
her, I didn't realize she was going to immediately just cut it off.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, good for
extreme,
her.
But hey.
There might have been other details.
respect
They might have all
it.
added up in her
I
head.
absolutely
She was
fully
like, I need to
respect
end
it.
this.
Good
Well,
for
More
her.
people
good
need
for
to
her.
be
I'm
like
jealous
that.
of her. I really want to go because I've heard Guinness in Ireland is crazy.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
It tastes so good. And the Guinness factory has this bar at the top that you can see the whole fucking city of Dublin.
Cool.
It is really cool.
I
Sick.
really want to go.
Do you want to come with me next time I go?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I
you're
won't
gonna
tell
be
you.
there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
I
Okay.
don't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you.
I will say, as like a little anecdote, I'm not gonna go into a bunch of detail, but I did date an Irish person before, and that relationship is one of those things where I still think about it today, and I can't believe that was a real thing that I went through with someone for multiple months. So, yeah, there's that. Maybe someday, like, I don't know. I have thought about, like, at some point doing story time streams because boy, have I gone through capital E experiences throughout my life. But yeah, that was a wild one. Yeah, to summarize it, there was a Google Docie involved. It was that intense. I did not write it, but apparently they had multiple written about them in the past. Yeah, it was a whole trip. And I never left state. So, just thinking about it, yeah. Be wary, I guess.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna
good.
be like, hey, this Guinness place, pretty cool,
And
right?
I'm like, there he is.
Also, to
Okay.
all of our Irish viewers, I'm sorry for my accent.
I'm not sorry.
Yeah.
I
Ian's
will
not
not. I
sorry.
will
I'm
not
sorry.
apologize.
Okay.
That wasn't class of you. That's what they say.
I gotta watch Dairy Girls.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
I need to watch that.
I need to watch that. Then I'm gonna come back with a sick.
Just
accent.
such a good accent.
Yeah.
Okay, it is time for our last story, and it comes from Am I the Asshole?
The
Am I
iconic.
the asshole for leaving a couple's trip in the middle of the night and ruining the vibe?
Oh no, the vibe's been ruined.
No. Not
Leaving
the
a couple's trip in
vibe.
the middle of the night.
I mean,
Oh, that
ruining
sucks.
ruining a vibe.
sucks.
Sucks.
Immediate
Worse
asshole.
than death.
Yeah.
You ruin the vibe.
Oh no, dude.
Nar.
The vibe must stay.
Oh, nar.
You gotta keep the vibe intact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. There's a 26-year-old guy. Last weekend was my birthday. Me and my girlfriend of 2 years, Kenzie, who's 26, and I had plans to get dinner. She came to pick me up from work, and her car was packed, and my best friend / his wife were in the back seat. To my surprise, she planned a whole weekend away to my favorite lake, rented a sick house on the water, and invited all our friends. Her sister / husband, my friends / their SOs, and a few of Kenzie's friends all arrived Thursday night. It was awesome, and I was stoked for the weekend. We met through my best childhood friend, Grace, who's 26. Grace and Kenzie were college friends, and I never thought I had a chance. Kenzie is beautiful, and while I'm not ugly, I've always felt like we weren't in the same league. No idea how I got her, and I still don't. Thursday night went well. Friday we swam and hung out at the house most of the day. We started drinking and playing games at night. Kenzie's sister broke out this couples game. Basically, you pick one person in the relationship that fits the description, or it has prompts to engage in debates between couples. Kenzie was pretty drunk by now because she's a lightweight and was drinking most of the night. It was fun until a question of what originally attracted you to your SO came up. Kenzie blurted out, "He was safe and I knew he wouldn't cheat or leave me."
You know, I think the vibe got ruined right there.
Yeah.
The vibe has been broken.
Oh.
The vibe has been shattered.
Oh
I
my
looked at her with a
God.
face and was like, huh? She then says, yeah, you seemed nice enough, and after my abusive ex, I wanted a safer option. Things got really awkward, and her sister quickly read a different card. I was really embarrassed and flustered, so I said I had to pee and walked outside. I called Grace to tell her what happened. She was working and couldn't come, and she got upset. I told her I wanted to leave. She said I didn't need to take that, and she would be there in the morning to get me. The night died down, and Kenzie tried talking to me in front of everyone, but I told her we'd talk about it another time.
Why
I
are
decided
you? Why are you trying to talk to him in front of everyone? You've already embarrassed him. You've already embarrassed the man. You've already embarrassed this man. Why? Why? Let him breathe. Oh my God.
Pack my bags and sleep on the couch. And before anyone woke up, I left. I texted Kenzie and told her that I didn't want to fight about what happened and ruin everyone's trip. So I was going home for the weekend and we could talk whenever she got home. She blew my phone up all Saturday, as did a few of my friends. I decided to go golfing and just turn my phone off. I just didn't want to talk to anyone. When Kenzie showed up at my place Sunday, she was fuming, saying that me leaving early ruined the whole trip. It was all anyone could talk about. And the whole vibe felt off because the birthday boy was gone. That she felt like a piece of shit and I didn't give her a chance to explain.
You
and she hardly
should.
even remembers what she said to begin with.
Oh my
She rented a
God.
boat, I love boating, and felt like I disrespected her efforts/money to put together the trip. I told her that I didn't feel like arguing, so I went home to avoid the drama. Some said that it was an asshole move to just bail and I should have stayed because she put a ton of effort into the trip. Am I the asshole?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of on some baby shit. Yeah.
It really sucks.
All of that sucked.
Like, there's
Everyone
no
sucks
doubt, like,
here.
his feelings were obviously hurt.
Yeah, rightfully
Like,
so.
Yeah, and I mean, that,
Is she valid to be upset that he left and she put in all that effort? Yeah, but at the same time, what are you expecting after what you fucking did to him, you know? Everyone sucks here. I just think everyone sucks here.
it sucks to hear.
But you're going to leave the whole weekend. All your friends took off time to be there for you.
You're punishing a lot of people for
Also,
what your girlfriend said.
Grace,
I think.
hey girl, don't get involved like that.
I think, like, I mean, at the end of the day, I think he felt so embarrassed in front of all his friends that he couldn't stand to be around them, because he's probably thinking in his head, they're all judging me for this, and
Yeah.
I just need to leave.
Yeah.
And so I don't think he realized
he
that
wasn't thinking
when
past
you
that.
just dip out on something like that, your absence will be all people are going to talk
Yeah.
about.
Of
course.
And that's going to make everything
So much
way
worse.
worse.
No,
So
Yeah.
much worse.
it's the most dramatic move you can make. right?
Yeah.
And to say like, oh, I just wanted to leave to not cause drama, I'm like, you wanted to cause some drama.
You caused
Maybe.
so much.
maybe,
Yeah.
maybe he wasn't
drama.
thinking.
I think,
Maybe
like,
he was in his feelings.
He was
He did
feeling
it.
his
Yeah, he
feelings,
was
I
probably
feel
in his
like.
feelings. He did what he felt he needed to do to feel better. He went golfing. I'm sure that was nice for him. but like when you're thinking like long game with your friends, like doing that is kind of a dramatic thing.
It's
I
a
don't
cop-out.
I don't blame him for wanting to leave, but I think it would have been a much better idea for
He
him
should've-
to work it out there. And also, if you didn't leave, everyone would have forgot about that.
They would have been like, ooh, awkward. They'll figure it out, but
Yeah.
I don't like him less.
But now it's like,
Yeah.
why is he gone? Oh yeah, because he was the safe option, and that's what caused this whole thing.
It doesn't help your cause.
Yeah.
Here's what I would have done.
Okay.
Everyone sucks.
Your partner says, oh yeah, you were the safe option, whatever. It's like, I'd be like, okay, yeah, for sure. Everyone goes to bed that night. She wakes up, what's that sound? They go out to the lake. I'm on a jet ski. rolling around. I hit a huge ramp.
Yeah.
I land on the ground, skid onto the beach, slide it. I'm wearing a
How's
leather
this
jacket,
for a
nothing
safe
else.
option,
And
babe?
you're backwards on it. Your hands are on the back.
Backwards on a jet ski, I land. They're like, "Holy shit, dude! You could have died. That's so dangerous." I'm like, "You're right. It is dangerous."
That was my plan all along.
Guess I'm not the safe
Guess I'm
choice.
not
Yeah,
that safe,
guess
am I,
I'm
babe?
not
And
that
she's like, "Oh
safe."
my God, you're right." She hops into my arms. We get back on the jet ski,
Yeah.
right off into the sunset.
Just a leather jacket?
Just leather jacket. Winnie
Yeah,
the Pooh.
Winnie the Poohing.
Not very safe.
Not safe. No.
Oh my
Especially
God.
in the woods, all those
They're all
twigs.
just sitting there going like, wow, this out.
You know, I was thinking the whole time.
Not very safe.
Not very safe.
The whole time I was thinking like this is the perfect setup for a slasher movie.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
That's
Oh.
what I was
I
thinking.
love
Yeah.
He leaves, and on the road heading home, they get murdered, and then something's on its way to the cabin.
Here's
Yeah.
what I thought he could have done or should have done.
Go.
Other than like get murdered on the way back. But like he should have just woken up and left for the day, like the morning, done his own thing in the morning, written a note and being like, hey, I just need to do some time, and then come back after he cooled down.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not like leave fully.
Yeah.
I would be really upset with him as well.
He also turned off his phone. They didn't
He
know.
could have been unsafe. He could
It's
have.
true. It's true. It's just, it was all, you know, I felt like what I think
It's
it comes
childish.
across. It comes across childish. It was really inappropriate what his girlfriend said to him. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the what you do is you pull her aside the next day and you go, hey, that was so disrespectful, so mean.
Yeah.
I felt awful. And also, do you still feel that way about me? Because if you do,
Right.
like that changes my perspective on
Yeah.
our relationship. Like have that serious convo. And then if you're there, you could also talk to your friends that night and be like, I can't believe she said that to me. Like you could
Yeah.
like talk to some of your friends too and get their perspectives. And then
Yeah.
they'd all probably be on your side
Yeah.
and be like, yeah. And I don't know.
tricky-
This could have been handled.
And
I
then we
agree.
send her packing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out
Yeah,
of
get
here.
the
tricky
fuck
thing,
outta here.
guys, is that she was in a really abusive relationship from what he said, and her first initial thought was, okay, this guy's safe, which I know is such a buzzkill.
There's a
but,
nicer
like,
way to say it. but
There's
yeah.
such a nicer way to say it, but she was wasted.
Yeah, it's
No, she
No, it's
fucked up. She definitely fucked up.
definitely fucked up.
Sure.
It's definitely. I will say like, because I don't know if he later gets clarification from her, but like,
Right.
drunk words are sober thoughts. Like absolutely.
They really
Yeah.
are.
But I also think we don't speak well when we're drunk.
No.
No.
So it could
Yeah.
also be like, yes, sorry, I viewed you as safe. I viewed you as like someone who actually gave a shit about.
Like think about
there's maybe
Yeah.
maybe some better aspects to her point of view that we're not
I will
getting
say
because
I'm someone who, like, when my friends kind of tell me that, like, I'm a safe person for them to confide in, I do take that with pride and as very much to heart, because I really strive to be a safe person for people. But in that situation, the way that he worded it, it just kind of seems like she was doing it to be like sarcastic and as a way to put him down, not as like a genuine thing. Because I think if someone does see you as a safe person, especially if that person is fresh out of a very abusive situation, that is something that's very delicate and that you should, you know, handle with care, because it is important and special for that to be a position in someone's life. It's just the way that it happened was not ideal, you know?
she was so drunk.
Right.
like think about like this is saying the same thing. He was a safe choice and he makes me feel safe.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
the same
And
thing.
and it has
but
me
one,
wondering.
So true.
One is
Yeah, that's
incredibly disrespectful.
So true.
And, one
and
is
her-
a really sweet thing to say.
Even
Yeah.
in her wording, it's like, I knew he wouldn't cheat on me. It's like, okay, that is actually a good reason for wanting to date someone.
Sure.
That's not
But the way
bad.
she said it is such
It's-
a bummer.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
She just
no,
didn't say it right.
hurt. Reading that part like hurts. But then he just continues to dig a hole for himself
Yeah,
after
he did.
that.
Yeah.
And feeling awful is okay, but there's just other actions you
I
can
think
take.
you were right. I think he was embarrassed to show his face to his
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah. And it is embarrassing.
It's really
Sure,
embarrassing.
yeah.
Comments. Well, the verdict was asshole.
Okay.
Comments, feels like you massively overreacted. That may be the truth for the beginning, but no one stays for that reason for 2 years, and certainly wouldn't splash all that cash and spend all that time and effort organizing such a lovely weekend for you unless the emotions were true and deep. You are not the rebound after an abusive relationship. The rebound would have lasted a couple of weeks.
Fair.
That's not to say it was hurtful, but if you care about her, work to make it right. I think that's very true.
Yeah.
We also, the question was your first impression.
Exactly.
And first impressions can be f***ing wild and
They're
different.
crazy.
Sure.
Yeah.
She also spent so much. She did this whole weekend for him, and he loves to boat, and he couldn't even get on the boat.
I know, it's so sad.
Sad.
Someone said, you're the asshole. You'd seriously bail on a birthday weekend in front of all your mutual friends because 2 years earlier she felt you were a safe option. It seemed to work out. She went all out for you for your birthday. If you bailed over something so seemingly ridiculous, what would you do when you face actual tough times together? You won't discuss it. You'll just run away.
Yep.
Absolutely. No, this is a huge red flag.
Love that.
It's
Yeah.
like, what she said is, it's like I said, I'm like,
I mean, I do think her trying to talk about it in front of everyone is also bad. But at the same time, at that point, you just wait until everyone goes to bed and you're alone in your room together. And you just be like, hey, that was shitty. And that made me feel shitty. And then you move on, you know? You don't leave on a trip that was planned and everyone took time for you.
would hurt me. But
Minnie has to go outside. Give me 1 sec.
it is minuscule compared to what a lot of couples go through.
I will say I'm starting to get a bit of a headache, so we'll probably have the next episode be the last one that we do for stream, and then we can continue watching Smosh Reddit stories on Wednesday. I can add a couple of other episodes to the playlist. Yeah. My spoons are just starting to come down.
At some point. And it's like, he kind of showed himself there.
Yep.
And it is a scary thing. Bailing, it's a hard thing to get over, you know, especially if she went through a bad relationship before. She's seeing this and probably going to be like, oh, well.
Yeah.
And he left her. What I do think about that one comment is true, is that, well, you left her there alone with all the friends, and they have nothing to talk about but you, who is gone and ghosted and not responding. So you probably damaged your relationship with everyone.
Yeah.
Shit's about to get talked.
I mean, look, I think in relationships, the response is to communicate, always.
Yeah.
And he chose to do the polar opposite of it. And it's not always that I think you're wrong or you're bad. I just think it's going to make things worse.
It's legitimately like self-sabotage.
Totally.
Because he's clearly extremely insecure about this whole thing, and his choice is to run away.
I wonder if in his head, he thought he was going to do this and everyone was going to feel so bad and be like, oh my God, this poor guy.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh.
He's such a hero. In fact, he's not safe. He's so dangerous for leaving.
You can't do that. You just
What a
can't.
risk taker.
Because when your brain tells you to do things like that, the result is never going to be what your brain thinks it's going to be.
Yeah.
You just need to communicate. Well.
You on a jet ski and just a leather coat is something.
Just
that
leather
is
jacket. Look,
burned in
but
my
you gotta admit, had he done that, the situation would be better than where it's at now.
And they're like,
But
I'm
imagine if he-
safe.
Tell
But
me
dude,
the situation would not be better.
If he hits a wave, and he's sitting on that craft,
That's not
Dangerous.
that craft.
that's dangerous.
Right, it's not safe.
Watercraft?
They wake up the next morning, it's like his balls have exploded.
Yeah,
my
dude,
God.
that's not
Safe,
good.
and he doesn't have balls.
Also, do you drape like one ball, like, do you drape one ball to one side, one ball to the other side of the thing that you're
Oh my
on?
God, he's ballless and safe. I'm happy.
Do you suck them up before you
Okay.
get on it? Like, I have a lot of questions about naked jet skiing.
Look, I've never jet skied before.
What? Dude, you're such a safe
Everyone
choice.
in this room just lost their mind.
I didn't. I just stared at you.
I've never jet skied.
I'm not.
It's a blast and also
Have you jet skied?
terrifying.
Sure.
Never jet skied.
Do you want
Neither
to?
have I.
Yeah, sure, I'll jet.
Get out there, buddy.
I feel like
just
jet
never had the
skis-
opportunity.
Jet ski's like one of those things where it's like you're on, you're like, oh my God, I'm having so much fun, and then after like 15 minutes, you're like, it's the same thing.
Ow, my whole body hurts. It's
Yeah.
cold.
If there's
my
waves,
family,
it's not.
we never. I've hardly spent time at lakes.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
You can jet ski in the ocean.
I know, but like when we went
Yeah.
go to the ocean, we were like scuba diving or like snorkeling and stuff. We weren't like a jet ski family.
Yeah. We gotta take you to a lake for your birthday.
Yeah.
You wanna go on your birthday? Buddy, you wanna go to your birthday?
Let's go to this. Let's go where they went.
I did jet skiing up at Big Bear. We can go Big Bear.
On the mountain?
You want to go Big Bear?
I've been jet skiing
Yeah, there's a
on
lake.
snow.
There's a lake.
There's a lake at Big Bear.
Oh, Big Bear Lake.
Yeah.
Whoa, someone hasn't traveled, am I right?
Oh,
Been to Big Bear.
Ooh. Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for watching. Let us know what other themes and subreddits you'd like to see on this show. Let me know your opinions on some of these stories, because these were some wild ones. And we'll see you next Saturday. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Last episode that we were watching tonight.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today's
Hi, Lindsay,
theme
welcome.
is friendship.
Good to see you.
With me are two great friends of mine, Anthony and Courtney.
Hi.
Hello. How's it going?
I'm still caught up on the friends. Sorry.
Anthony, yeah, I mean, I feel like the whole, the brand here is friendship.
Yeah.
Friendship
Friendship
always
always wins.
That's right.
Always
Rooted in
wins.
friendship.
That's right.
Anime
well,
said
so
that.
a lot of these stories have to do with friendship. Some of them probably in a positive way. Probably a lot of them going in a bad direction.
Well, I know firsthand friendship can be this way, and then it could be that way, and they could come back.
That's
you
true.
know?
That's
Fair.
true.
So maybe they're in their middle phases here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's see if these friendships are gonna work out or not.
Okay.
And let's just hop right in.
We're friends.
Yeah. Friendship.
Friendship bros. Tattoo brothers.
I can relate.
Yeah. Relatable.
Yeah.
Okay, first story. This comes from Legal Advice. Sat down on my friend's MacBook and broke it. Offered to pay her the money for it, but now she wants more because she was upgrading anyway. So it's this or she will sue me in small claims court.
What?
I had some of my friends over at my house, and one of my friends invited one of her other friends to come over.
I
She
feel
had her
like I
MacBook on my
vaguely
couch when
remember
I
this
sat
one,
on
but
it
I
and broke
don't-
it.
I
Since
can't
it was
tell.
completely my fault, I offered to pay her the money for it, and she agreed. She got it 3 years ago, and it cost $2,200 at the time. I told her I'd wire her the money in a week to her
Holy
bank account.
shit.
She's now emailed
It's
me
just as
saying
much
that
as the
as per
dinner
our
from earlier.
conversation, she's expecting the $2,700 that I have agreed for. I didn't know why she added the extra money, so I got her number from my friend and called her to find her telling me she's now expecting me to pay for her new upgraded MacBook since she was upgrading anyway. She said if I don't agree to it, that she'll be suing me in small claims court. Can a judge agree to that? Should I wire her the $2,200 or should I just tell her to go sue me? Location is California.
Whoa.
Land of the suing.
That's well, okay. So it sounds like this is a little bit off of the friendship stuff because this is someone she sort of knows.
It's a newer friend. She
yeah,
doesn't have
newer
their phone
friend.
number.
But it's more about just like the logistics of that. I mean, if someone broke my MacBook, the most that I would expect, and I feel like depending on the circumstances, I'd be like, it's okay. But you'd expect to get the money that it was worth.
Right.
Yeah.
No more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also feel like if they went to small claims court, that's exactly what the judge would say. Because
Yeah.
this person didn't damage a new MacBook, they damaged an old one. And if you're a sane person, if someone broke my laptop, I was planning on upgrading, and if they were someone who was comfortable enough financially to do that, I'd be like, okay, sure, thanks, then I'll just pay for the difference on upgrading anyway. Like, I'm not mad about
Yeah.
this laptop. That's great.
Yeah, if anything, that MacBook's not worth what it was
Exactly.
years ago.
Yeah.
You're already
Almost-
getting more.
You're
Yeah.
about to buy a new one anyways. You'd maybe, like, this is me, and if I knew it was truly an accident and I felt bad, I'm like, I don't want to make someone pay. I'd be like,
Yeah, I
I'd maybe go to the
wouldn't-
Apple store and
I
be like, how
wouldn't
much would I have
expect them
gotten
to
if I
pay
traded this in?
regardless.
Right.
Probably would have been like 1,000.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And then I would have been like, hey, can you spot me that 1,000?
I am so caught up on two things. One, the MacBook was a get together, and she just threw her MacBook on the couch during this get together. And
Yeah.
It was.
You're
It
kind
seems
of
like a
asking
setup.
for it. Yeah.
Seems like a setup.
I do think this is more of a conspiracy theory. I do think there's a lot of people who are very like advantageous.
Yeah.
Of like when it's like, oh, here's an opportunity for me to squeeze something out of
They
someone.
learned about capitalizing.
Yeah, like that's. I do think there are
God.
people like that. That's what it seems to be here. Because like you're looking to get $500
Yeah.
extra. Out
You're
of
willing to sue someone over it.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, I feel like they're bluffing. I think it's also really weird that they're like, you agreed to pay this. Oh, but if you don't agree to this, I'm gonna sue you. It's like, so what did we agree on in the first place?
Right.
Like,
Yeah, it's just shady
It
behavior.
is very silly, and they would be a waste of money to go to small claims court.
Yeah.
Some comments. So since this is on legal advice, these are people giving some good advice here. You don't pay either of those amounts. You pay the depreciated value of the MacBook as of the date your butt sat on it, and not a dime more. If she wants to upgrade, she can pay for that upgrade, and if she wants to sue, good luck to her. No judge is going to award her more than the MacBook was currently worth.
Wow.
Someone else
Good
said, you're
point.
pretty nice to be giving her $2,200 anyway. If she sued, she would likely only be entitled to the value of the computer at the time it was broken, not how much she paid for it 3 years ago. She's absolutely not entitled to $2,700 just because she wants something nicer. Lastly, someone said, I'm not even sure you are liable. She put a computer in a place for sitting and it got sat on. At most,
Yeah.
you would owe the depreciated value. Check eBay and Craigslist postings so you have a value to argue. That's
Yeah.
interesting that it's like, it's in the line of my butt.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
where
exactly.
Yeah, I didn't sit on it. My butt sat on it.
it's. Yeah.
And you put it there where my butt goes.
Yeah.
Right.
We know
Yeah.
butts go there.
You can also you can just go if it was a Apple product, you could just go on their site and check the value, the trade-in value for your product just by putting in the information.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So-
the second thing I was caught up on. It's like, why does she now decide that this $2,200 MacBook that is, not worth that now? Why is it now worth $2,700? Because she had the plan to someday in the future upgrade? Where does that logic line up?
I would be worried that
as
this
an
person was like,
excuse.
wow, OP is willing to give me $2,200. They must have a lot of money. Maybe they should give me more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, someone.
isn't ideal.
Like that's a very lucky situation that if someone did accidentally break your laptop and they're immediately like, oh, I'll give you $2,200 for it. It's like,
Whoa.
oh,
Yeah.
I think if I'm the type that if someone offers like that quickly, that nice, I'm more likely to be like, hey, it's all good, or like
Yeah.
something. Obviously, I'm not someone who's in a financial bind, but I don't know. That's a very kind thing for them to offer.
Also, I'm like, maybe it is their fault if they like cannonballed on it. Like, how did you destroy an entire laptop? You didn't just break the top leg. You didn't just break the screen. I feel like
It was already broken.
yeah. It was already broken. It was a
I'm
crack.
gonna say, like, laptops are pretty sturdy. I dropped my work laptop recently, open-faced, down onto the concrete.
Holy
like
shit.
I literally, it fell out of my hands here.
My God.
Went
Oh
like
my
open face,
God.
bam,
Yeah.
and it was fine.
What?
Yeah, wow.
Whoa.
100% fine. I'm a little shocked. I guess
Holy
when it's flat, it's
shit.
more likely the screen. But I'm like, is it not fixable at all?
I'm actually surprised you did that. That's something I would do.
I never drop shit.
Yeah.
I rarely drop shit, and this was bad, and I was
Unrelatable.
lucky.
I think we need to cut to the footage of us right now immediately testing how hard we could sit on
Yeah.
laptops.
Cannonballing on.
Cannonballing on
or
them, diving
challenge.
I don't think
Pick.
that laptop could break. I'm gonna need to see OP's ass.
on them.
I'm gonna need to see understand if that's really.
I need to see the Marquez Brownlee video. He's cannonballing onto laptops. Make that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
seriously, I feel like I was gonna upgrade anyway is usually what you say when you don't need the money.
Right. Yeah. That's usually like, oh,
Yeah,
it's fine.
it's
That's
just
right.
I'm gonna upgrade
weirdly-
anyway.
Yeah.
Weird.
I was
weird
gonna upgrade
shady
anyway, so
behavior.
give me more.
So give me
Or
the price of the new
ulterior
computer I wanted to buy.
motives.
Also,
Energy.
I think just threatening to sue is such a shitty thing to do, and also suing for something of this caliber. It's like, dude.
And they're in the friend group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, suing is going to end up just costing you both more money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're going to have to then hire lawyers. Like what do you?
That's why I think it's a bluff.
Maybe small claims court you wouldn't. They would.
He's like, I'm taking you to Judge Judy.
It's like, dude, just don't waste. Like that's so much time to waste.
Yeah.
Over for them. $500 that they technically weren't even owed. This is a really shitty person.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we have an update.
Oh.
We have an update.
I did some research specifically for repairing the screen for the MacBook, and for her particular model, it's around $310 for the screen, plus labor costs. So I wrote her back saying that since she didn't accept my initial offer of $2,200, I'm withdrawing that offer and offering to pay for the repair cost. She sent me an email calling me a bitch and that she's going to take me to court. Oh my
God.
Okay, that'll help you in court.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Judge, they called me a bitch and then said they would take me to court.
Okay.
I got served a few days later and went to court.
Oh, shit, it happened.
Really did it.
way.
Was not a
Wait.
bluff.
I want to see that transcript.
I need to see this. Yeah. Oh my
wanna see
God.
how it went down.
Oh my God. That's probably public access.
And she called
It's
me
California
a bitch.
too.
Oh,
so
this is gonna-
That's
Okay,
what
wait,
she
wait,
has
okay,
going
okay.
for
Find
her.
it.
Okay.
I told the judge I gave her 3 options to choose from. Either to write her a check for a brand new one, which was $2,200, get her a refurbished one from Apple or a third party or even used, which would be around $1,400. Or 3, fix her current MacBook since the screen is the only thing affected here, and it would
Yeah.
cost around $300 plus money for labor. So the laptop's not broken.
It's not
The
broken.
screen is broken. That's a completely different thing.
Completely different.
That's so stupid.
You can repair a screen.
Yeah, no, if it's like I only owe you to the screen. I only broke the screen, so that's all I owe you for. I printed out the email I sent her and the mail she sent back refusing the $2,700 and calling me a bitch and saying we'll go to court, plus screenshots for the price quotes from different websites for a new/refurbished and screen fix
He
for her
came
particular model and gave it to the
prepared. Good
judge.
for him.
I also told him that when I offered to get her a new one from the Apple store, she said, "No, I want the money in cash."
Whoa.
Shady,
Give me a
shady,
break.
shady, shady,
When
shady.
I told her I'd give her $2,200 for a new one, she said, okay, but later came asking for $2,700 because she wanted to upgrade. grade. I tried to show him how it's clearly visible that she's trying to take advantage of me. She gave the judge an attitude almost the whole time, which really pissed off the judge and helped my case, I guess. After listening to both of us, he ruled that I pay 50% of the repair cost since she negligently left her laptop on the couch. So I'll only be paying no more than $200 to $250 for the whole thing. If it weren't for you guys, I would have paid $2,200 instead of around $200. And I honestly loved her look at the end as we walked out.
Let's go, legal slay.
You know, I think entitled people really, I guess in their worldview, like even the courts are gonna like just be there to serve them, and you don't realize like, no man, like
Oh my God, I would love to see the transcript for that.
You know, last stream we had the word of the day being audacity. I feel like for this stream we have the phrase of the day, which is I don't know what you expected. I truly do not know what you expected. She's a nervy bitch though, for sure. Holy shit.
that's so.
She's like, hey, judge, you are a bitch.
Oh
I'm
man.
just gonna throw a curveball, and I'm like, no, they weren't the asshole. They deserve $2,700.
Yeah,
They deserve
oh my
that.
God.
They deserve that.
Yeah.
Well, that was delicious.
That was tasty little morsel.
Thank you for the appetizer.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, let's hop into this next story. Here we go. This comes from Am I the Asshole?
Okay.
All right. Am I the asshole for kicking my boyfriend's girl best friend out of my Halloween party because of her costume?
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Guys, we've reached another moment where I have to sit down with you. I have to be like, you're not prepared. You may think you know where it's going, but no, you don't. Buckle the fuck in. This one is crazy. Buckle up, babes. Buckle up.
Interesting.
I hope there's pics.
Hi, everyone. I'll cut to the chase. I, a 19-year-old woman, had a Halloween party over the weekend. I invited my boyfriend, who's 21, and a bunch of our friends over, including his girl best friend. I will call her Agatha. My boyfriend and I had decided to dress up as Peter Pumpkin Eater. If you haven't seen the costume, the guy wears a shirt that says Peter, and the girl dresses as a pumpkin because, well, you know.
Oh. Wow, okay.
I was pretty excited just because I thought it was funny and a cute costume. Agatha texted me the night before the party and asked what my costume was going to be. I explained the couple's costume my boyfriend and I would be wearing, and she replied that she would probably just come as a sexy cat. Fast forward to the night of the party, everyone is having fun and it's a nice time. Well, it was until Agatha walked in dressed as a pumpkin. She went over and hugged my boyfriend.
Whoa, okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
I swear the room went silent. I was pissed. I asked if I could speak with her privately, and we went into my bedroom. I asked why she chose that costume since she knew the details of the joint costume between my boyfriend and I.
I'm sorry, they're in pumpkin costumes, by the way.
A very serious conversation amongst pumpkins.
I was supposed to be the pumpkin!
Okay,
Can
sorry.
I talk to you in the patch?
Okay, sorry.
From one pumpkin to another.
She said she didn't see the big deal and thought it would be a better group costume. I told her I didn't think it was funny and I would prefer that she change. I offered her a witch costume that she could borrow for the night. She turned red and started to yell that I don't get to control what she wears. I told her that she was disrespecting my relationship by insinuating that my boyfriend and her have sex. She kept screaming about how it was funny and I needed to lighten up. I ended up asking her to leave. She stormed out of the house and I returned to the party. The mood had shifted and the night felt ruined. My boyfriend agrees that she crossed the line and is planning on cutting her off completely.
Whoa.
But
Just
a few of our
wait.
friends are saying that I was being dramatic and I should have let her stay. I guess I'm just wondering, am I the asshole?
No.
I thought this was, by the title,
Yeah.
I thought this was gonna go a way different way.
Yeah.
I thought it was about to be like like, hey, don't wear something revealing. I don't like that. But that is interesting when you join in on someone's couple's costume without asking.
Right.
That's weird.
And it's only because you had
Okay,
insider
I
knowledge.
wanna-
Yes.
I want to start doing this because I feel like I'm not taking advantage of there being poll opportunities in these streams. So I'm gonna start doing it where when I know there's an update that lets you know more details before that update comes, I'm gonna start doing a poll where you guys can vote without the full context, just on the baseline, if you think OP is the asshole or not. So that is an opportunity for the lurkers to participate like we did with Undertale. So just with this base information, do you think OP is the asshole or not? And you can vote without speaking in chat. It's completely anonymous. You don't have to worry. Oh man, yeah, it's a doozy. It is a doozy of a story. Okay. Okay, 2 no's so far. Pretty unanimous no so far. Is someone gonna defer? I'm very curious. Okay, we're saying no. Okay. I'm gonna try to do that as a common thing. I'd like to just kind of have more polls in general, because again, it's a way for lurkers to participate, so people don't feel pressured, but you still feel like you participated in chat without having to speak in chat, you know?
Yes.
Right?
And
Wasn't
then
like
you
an
also
accident.
lied and said, I'm going to come as a sexy cat.
Yeah.
And you come
Yeah.
as a-
Yeah, and it's like,
It is
and the fact
shady that she lied.
That conversation could have gone so many ways, and this friend doubled down and then started screaming and yelling. And I think that the friends who think that OP overreacted don't know how this friend spoke to her.
Yeah.
I don't think the OP was overreacting. I think the friend was overreacting.
Yeah,
I think the
for
friends probably
sure.
also must have not known the full story about how she had told her what she was dressing as, and then she came as the same thing.
Yeah.
Also, like, the fact that the boyfriend was like,
I mean, if I know these people, right, and we're attending their party, and I know that they're a couple, and one of our mutual friends comes to that party in on the joke of the couple, I wouldn't think you're being over dramatic for telling you to leave. I think that's completely within her right. I'd be side-eyeing the situation too. Like, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, you guys will see. It's just a weird.
ready to cut
weird.
this friend out. Girl best friend is a high title from a boyfriend, you know?
Intense.
Yeah.
So clearly, like, there might have been some other stuff going on. Like, I wonder what he felt about the
That's
situation in
true.
general.
It does feel just very disrespectful to the girlfriend. Like, it just feels like a disrespectful move. And the insinuation of that costume, it's a little uncomfortable.
It's like as if like you and I did like a corpse bride, and then someone else showed up as a bride as
Right.
well, and knowing that.
It
Yeah.
is weird. It's especially given the context of like not telling her, not like if you want to ask, but it's still just strange.
Courtney and
I
Shane are
could
married, for
never
people who don't know
comprehend knowing someone's doing a couple's costume and being like, hey, can I join in on your couple's costume? I'd feel
Yeah.
a little weird about
Especially
it.
if it's based on a sexual innuendo.
Yeah.
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
it'd be different if like I don't know. There's a lot of if people were coming as like, oh, we're gonna be Teletubbies, and I'd be like, oh, can I join in and be another Teletubby?
Yeah, it's a group costume,
Different.
not a
Yeah.
couple.
This is like
Yeah.
very specific to like, oh, a sexual,
Literally.
like romantic relationship type of joke.
Yeah.
The comments here, not the asshole. If he doesn't cut her off, you need to reevaluate your relationship. She obviously wants in his pants. Either he puts up with that, nope, or kicks her to the curb. Same goes for the friends calling you dramatic. How would they like it if it happened to them? OP said he is planning on cutting her off completely. I was just a little hesitant, honestly, because this is the first time she's ever done something like this, and she has never shown interest before. But I'm leaving it up to him, and that will show how much he values our relationship. Someone else said, some girl best friends don't actually want the guy, but want to prove to themselves that they can get him if they want. She seems like
Gross
she seems like one of those
behavior.
people. If she was yelling at you at your own party, then you were justified in asking her to leave. Friends should always respect their friends' relationships. Lastly, someone said, nope, not the asshole. She did this on purpose and was testing to see what she could get away with. She found out that she couldn't get away with anything. It's also their party.
Yeah.
It's like, that's a lot.
I agree. It feels like it was a test of control or ownership in some way. Not necessarily that she like wants to be with him, but in a sense, it's almost like he's mine. Let's see what happens when I throw in this wrench.
That seems pretty valid. I do think there's a lot of people out there like that, you know, who just live for that, like.
Just serving the ego.
Yeah.
Just wanting to prove to themselves. And it's weird because like I have seen group costumes where there's a couple and a friend joining in a thing.
Totally.
It's pre-discussed. Like, like if she wanted, if it was actually coming from a good place, that best friend would have asked, and she didn't.
Absolutely.
She lied.
Yeah.
No, there's a million scenarios where that's totally fine. But this is not one of them.
Yeah, and it's not like, oh, I had an extra pumpkin costume laying around.
Exactly.
Right? It's like, I'm
Very
going to buy one.
deliberate.
Yeah.
And going
Very
up and hugging the boyfriend and just like, it's just like I don't like the picture that's in my mind of all that.
Yeah, I imagine
Yeah.
a slow motion turn looking directly at
She
the girlfriend. in the
twirls
eyes.
her vine and she's looking at
Yeah.
OP.
All right, update.
Oh!
I wasn't
Update.
expecting it to
I wasn't either. Let's go.
You aren't
Well,
ready.
I have an update. I meant to post one a few months ago, but I really needed time to process the events that occurred after this whole ordeal.
What a mature thing to say.
But also,
Yeah.
And you.
I'm glad I waited, though, because you all need to hear this one.
Oh,
Many people pointed out that my boyfriend must be sleeping with Agatha since she went absolutely bonkers for seemingly no reason. I thought since he immediately took my side and blocked her on everything that you were wrong. In hindsight, it is also a little in ways, it's
Yeah.
suspicious that he's just like, yep, yeah, she's gone, yeah, don't worry about it.
There was
like,
more,
can't
yeah.
sweep that pumpkin under the rug.
oh God.
Well, it was me who was wrong.
oh no.
It turns out that Agatha and my boyfriend have been sleeping together for months.
No.
And they were just really good at hiding it.
Ew.
Until she decided that she didn't want to be his mistress anymore. I found this out when I was at his house and hanging out in his room. He was showering after a workout and I heard this vibrating noise. He had taken his phone and mine was right next to me, so I couldn't figure out what it was. I opened his bedside table drawer and found a second phone.
Oh.
My gut told me that
second phone. A second phone. A second phone.
something wasn't right. Why would he have a second phone?
It's just for dealing drugs, right?
Yeah. Maybe,
I would have
you know
preferred
what?
that.
Maybe he's doing crime. It didn't
I
take.
will say, on the baseline, that's not, especially in the VTubing sphere, I feel like a lot of VTubers probably have like their VTubing phone and then a regular phone that is not for VTubing. But the fact that it's hidden away in a drawer, and he's not a VTuber. It's not. Some people do have a work phone, but like, why is your work phone in a drawer? If it's your work phone, shouldn't you have it out in case of a work emergency? You know, it's suspicious.
Me long to guess his password, and my fears were confirmed. There was a missed call from Agatha. I looked through the messages and found out the truth. Not only had they been sleeping together, she recently found out that she was... Holy shit.
No!
Not only had they been sleeping together, she recently found out that she was pregnant.
No!
Oh my God.
This was the reason she
Yup.
pulled the stunt on Halloween.
I'm the mom pumpkin.
She was trying to force his hand. I also saw that he was messaging other girls as well.
Yup.
I was completely devastated. After his shower, he found me grabbing all of my belongings and putting them in my bag. He asked why I was leaving, and I told him because we were finished. I threw his phone on the bed, and he looked like he was going to vomit. He started pleading with me to hear him out, but I didn't want to hear it. He could have all of those other girls. I didn't want him anymore. He followed me out of the house shaking and crying. He even followed me all the way out to my car trying to block my path. I went over the grass around him and didn't look back.
Babe. Please, you can't leave me. You don't understand. You don't understand. Please don't leave me. Please, it's just my other girlfriend's phone. Please, it's not that big of a fucking deal. Please. Yeah, it's... Once again, here we are. The audacity. Oh my god.
He sent me a long message about how he never wanted to hurt me, that he wanted me back, and how he was using his work phone
Fuck
to text all of
off.
these women so I wouldn't find out. That was really helpful.
I didn't want to hurt you.
I didn't want to hurt you. But I have a separate phone so you can't find me out. Eat my fucking shit. Eat my shit, you piece of shit. You are what you fucking
Get
eat.
someone pregnant.
I sent his boss a nice little message about how company property was being misused. I saw on LinkedIn he no longer works for that company anymore.
Good for her.
He is blocked on everything now. I hope he and Agatha have a magical life with their baby. Oh, I heard through the grapevine that he got one of the other women pregnant too.
This guy.
I'm glad I dodged that bullet.
Yeah.
What
As
a
for
piece
me,
of
I am
shit.
currently in therapy working on my trust issues and learning how to love myself again after this situation. I've been putting myself out there again and have cut contact with anyone who knew what was happening behind my back.
Wow.
Yep. And, you know, as we always say with these kinds of stories, it gets worse because now you can interpret that the reason that the friends didn't think it was a big deal was because they fucking knew. Disgusting behavior from all of you. What the fuck is wrong with all of you involved? What the fuck?
That really shifts so much of this. Like,
Yeah.
this guy is awful. Like,
Yeah, I mean, no, and it's just like all of that is toxic.
oh,
like
yeah.
God.
forcing his hand, him cheating in the first place, and her being called the girl best friend. It's like that is so so messed up
Yep.
and like
It's
evil.
really messed up. And I wonder if Agatha even knows about the other women.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I love that he was literally crying, shaking, throwing up as she was walking out of the house.
Like, I'm hurting so much right now,
Oh,
baby.
God.
I'll never understand. I just can't comprehend it, and I can't comprehend once you've been caught to be like, no, like we can make this
I
work.
can
I'm like,
explain.
explain what, man?
yeah.
Oh, I cannot.
Yeah, that's
He's like,
a
so
good
you,
emoji.
I had a lot of trauma in my
Good
life, and this
emoji
is
for
the
the
way
story
that
time.
I hurt other people.
Right. Oh,
That's
my
it, babe.
God.
Dude, that went so much worse than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I
I
said,
was thinking,
I said, there's always, you probably guess one aspect. Like, I feel like the cheating is probably a conclusion that a lot of people would come to. It's just the depth of how much gall this dipshit has, and everyone knowing, and apparently him being so reckless that he's also caused multiple pregnancies. And neither of which were his actual girlfriend. Like, it's just so fucked. It's so fucked.
I was thinking like, okay, maybe no. I was like, no, they're not sleeping together. Nothing happened, but maybe there's feelings, or
Maybe she's tried before.
maybe she has feelings for him, but for it to go that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, she clearly dodged a bullet. The bullet being his seed, because he just be getting people pregnant and
Yeah.
that are not his partner. That's crazy to me. And yeah, I agree. It is so strange when the cheater goes, no, wait, I want to fix this. I want to make, like, no, you only want to fix it now because you've been caught. You
Yeah.
are doing this and at a crazy level.
And
Yeah,
like
dude.
crying like he's hurt by it.
Yeah, like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so
Actually,
sorry.
think about it. I'm the victim here.
How could you break up with me after I cheated on you and got multiple other women pregnant? You're being really selfish right now. Fuck off. Fuck off.
No way. Wow.
Wow.
That's crazy.
We have not been given much gray area to work with.
No, this is
No,
pretty
these
cut
are
and
some
dry.
villains. Some villains.
I just want like lots of comments on this video. I'm like, nope, that guy was in the right, bro.
Yeah,
Actually, if you think about it,
He's just such a strong seed. He must keep sending his
Sigma
seed.
behavior.
the stories that
my
always blow
God.
my mind are the ones where you start off and you have a villain,
Yeah.
and then another villain comes in.
Oh,
yeah.
So much
The
bigger.
final boss.
Yeah, truly. Like that. It's like, okay, damn.
That's so sad. And like, I wonder if the friends who were defending the girl best friend knew what was going
Probably
on.
not.
Maybe though, because
Or
she
maybe-
said I cut out everyone who knew, implying that there were more people around her that
Messed
she
up.
cut out.
That
So it's hard to
sucks.
know.
That sucks.
Awful people.
I'm like almost crying because that was such a
It's devastating.
disgusting situation.
Yeah, it's like freaking nightmare.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, it's horrible that she showed up in the pumpkin costume, but it needed to happen
was a
for all
blessing.
this to unfold,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if she'll look back and be like, all right, because I wonder how long it would have gone otherwise.
Yeah.
Imagine
Although-
if she just let it happen. Imagine she's like, okay, yeah, you can wear the costume and stay here. Like, what would have been the next situation, you know?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It
Well-
would have escalated.
She would have, the pregnancy.
She would have started
Yeah.
showing.
At a
right?
certain
Yeah.
point, it'd be like, all right, so what's going on
Oh my
here?
god.
Yeah.
No, that was going to happen soon, I think.
Yeah.
Regardless.
I wonder where people like that end up. Like, I want to update 10 years from now.
Yeah,
Jail.
of like the pumpkin girl and
Yep.
of boyfriends.
Tune into Reddit story number 7,000 in the year 2034.
Love
Get
it.
that update.
We'll find out.
Yeah, he has a strong seed. She has strong pumpkin seeds. Maybe they're meant to be anyway.
Gross.
Gross.
Yeah, I feel gross hearing that.
Disgusting.
Yeah,
I feel
I feel
gross.
pretty bad.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Strong seed is bad. I don't like that.
Such a weird phrase. A strong seed.
It's like a line from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Literally,
yeah.
literally.
Okay, next story, and I think this one's going to be a little more positive.
I need this.
I think
I
we
need
get a little
this right
break,
now,
a little
Shane.
A palate
reprieve
cleanser.
from shitty
We need
people.
a palate
Thank you.
cleanser.
I believe
Yes, agreed.
that's the hint I got.
Okay.
This comes from Best of Redditor updates. So none of this is posted by the original OP. A lot of Best of Redditor updates is someone who found a bunch of posts
Oh, okay.
and they compile it.
Okay.
But here we go.
The heroes.
The
My
heroes,
best
for
friend of
sure.
24 years, born a male, is now a transgender woman. I'm in love with her and not sure if I should tell her. My friend and I,
Trans
both 24 years old, have been best friends our entire lives. We're practically brothers. Our parents grew up together, went to the same schools, so my friend and I were together ever since we were little babies. We've always had each other's back, protected one another, cared for each other when the whole world felt like it was against us. But the both of us knew we were always looking out for each other. My friend is an amazing person, someone I can go to and trust completely. I'm blessed to have this person in my life. My friend transitioned to female a few months ago, 100% completely physically a woman. She's been through hormone replacement therapy these past few years. Seeing her become so much happier is amazing to see. I'm absolutely proud of her. It's beautiful to see my friend now be so free, being comfortable with herself and always having the greatest smile on her face. But I'm falling for her, and these feelings aren't going away. I'll admit that I'm in love with my friend. The friend I've known for 24 years is who is stealing my heart, and I don't know what to do. I don't want to lose my friend, but my feelings of friendship for her are turning to romantic/sexual feelings and attraction. After my friend transitioned, we continued hanging out and talking like nothing changed. We continued going out to clubs/bars, the movies, restaurants, playing video games. Nothing changed. We kept doing what we always did. During this time is when my feelings began to change. I started falling in love with her. You know what attracted me? Her, the way she is. My friend is now acting like herself, acting free and full of life, always laughing, dancing, and being goofy. It hurts me because this is someone I grew up with, and I'm afraid my feelings are going to push her away or make this awkward. Like always, I'm insanely happy being with my friend, but my feelings for her are killing me right now every time we're together
He's so
again.
sweet.
I've fallen in love with her true self. Her true self
so
is absolutely
sweet.
beautiful. I've spoken to another close friend of mine about this. I just got made fun of. Haha, you want to fuck your bro? Seriously?
Oh, fuck off.
Is practically what I got.
Ugh.
They didn't understand where I was coming from. They didn't understand what an insanely amazing person my friend is. This friend of mine feels it's creepy and nasty that I'm falling for my best friend.
What the
They
fuck?
also aren't taking my friend's transition seriously, which is another reason why they're acting immature. All he
Yeah.
did was make fun of me, so ever since then, I haven't spoken to anyone else about how I feel.
Cut that bitch
Also,
out.
aside from being scared of losing my friend, I'm afraid of what our families will think. What happens if my friend and I do end up together, and our families suddenly start to panic? I'm afraid of not only ruining my friendship, but the friendship our parents have with themselves for many years. Both of our families were completely supportive when my friend transitioned. Not a single negative comment. Everyone is proud of her, and the love our families have for her hasn't changed at all. I feel I'm overthinking all of this, especially because being friends is very different from being in a serious relationship. If anything, our families would be insanely happy we're together and be so annoying. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Is that how you laugh, Shane?
Oh.
But I'm more worried about the negative response, which is why I believe I'm overthinking this whole
Yeah,
thing.
he needs to cut that
Plus,
friend
if I
out.
plan to even confess my feelings for her, I have to do it soon. She's always been being asked out on dates, but she tells me she's looking for the right person to spend time with. I feel this is my opportunity to confess,
It
but I
is.
don't know if I should. I don't just want to confess how I feel about her, I want an actual relationship with my friend. If any of you have some advice, please definitely share it, because I have no clue what to do. I'll love to tell my friend how I feel about her, but I don't want to lose or ruin our 24-year friendship. I also don't want to make it seem that I'm falling for her just because she's now a woman. I don't want her to feel that way at all. What do you all think I should do? I'll absolutely appreciate the advice/input. I'll greatly appreciate it so much.
He seems so sweet.
That's so sweet.
You know what it makes me think of? I give the advice a lot on this show when people are like really young, like 20 to 23, and they're in a relationship and they don't really like it or whatever. I'm always like, just leave, because I feel like people don't know who they are until like. It's different for everyone, but like I feel like your 20s, you're like figuring out who you are or letting your
For
true
sure.
self come out.
For sure.
And I think that's
Especially your early
for
20s.
obvious reasons here. Like that's what's happening is like
I mean,
you're young, you're still figuring out who you are, and then now that you're
I mean, I will say too, like especially when it comes to. Sorry, I'm a bit away from my mic because I'm slouching now. But I will say when you're in your early 20s and you're finally gaining freedoms that you've never had for your entire life. And that really does shape who you are because you have so much more responsibility, you have so much more independence, and I feel like when you're a teenager, it really feels like this moment is everything in my life and it's all that matters. Like if you're really struggling in school or something, it feels so all encompassing in your life. And I feel like for a lot of people that feeling pretty commonly carries over into your early 20s. But I think it's also to kind of remember and kind of put it into perspective of like you're now not a teenager anymore. You are an adult. You're in your early 20s. Especially if you're past 21, you're old enough to be responsible enough to go out drinking and stuff in America and shit. You have a lot more freedoms and independence than you've had before. So it's difficult to get out of that mentality because it is so intense in your teen years and it's still pretty intense in your early 20s. But it's you got out of situations before. Nothing is forever. It's just sometimes they still take a really, 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 really long time to change, and it's difficult to get out of that mindset. But it will change eventually. It will give eventually. And once you are older, you do have more freedoms and more discretion to be able to stand out for yourself a bit more. Get rid of people who are shitty, like the friend he was talking about. Just you have a bit more perspective than you give yourself credit for when you first go into your 20s, I feel,
becoming who you are, you're like, oh, I love this person. Now that they are fully like their 100% self, you're falling for them, regardless of gender or sex or anything.
Yeah.
Like that can happen.
Yeah, wow.
I think this is probably common.
Yeah.
It is common,
Amongst people.
I feel like we've heard a lot of stories on this show where, or like there's a lot of stories online where it's like a woman or femme-presenting person has a guy friend who and has been lying about their feelings and intentions the whole time, where it's like, I thought we were friends, like, this sucks.
Yeah.
But that's also why I feel like as these feelings have grown, I think it is good to be honest, because if he doesn't tell her, then he's being dishonest. And like,
Yeah, fair
obviously
point.
feelings can come and go, but like, he's known this person his whole life, and like, he sees her and he really truly feels like he loves her. Like, I think it would be really great to say something, because obviously the fact that their families were supportive of his friend for transitioning, they just want that person to be happy. And like, I don't like, you know, it's common for you to be like, oh, well, what's everyone else gonna think? They're gonna be worried if we break up. But it's like, you can't let those external things affect it, especially since his friends were clearly being transphobic and just all around toxic about it and being weird about it. It's like, yeah, well, their feelings don't matter anyway.
They don't.
Yeah. And I think it's a valid fear to think, oh, now they might think that now that I perceive them as a woman, like that's the only reason.
Right.
But I've seen many people who transition, you know, that was one step in becoming their truer selves, not just externally or with their gender, but you know, it's how they realize who they really are and they start expressing themselves. Like it was even mentioned, like they're always laughing and dancing now. For some reason, that really stood out to me. It's like they're comfortable in their body and expressing themselves even through dancing. And I feel like that can be just such an attractive trait to see someone coming into themselves as their true identity.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, which is why I said earlier, like, you know, you become a new person as you get older, as you figure out who you are. And it's in many ways, like, and it sounds like like he's saying, like, I'm in love with who she's become.
Yeah.
Like, who's this, now that I get to see who she really is deep down, I love that. So I think that's very valid. And I think it's really cool that he's concerned about that.
Right.
He's like, I don't
Very
want you to think
empathetic.
that it's just because of that. Like,
Yeah. I mean, without knowing more, I agree with you, Courtney. I feel like he should tell her, and there's so much history between them. You think that maybe there'd be some extra layers of understanding, and maybe even, you know, maybe even like, hey, if it doesn't go back, you know, both ways, I still want to be friends with you. You know?
Yeah.
yeah, and I think there's a way that conversation can happen where it's like, hey, I'm feeling all these feelings, but I'm scared to tell you this because our friendship means so much. I don't want to lose that
I
too.
think that vulnerability would
It's
be.
like, okay, I think.
Yeah. I also think, like, I can't help but read into the little things that he's saying that she's saying, where she's getting asked out on dates and she's like, I'm
know.
waiting for the right person. And, like, being in her position, she might be assuming, like, oh, he wouldn't want to date me because he just views me as the person that he grew up with.
Yeah.
So maybe she doesn't assume that. And so, like, maybe things might be a little more positive in the end, you know?
Yeah, there's a strong chance that she's thinking the same thing.
I hope so. I'm such a hopeless romantic and stuff. I definitely hope so.
Update.
Let's go.
Screw it. I'm going for it.
Yes.
I'm going to ask out my friend. It's Saturday, 1 p.m. right now. I'm going to see if she wants to go on a date tonight.
Oh wait, just ask out, not even talk about feelings, just ask out. Okay.
I actually kind
him.
of respect that because it's a little smaller than saying, like, I'm in love with you.
That's
like,
true.
It's
That's
like,
really
let's go on a date.
sweet.
First off, wow, thank you for giving me the motivation. Reading your comments has made me realize I shouldn't waste time. I need to go for it or I'm going to regret it. My plan is to take her out on a fun date and I'll confess my feelings during the date. I might even show her this post as I literally poured all my feelings into this post.
Oh,
She's like, you're a Redditor?
I liked you until then.
She actually lives a few houses down the street. We live in the same neighborhood/street.
Wow.
That's why we're pretty much always together 24/7 every week.
Yeah.
I'm going to message her to see if she's home so I can stop by. And while I'm there, I'm going to ask her out. Wish me luck.
Oh, I like how the post is right before walking out the door.
I know, that's
I'm
really
walking over there right now.
Cute.
I have my desktop. I'm
It's
carrying
so
it.
cute.
My feet are in front of the door. I'm standing on the doormat.
And also, like, learning now, like, how much they spend time together. She has figured out who she is, and the fact that, like, a lot has changed for her, but the one thing that hasn't changed is she's still choosing to be around him all the time.
Yeah.
She's still choosing him.
Yeah.
So I'm optimistic.
So sweet.
Update number 2.
Let's go.
I got a date tonight. I was insanely nervous walking to my friend's house, but I can't stop smiling because, wow, I actually got a yes from my friend. One issue I had was where the date was going to be. I had no idea, but I remembered she loves this 80s bar/grill that has karaoke every night and tacos. So that's where we're going.
So
tonight is going to
fun.
be
What
tacos,
a
drinks,
fun
80s
date
music,
night.
and karaoke. Sounds like an awesome date. I told her pretty relaxed, I didn't rush into it. I showed up, started talking like usual, and that's when I asked her. Told her I would love to take her out on a date tonight that I've been wanting to ask her out for the longest time.
Oh,
I definitely tried to hide my face from blushing, but she had a huge smile when I asked her out.
Oh.
She's even extra excited because we're going to her favorite place. I feel asking her out has made her comfortable to flirt with me.
Oh.
She started complimenting me and even kissed me on the cheek before I left.
Oh.
She definitely felt more intimate, if that makes sense. She even said she's going to get extra pretty for the date tonight. I'll admit, I'm really looking forward to that, although it's impossible for her to get extra pretty, seeing as she's already gotten pretty.
It's so
I hope a compliment her in the Reddit post.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, she's pretty freaky pretty. I'm still shaking, honestly, LOL. The shakes are more shakes of excitement. I'm gonna pick her up in 2 to 3 hours, so I'll definitely be getting ready soon. I haven't gone on a date in quite some time, so I'm really looking forward to tonight, especially with the date being the girl I really love. I'm still nervous, but I'll pass eventually.
Wow.
It'll pass eventually.
Wow.
That's where it ends.
I literally have never wanted to piss on the floor out of joy. I'm so excited for them.
Why am I emotional? I'm like,
It's very
oh,
sweet.
baby.
Well, it's straight up like a movie. Like that's
Yeah.
like a movie story.
And the poster, the OP is so in tune with their emotions. And I feel like that's really refreshing because a lot of times it's really
so
like, here are the
sweet.
facts. But
Yeah.
here they're like,
It's so
I got
fucking
butterflies in my
sweet.
tummy. And it's like so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
great.
awesome.
pure.
There's a couple comments. She was literally waiting for him to ask her. LOL,
Yeah.
100%. Someone said, absolutely, just afraid to be herself, but now she can. Amazing for all
Good
involved.
for her.
Yeah, you called it. It does seem like she was also like, yeah, so I'm just waiting for the right guy.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Oh, I love that she's excited. Reading this, I was so worried that the growing up like siblings part, irrespective of anyone's gender, would make the friend feel weird in a totally valid way. If for both people, it's really more like we've always known each other, so we have a strong foundation. That's lovely. Good luck to these cuties.
Good
Lastly,
luck to
someone said,
these
if this
cuties.
isn't the most textbook case of loving somebody for who they are,
Aw.
then I don't know what the
Yeah.
is. Makes me very happy to read, and I hope it ends up being a lifetime of happiness
It's
in
so
the
sweet.
making.
Oh.
That's really great.
That
So
was
good.
amazing.
Really great story.
Fantastic.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It's so
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
Like, love can be so scary, but for them, it's like, it's so funny. They were friends. They literally grew up together. They know each other so well, but like when feelings like that come into play, it almost like changes everything. And you're just like, I don't know. I'm too scared. I don't know. But it's like, you just gotta trust
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, romantic relationship still
both
is
of them.
like, it's not like friendship leaves it. You know,
Right.
like all that friendship has to be there. So they do have a great foundation.
Yeah, they have
for it,
they have
so.
great foundation.
Lovely.
They have really the most ideal
very,
foundation,
very
I would
cool.
say.
Epic friendship slay.
Yeah, kind of a sleigh.
Kind of a slay.
Well, that was great. Next story. Let's get into some shitty people again.
Okay. Too much positivity for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, not enough drama.
This next story is one that I submitted.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh my God.
I
what?
found this story and I was laughing at it and I sent it over.
Oh, we got Shane's special today.
This
God.
one, I just thought this was like, since I've actually had time to think about this one, I have a lot of thoughts on it.
Okay.
Chef's choice, I believe.
This was
Special.
curated by.
We get the special of the day.
This is from Am I Wrong? This is basically Am I the Asshole? My fiance told her friend group that I am not the greatest at sex, but she is with me for the complete package. Am I wrong for calling off the engagement?
Oh.
That's heavy.
Okay, yeah, we got
A lot of layers
We
to
got to
this.
learn what
I
those
have-
layers are.
I have a lot of opinions on this.
Okay.
I, a 27-year-old man, have been engaged to my fiancée, Amy, who's 26, for a year, and have been in a relationship with her for 5 years. We were due to be married this August. I am also friends with Kylie, who's 26. We have been friends for a very long time, pretty much since we were babies, and we're almost like siblings at this point, because her mother and my mother were best friends since they were in high school. Anyways, Kylie is part of the same tight-knit friend group as Amy. I always try to ask Kylie what Amy tells about me, because I know women like to discuss their boyfriends with their friend group. Kylie is usually tight-lipped, but if she does say anything, she always says how Amy loves me a lot and how Amy is so excited about marriage. Last month, I hung out with Kylie and her boyfriend at their house. Amy and I usually hang out with them for dinners, but Amy had gone out of town for a couple days. Anyways, we all got pretty drunk and laughed a lot, and I was begging Kylie to tell me one bad thing Amy has told about me to her friends. After a lot of pleading, Kylie finally said that one thing Amy had joked about was how she had better sex before.
Why pick that one? There's so many
Oh
things
my
to pick.
And I was not the
God.
greatest at sex, but that she was with me for the complete package because she doesn't care about sex too much. I was drunk then, so I just laughed it off, but I felt somewhat stung then. The next day, when I got
that's so
sober, I felt
awkward.
extremely
Oh
stung.
my God.
I thought about it a lot, and when Amy came back from her vacation, I asked her about it casually. She initially denied it and said said we always have amazing sex, and she's always satisfied. I told her it really wouldn't hurt me if she told me the truth, and marriage was built on honesty, so I asked her again a couple of times. Amy finally admitted that she did in fact say that I was not the best at sex to her friend group, but she was just joking about it because I had so many other great qualities she wanted to highlight.
so awkward.
I laughed it off initially, but that stung me even more. I couldn't hide my mood the next couple of days. I felt sad and I felt like shit. Amy apologized a lot and said she did not mean what she said. A couple of days later, I told Amy I could no longer be with her, and what she told her friend group hurt me too much. I informed everyone over the next week that I was calling off the wedding. Amy was distraught and tried to convince me multiple times and apologized a lot, but I was too mentally downtrodden.
Jesus, cannoli.
I know.
Bro.
I have thoughts, but I want to hear yours.
So-
Curated.
Before they give their thoughts, I will do another poll. Is OP wrong? And yes, no, in your guys' opinion, just based off of that. It's kind of layered in a way, I guess. I don't even know. I'll give it a minute. Yeah. I don't know. I do feel for him solely on account of that's just really, really unfortunately awkward. Really, really unfortunately awkward.
Yeah.
The first thing that really just struck me as being so weird was just him always asking his friend if his girlfriend's or if his fiance's talking shit.
And he's pleading.
I'm like, I was like, if you're already, I think it's important to like mentally kind of ask
I'm
yourself
so
questions a lot,
sorry.
right? As a person, I think it's important.
I don't know.
And if you have that desire,
Tragedy.
if you have this deep curiosity of like, I know my fiance's saying bad things about me to you guys. So what is? I'm like, why do you think she's saying bad things about you?
Yeah.
Why are you so
Yeah,
desperately?
It does kind of.
And
it
also,
does feel
why
very
are you
fueled by
asking? Are you asking because you
insecurity
want
and
to get
projection.
better? What is? Why do you want to know the bad shit?
Yeah. What are you looking for here? Because, and then, so I'm like ultimately. And I know some of the comments were like, well, man, you shot yourself in the foot. Like, you,
Yeah.
you got what you asked
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
You're like, I know she's got to say some bad things, let me know. And he hears a bad thing, and now he's calling off the engagement. I'm like, what did you want?
Yep.
Then you're mad at her and saying, well, you're saying shit.
Once again, for the millionth time in this stream, I don't know what you were expecting. I don't know what you were expecting.
That you're not saying to me. It's like, but that's what you said
begged.
you knew was happening, and
Yeah.
you wanted to hear it.
It reminds me of doom scrolling, right? You're like,
Morbid
little.
curiosity.
You're like, tell me the bad thing, tell me the thing. Like, I feel like he was maybe feeling some doubt, and he
Yeah.
wanted confirmation of what it was.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
It reminds me of this one story that we read on here where it was like this girl's brother or sister was a wedding planner, and the wedding planners, when they get together, sometimes will talk about like, yeah, I think this couple's gonna last this long, this long, this long. And this bride was like, come on, tell me how long you think me and my fiance are gonna last. Tell me. And the planner was like, no, I'm not gonna tell you that. You're my sister. I'm not gonna tell you. And this bride kept pushing.
Yep.
And then finally the planner was like, all right, I give it 6 months. And the bride was like, what? How dare you say that? It's like, you wanted to know.
Yeah.
Why did you want to know? Why did you want to know?
Yeah, I think if you're at a place where
Little dramatic considering it was a very sweet compliment baked into it. Yeah, I do think it's a bit of an extreme reaction. I feel for him in that it is very awkward. And in that moment, it is very uncomfortable. However, as they're pointing out, you literally asked for it. You literally asked for it. Like, I don't know what you expected.
you lack that trust, where you're like, I need to ask my friend what she's saying. You shouldn't be getting married. Like, you shouldn't be
for sure.
engaged. Like, that's some work you got to do. And then even furthermore, like, I do think it's kind of sad that she was saying this to her friends and she didn't feel comfortable to talk to him about like, hey, I think we can improve this.
Yeah.
Because that's not something like, it's not like, well, that's who you are and you're bad at sex and that's forever. It's like, no, like you can have that conversation and like work together as a couple.
I'm so
I mean, it's also, I'm saying this as an ace person, but like, it's also kind of weird to me that you're getting married and you haven't had these kinds of conversations before. You haven't had conversations about like what you enjoy in bed and what you don't enjoy in bed together as a couple that's getting married soon. That's kind of concerning to me just on a baseline. I feel like that's, and again, I mean, I'm saying this as an ace person, so I kind of don't have a choice but to, whenever I get into a relationship, I have to disclose that I'm not interested in that sort of stuff. And if they are, then it's kind of a deal breaker. But it's like, I feel like that should be one of the first things that you talk about when you realize you are getting in a serious relationship. So the fact that she didn't feel comfortable with doing that is kind of just a red flag for the relationship. Not necessarily for her or for him, but just a red flag for their dynamic, you know?
Disappointed that he kind of fell into the male fragility of like, don't let this thing that's like about sex and about your dick destroy you as a person, because that's not all you are. And it's not like something, it's not like, oh, I just don't like that you have a third arm on your back. Like, he can control this thing. They can talk about it. Like, why did he want to know if he wasn't willing to improve whatever bad thing that he clearly wanted to know? He wouldn't accept the praise that this friend kept giving him when he'd asked. He wanted something bad. Why?
Yeah, and it's fixed mindset, because it's just like, oh, I'm bad at sex. And that's flatline. It's like there's no room to communicate with each other. It doesn't, I don't know, it just, there was clearly no trust there.
Yeah, because it feels like if they had a really, really strong bond and communication within the relationship, he would have found out beforehand. But like, let's say it even got here, he could have taken it to her and said, you know, is there any way that we can improve our sex life together? Right?
Yeah, literally.
I think that's an extremely normal thing amongst couples.
Especially for a married couple to like talk about these kinds of things.
Yeah.
You should.
No, it was truly like, I would say like a first test as a married couple, and they failed it very badly.
It almost seems like he just wasn't willing to grow with her.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just,
He
it
just
like
doesn't
makes
seem
sense.
ready to
like,
be in a
we're like,
mature
why was he
relationship.
asking? Why? Like, it's clearly
And
like,
you have to be if you're
and the fact that he was so willing to just break up and not even have a conversation to try and fix it, like, so clearly, maybe this relationship wasn't meant to be, because clearly he wasn't ready for it.
The top comment is pretty much exactly what we're saying. Does it seem weird to anyone else that the OP is begging his friend to tell him bad things his fiance is saying about him? I'm just trying to imagine that happening in real life. If I thought my fiance, now wife, had been saying bad things about me behind my back, I wouldn't have married her. This whole thing seems super weird. Someone else said, I told her it wouldn't hurt me if she told the truth and that marriage was built on honesty. or maybe not.
Yeah.
Someone else said, give it to me straight. I promise I can handle it. Also, I'm so hurt, I'm calling off the marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, he lied to her. Like, he just lied to her.
Yes.
And what she said, in my eyes, is really not that horrible. Like,
It's
in the
just
scheme
very
of things,
awkward.
like, she was like, yeah, but I love him, and I love, like, as he is as a whole
Yeah.
person. Like, it wasn't like she was being like, yeah, he's a stupid piece of shit.
Yeah,
I hate
like
him.
I feel like it's almost to be expected. If sometimes it's really hard for women to be fully, completely satisfied in their sex life. Just like anatomically, it can be a little more difficult. So like, I feel like you'd almost expect that and be like, okay, heard, like, but let's get better. So it's like,
Yeah.
what, like, I truly, it just feels like he wasn't thinking it through. Truly wasn't thinking it through.
He's just extremely insecure.
Yeah.
Update.
Whoa,
And
actually?
I don't think I've read this.
Oh.
I think this is new for me.
This
Okay.
is update salad today.
It is.
I understand I am insecure. I am not hiding the fact that I'm insecure. I just wish my fiance did not tell her friends about my sex life, especially to Kylie. If Amy had only told me and not her friends, I would have definitely still felt hurt, but at least this would have only been between us. I definitely wouldn't have broken up with her either, and would have even tried to improve our sex life. I always asked Kylie that, what Amy thought about me because yes, I was insecure and I wanted to fix any of my flaws before marriage. But I never expected that it would have been about my sex life. I thought maybe a character flaw, maybe I wasn't romantic enough or not taking her out on enough dates or something along those lines, but never about my sex life. I felt even more hurt after hearing that Amy said I wasn't great at sex because Amy never gave me any indication of that in 5 years. But now I'm too ashamed to face her friends, especially Kylie. Kylie has reached out to me many times, but I'm too embarrassed to even text her now. I understand how my actions have had a lot of unintended cascading effects. I know Amy is hurting really bad now because she was really excited about our marriage and future. My family is hurting really bad. Her family is hurting too. Kylie and Amy are no longer on speaking terms. I heard from one of my friends that Kylie broke up with her boyfriend, but I'm not sure if that's related to this incident. I already asked my company for a transfer to a different state, and am going to be moving to a different state in 2 months.
This guy is just fucking impulsive. Holy shit. And I say that as a person with ADHD. Like, chill out and think a couple seconds before you make these brash decisions. Holy fucking shit.
Lost not only my fiance, but also my best friend who I've known my entire life. Yes, I am not in the best of places now mentally, but I will try to start fresh in 2 months.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. It seems like self-sabotage. to a certain
Completely,
degree,
Huge.
right?
completely
Yeah.
uprooted his life. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a separate conversation to be had of, and I've been kind of going back and forth on this because I think this depends on the couple, of the fact that she was talking about her sex life to her friends. But I think that's
Yeah.
depending on the couple. Like, some people are fine
just
with their
blew
sex
up
life
his
and talk
fucking
about, some
life.
people aren't. But it also just sounds like they didn't communicate much at all.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
5 years, so it's like, I don't know where they were
I mean,
at.
the thing is, too, is like you're also just clearly not compatible when it comes to communication. If you do feel the need to ask your friends, like, what's the issues that my partner has with me, instead of just going up to your partner and actually fucking talking about it, you shouldn't be together at that point. Like, I understand being insecure, I understand having issues with confrontation, but at the same time, if this is a person that you've already proposed to, you kind of gotta suck it up, and you owe it to them to fucking talk shit like this out before you even consider that commitment. What are you gonna do when you are married and something like this happens? Are you just gonna fucking get a divorce? Like, he's clearly just still too emotionally immature to actually be in a marriage. So I guess I'm glad that it didn't work out, because he is clearly not in a place to be able to handle that level of commitment himself, you know?
I feel like it's common for people to, like, he's like, I'm sure she talks shit about me, but he kind of sequestered himself off into like, oh, but it's only an amount that I'm perfectly comfortable with, right? I think it's really important for friends to have people that they can talk to about their relationship in general. It's important to have that space to talk about deep private stuff in case things are going really badly in a relationship, so people can feel safe to talk about that stuff. And like, again, if a relationship is comfortable and secure enough, that shouldn't sway it. And like, also the fact that he's like, I thought it was gonna be not as bad a problem, like the fact that I neglect her or something. It's like, bro, sex is the least of your worries. Like it should, sometimes like that can be the icing on the cake of a relationship. Some people, that is the entire foundation. But it's so interesting that he was like, I know I'm good at sex, so this hurts. That's crazy.
Although, I do want to point out how when he did ask her about it initially, she was like, no, you're great. You're fantastic. Like they did not have very good communication.
Yeah.
And I think that they could both, or he could feel that something was off, and maybe he was just trying to figure out what it was.
Yeah.
But I wonder if she kind of knew, like, oh, if I say one negative thing about him, it's gonna be.
That's true.
Like, it's not gonna be a conversation.
If he's highly insecure like that, he's probably shown signs that he
scary,
can't necessarily
Yeah.
handle hearing that.
Huge.
Because he completely uprooted his entire life.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
over
wild.
Over him pleading.
Men
for
will
it.
do anything instead of finding the G spot.
Yeah.
They
they'll go to a
will
different
change
state to
towns.
work.
They will cut their friends out of their life. They will leave, but they will not find the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, we have sex for 3 minutes. I get off and I fall asleep, and I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you want to transfer to a different state? I just think the clit's probably over there. It's probably over there.
That's insane.
I've never seen it.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be in Idaho. It's gotta be there.
Like it's the Sasquatch. I think I heard it's up in Idaho now.
Oh my
I've seen a
god.
blurry picture of one time.
All right.
Oh man.
That's so
that got me warm.
Curious about your thoughts about that one in the comments because that guy.
Poor guy, dude.
Wow.
No.
I don't know. He buried his own grave.
Yeah.
He did absolutely.
I mean, dug up his own grave, and he buried himself in it.
I just think
Yeah.
all of it comes down to trust of just like any.
Yeah.
There's almost like everything is fine if the couple has trust in each other and know that they have each other's back and that they are going to be honest with each other and that they can work through anything together. Like then you almost don't care. Like none of it's a problem. But they're operating on such a fragile state that
I can't
this
believe
was
the
gonna
relationship
happen. Like,
lasted as long
this
as
is
it
what
did, to be
happens.
honest.
Yeah. I hope the two best friends severing ties. I hope that's short-lived.
Yeah.
That's sad. That's a really
Yeah.
sad outcome. Too.
Yeah. I feel like they'll have to eventually, if they're both willing, make up because he really forced it out. It sounds
Yeah, and they were
Yeah.
drinking and stuff.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of layers to
Yeah.
it. So
Yeah.
much to think about. But
Much to think
moving
about.
on, our next one comes from relationship advice. Flew 8 hours to see my friend, and I, a 28-year-old woman, am mortified by his behavior. 33-year-old man.
I think I remember this
I'm
one.
struggling to believe this just happened. I'm mortified and extremely embarrassed.
Hold on. I want to check if it's the one that I'm thinking of. Oh, it was deleted. Yes, this is the one that I'm thinking of. This one's pretty fucking wild. It's not as like maliciously egregious as some of the other ones that we've gone over, but this one's pretty fucking wild. It is yet another buckle in moment, Starbies.
Jason and I have been friends for many years. We met at university and we were in the same friendship group. We stayed in touch after he flew home to Canada. I always had strong feelings for Jason after we spent hours a day talking. I adored this guy, thought he was intelligent, funny, endearing, and I got the feeling he felt the same way. He invited me to visit him and I agreed as I've always wanted to check out his city. Booked my flight and Airbnb and flew over. A week in and I still haven't seen him. I asked about us meeting up and he eventually invited me out for drinks with him and his female friend I had never met before. I head to the restaurant and they're both finishing their dinner when I get there. We're in a booth and they're sitting together. I'm on the opposite side. The first hour was fine, then things got weird. They began facing each other, flirting with each other, and ignoring me. Every time I tried to signal to leave, Jason would order me another drink on his tab, but wasn't speaking to me at all. Jason then began throwing coasters and ice cubes at me randomly.
What the? Wait.
Hello?
You said they're 12? How?
They're 27 and 33. I felt humiliated. We finished up, and I'm heading back to my Airbnb when the girl asked me back to her apartment with them. I said yes, since Jason and I have barely spoken since I arrived. Same thing happened there. I'm ignored, and then Jason starts throwing random stuff at me. I was about to leave, and he asked me to come out onto the balcony with him. I did so. I told him I'd been asked on a date with someone in the city, and he said nothing. He suddenly sprinted inside and left me alone on the balcony. Seriously, what is happening? I asked him when he is heading home. He said he is staying the night with her. Great. I then leave. Jason doesn't even look up from his phone to say goodbye. I walk home alone at 2 a.m. back to my Airbnb. He then messages me telling me to get home safe. I asked him if I just third wheeled, and he insisted I didn't, that she's just a friend. I asked if he wanted to meet up again. He declined, saying he's too busy. I just flew 8 hours for that. I am actually mortified. How could he treat me with such disregard and disrespect? How could he invite his buddy along to dinner with us, then spend the night throwing ice cubes at me?
What in the
What the fuck?
My skin is crawling and I feel sick. What is the best way to look at this situation? Because right now, I am humiliated.
That he's an immature
What?
weirdo.
What's going on?
Are you sure she accidentally pushed 3 twice instead of once?
Yes, yes. They're 3 years old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
the hell?
Yeah.
And then he started throwing blocks at me, and then like what?
And he was like, "Do you want to look at my beanie babies?"
What the hell is going
So confusing.
What the hell?
That's,
I can't even begin to respond to that.
this has got to be the
Just
most
weird.
confusing story I've ever read in my entire life.
I'm like,
That's
I'm
fucking
reading
weird.
into a lot of things as I do, but like, the fact that she came out there and like almost a week goes by and he's just dodging her is so crazy. He invited her out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then for them to be there and then they finished their dinner before she came. Like
It's just
she's
weird.
completely
Very
been
weird
the afterthought,
behavior.
the other in this whole experience. And then him flirting with her by throwing stuff at her and like it clearly like I interpret that as like he's unsure of how to express his feelings. He doesn't know what he's feeling. The fact that the other girl, I'm gonna call the date, invited OP back to their apartment, and like this behavior kind of continued. And then
it
she's
is funny as an outsider, just the concept of you invite a friend to come see you, and then instead of actually fucking spending time with them, it's just you finish your dinner with another person before the friend even gets to the restaurant, and then just start throwing shit at them. Like, it is very funny as an outsider, but if this happened to me, I'd be just as fucking taken aback as her. I'd be like, where am I? What the fuck is going on? Why? What is happening?
like, I'm going on a date, and he like doesn't know how to react. Like, he's acting like an 8-year-old who has a crush on someone and doesn't know how to handle it. And like,
Yeah.
I like, honestly, it's important that situation happened because she should run. Like, he is not
Yeah.
emotionally intelligent
Oh,
enough to
absolutely.
even like no way.
I-
No way.
I am super confused by the behavior because it's just weird. My only
Yeah,
guess
am I in the
is like,
Twilight
was
Zone?
he thinking there was going to be some sort of sexual thing?
Yeah, like, did you think this would be a threesome?
Like some sort of. That's my. But I'm not even sure about that.
I'm like, is this guy on drugs?
I'm like, what
nothing
is-
can be explained.
This is just weird behavior.
It's just weird
Couple comments.
behavior.
That's a relationship / friendship ender. I'd just ghost, never talk to him again.
Yeah.
I think I'd be in that boat at
I
that
would as
point.
well.
I'm like, you
Yeah.
basically ghosted me in person.
Yeah.
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 The best
In
way
a
to
lot
look
of
at this
ways.
is that you have a chance to explore a city you have always wanted to visit, and you know not to waste any more time on this guy. He sounds massively immature, and that he likes the attention he got from you. Put your energies into someone else and enjoy the remaining time you have in the city, seeing as it's unlikely you'll have a reason to return.
No, please, you don't understand the the YouTube people, Andrew Tate told me that women will fall at my feet if I throw ice cubes at them. Please, you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. I was told that this would have women falling at my feet. And I was led astray, and you're being really immature right now by rejecting this foolproof plan to get you to want to fuck me right here in this restaurant. You're welcome, by the way. Good to see you, Cheese.
Someone said, honestly, my gut instinct is telling me he was trying for a threesome and chickened out.
Chickened out, yeah.
Yeah.
The chickening out
They
makes
wouldn't
sense.
lie
Right, 'cause
to
throwing
me
ice
on
cubes is usually the first way to.
Guys, they wouldn't lie to me on the internet, right? They wouldn't lead me astray. I think it's just very logical to me that a woman would fall to your feet and want to have any sort of relation that you want with them if you throw ice cubes at them. I think this is normal. They wouldn't lie to me about this because this is such logical behavior, and you guys are being really immature by saying that it's not. And you're the one who's acting weird right now, actually. You're being weird.
Show someone that you want to have sex with them.
Update.
Oh,
So we're about to, maybe we'll get an
Okay.
answer here because I need everything.
I am legitimately scared.
I don't know,
Let's
man.
hear how this goes.
So yeah, where do I even begin after?
Hold on. Is this still safe? No. Okay, I have to go off screen and I have to make myself bigger. Hold on. Give me a second. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the 9 o'clock news. We have guys, we have a real sad story today, guys. There is a tragedy that happened in our midst today. A man, 33-year-old man, was led astray. Was led to believe that you can get women by throwing ice cubes at them. You know, a very logical thing to do, and she reacted very uncomfortable with the thing, and it's just a tragedy because, you know, this is such normal behavior from him, and it's just really sad that he had to deal with such an abnormal reaction from her. Just so sad. Thank you for attending the news. I hope this story doesn't haunt you guys from how truly, truly tragic it is. Poor young innocent man, side piece lied to. Press F to pay respect right now. Reminds me of a thing some men do where their pants sag like basically completely off. Yeah, we had the guy earlier who was like, I've never worn a belt in my life. I can't fathom, because in my school we had a rule that you had to wear belts if you wore pants because of shit like that. Like, phrase of the day: I don't know what you expected. I don't understand what you expected.
After this absolute nightmare. Unfortunately, I'm now remembering more of the night. At one point, we were in the girl's apartment. She grabbed his ass and started fondling his ass like I wasn't there, while I awkwardly watched from about 5 feet away.
Ew.
I felt completely embarrassed and like I was third wheeling. He then proceeded to stay the night. I walked home alone across the city at 3 a.m. He texted me telling me to get home safe while I was in total disbelief. And I can't lie, I'm in pain. I adored this guy. I wouldn't have accepted his invitation to fly 8 hours to see him if I didn't. He told me to book a flight, told me to let him know when I had done so, and then later told me to book an Airbnb/hotel and to also let him know when it was done, just for him to humiliate me. We've known each other for years at university. He has never acted like this before. He contacted me after I flew home, insisting that this girl isn't a buddy, and said that I acted weird. Then proceeded to block me on Messenger so I couldn't respond. I acted weird? You gotta be kidding me. My
I
head is
know!
spinning. Is it odd that I feel a bit shell-shocked by this? What the hell was his game plan here? Why would anyone feel the need to act so cruel? Okay, so I'm just more confused now.
That's crazy. Like gaslighting too? Going like,
Yeah.
actually, you were weird. It was weird that you weren't throwing ice
No,
cubes.
this feels like this is like the actual textbook definition
It
of
is.
gaslighting.
It
It's
actually
like,
is.
what world did you warp me into?
And it works. She's almost like, am I crazy?
Yeah.
Truly,
That's
like,
so sad.
Stunning.
I am so curious in the comments what your theories are because I got nothing.
No.
I
way.
truly have nothing on this.
I think she should have caught the ice cubes in her mouth and played along.
And
It was a
then,
game.
Yeah, letting her walk home alone at 3 a.m. Not even just that, but in a city that she's unfamiliar with. This is her first time visiting this city, and he's letting her walk home alone after making her feel just completely invalidated and like shit. Just gross behavior.
It was a game.
All a little game.
Yeah.
She failed.
No, I mean, because like even if like he was expecting some sort of behavior from her that she normally has, her showing up to a meal that had already ended, she wasn't really clued in on that at all. Like that.
Okay, hold on, I figured it out. She misunderstood and he invited her to his ice cube. her invited her to his ice cube throwing national competition, and she totally blew it for him. Like, girl, he was going to the championship. Oh God, hold on. The story gets guys, the story gets even sadder. Welcome back to the 9 o'clock news. Big tragedy update. The ice cube throwing incident. Big sad update. We had, you know, it's a tradition here in this beautiful city that we live in. We have our annual ice throwing competition every year. Every year we gather here and we have our annual ice cube throwing competition, and it's very important to our culture. And this strange woman who's never been here before just ruined it for our champion, our 5-year champion. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy, my dear viewers. Please do not be like this woman. Please consider that you're invading on our culture. Don't be like that woman. Don't be like her. This is very important to our culture. She should have known. Do your research before you travel. Do your research and understand you're invading on our culture. It's so tragic. Please do not let us ever have to go through this situation in this city again. Please. It cannot repeat. Do not let history repeat, please. What a wild ass thing.
That's a weird vibe to walk into. So if she were to come into that situation a little reserved, I think that makes sense. He clearly has changed a lot over the years, I think. I think something changed.
I feel like when you request someone to visit you, they're flying multiple hours, they're paying for the flight, they're paying for the stay. It's you kind of have a responsibility to spend time with them and respect them, right?
Absolutely.
When I have anyone come visit me, I feel so immensely responsible for them that it's like it's a lot.
It's for you, and it's like, whoa, I got to make sure that I show them that I appreciate them putting themselves out.
Yeah, not to glaze over the fact that he left her to walk home in a city that she wasn't familiar with at 3 a.m.
He said get home safe.
Oh my God, you're so right.
But he texted her.
He threw her a paper plate.
If someone tries to mug her, she can just show the text.
Yeah,
like, guys.
I said I was going to be safe on my walk home.
And they're like, you know what? All right,
No,
keep your wallet.
Yeah.
She dodged a bullet.
She did.
Yeah.
And
The
maybe
bullet
some
made
knives.
his seed.
Oh, God.
And some knives and some ice cubes.
And some ice cubes.
And some ice cubes.
Let me know in the comments. Give me some answers. Mm-hmm. Okay. Next story.
Okay.
This comes from Today I F***ed Up. Today I F***ed Up by showing my friend their doppelganger. I was on the tube
for
on the way to
sure.
see some...
Like, it's wild that he invited her. He invited her, and then he's treating her this way. Like, why? If you clearly don't even have a basic level of respect for this person, that you're letting them walk home alone at night in an unknown city at 3 fucking a.m., a very dangerous time to be out on your own, as any person, much less a woman, like, why did you invite her at all? How dare you even really call her your friend at that point? Because you clearly just don't even have a shred of basic human decency that you can offer towards her. It's ridiculous.
Friends in North London. Whilst looking around on the tube to pass the time, I noticed someone a few seats down that looked remarkably similar to an old friend of mine who I hadn't spoken to or seen for a while, although this person was a lot rougher around the edges and about 20 kilograms heavier than my friend is. As the resemblance was uncanny, I decided to sneak a quick photo of the person to send to my friend. When I got out of the tube and regained service on my phone, I sent them a message with the photo with the caption, "This guy looks just like you if you packed on some pounds."
Oh boy.
The message was opened almost immediately. No reply for a few minutes. That is me.
Oh, it's it's the witching hour. She'll be fine. Women's solidarity or something. They'll protect her. Yeah, that's just wild mentality. This story is also pretty wild. That's yeah.
That was not what I was expecting.
I haven't been able to respond yet. I'm too embarrassed. I feel truly awful about it, though. Serves me right for being a bit of a twat.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm glad she didn't say like rough around the edges, but still, it was implied.
I know.
This looks like you.
I know. Like, especially you mentioned that you haven't seen them for a while. Why? You don't know if that's them or not. Why did you think that was a good idea? What were you expecting?
If you were a freaking ugly piece of shit. Oh god.
This is you if you were gross.
Oh my god. That's so embarrassing.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Imagine receiving like a paparazzi stalker photo of you.
This person was on the subway and saw what they thought was a doppelganger of a friend that they hadn't seen or spoken to in a while. So they took a picture of the quote-unquote doppelganger and sent it to that friend, and they were like, "This is you if you gained a few pounds." And the friend just replied, "That is me." Yeah, why did you think that was a good idea? Oh my god, it's so awkward. Oh.
You and someone saying this is you if you were.
I just feel uncomfortable
my
taking photos of
goodness.
strangers.
Yeah, even that's.
I just
not
think
right.
that's
I would be-
already.
Yeah.
That's like not worth like starting a conversation with someone you haven't talked to in a while. That's not the opener.
Right. Right.
Unless
no,
you do
for
it in a
sure,
you
yeah.
go,
Maybe-
you send the pic and you go, "This you?" And then if they go, "Yes," you go, "Cool." And if it
Yeah.
wasn't, it'd be like, "Yeah, I didn't think so. Ha ha ha."
Maybe the way he comes back is like,
Yeah.
yeah, well, you look, and I like that. You look good. You look,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
look like
yeah.
a freaking linebacker, dude. There you go, man.
Yeah.
You
you've
look
been
like you've
working
been
out.
studying
Pounds of
for the ice
muscle.
cube
Pounds you've been
competition.
getting jacked, bro. Like, nice. Ooh.
Oy,
Wow.
oy, oy.
That was just a little cringy.
Yeah. Aw.
Some comments. Lockdown got me too, though. You didn't even recognize me. In quotes, make it shared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone said, pro tip is take the picture, ask your friend if he's on the tube. Only if he says no, send the picture. Someone said, as someone who put on a lot of weight, honestly, just don't mention it. Say, well, Hal, how are you doing? Or something. He knows he's gained weight. He knows everyone can tell. If you want to be
Yeah.
nice to him, then just don't make a big deal out of it.
Yeah,
Lastly, someone said, send a
that's
pic
where
of
it
yourself
really
and say,
fucked up
this
is-
guy looks just
is
like me,
that
except he
being a
doesn't have a
comment.
foot in his mouth.
How are party, har.
That's rough.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I
That
just
is
don't
really
know why you even
unfortunate.
brought that up.
Yeah, I feel like the first one was, no, there's no right way to respond to that. There's no right way to get yourself out. No.
Whew. But also, like, it's been years and you haven't seen someone, you're like, oh, it's like, do you not think that maybe they've changed with time?
If you haven't
Yeah.
seen them in a
Changed with
while,
time.
like, why are
Especially
you?
lockdown. Like,
Yeah.
rough. That's rough.
That's just one big foot and mouth emoji.
Mouth emoji.
Yeah.
Here's our last story. Comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend to choose me or her best friend?
Classic case.
Classic.
That's it.
We know about this scenario.
Ooh. Boy.
This is a good setup. Let's see how it unfolds.
My girlfriend, who's 25, and I.
Yeah, like really, it's really a good rule is to not comment on someone's size unless they explicitly ask you, and only within the bounds they tell. It is never going to go well. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, even if the person doesn't like outwardly make a comment, it doesn't matter. Hi, Cians, welcome. It doesn't matter, you know. It's most of the time it's gonna stick with someone. Like, people talk all the time about how, you know, my parents made a lot of comments about my weight when I was growing up and it really affected me and how I perceive my weight as an adult. Like, it's never a good thing unless you're like that person's personal trainer, you're that person's doctor, and it's a genuine health concern at that point. Like, there's a time and a place, and that's not it. Yesan's Undertale comes to the stream. So does William Afton, though he hasn't been here in a while. Miss you, Afton.
A 26-year-old man, have been together for 4 years. She's been best friends with her friend, also 25, since middle school, a 25-year-old woman. Before I came into the picture, they were attached at the hip, and then the best friend forever got jealous of how often my girlfriend and I were together. For our entire relationship, she's been manipulative of my girlfriend and not at all understanding, especially when my girlfriend cancels plans with the BFF to hang out with me. She has also said repeatedly that I'm abusive and controlling, even though she exclusively dates guys who are assholes. It all came to a head tonight when we were all out together. The BFF was going on and on about her new job, and my girlfriend finally interrupted to talk about our vacation instead. The BFF got upset and asked if my girlfriend even knew where she worked because my girlfriend was never around anymore. The BFF started crying in the middle of a bar and about how her feelings get hurt when my girlfriend cancels on their plans or doesn't reply to texts. I had enough and asked why she was so obsessed with my girlfriend and our relationship and always needed to lie to get attention about me being controlling. Then her blowhard boyfriend got involved and threatened me with physical violence.
What?
Everyone split up after that, and the BFF texted my girlfriend to try to manipulate her some more by saying sorry she started the fight and saying she wanted some space for a while. My girlfriend started crying about how much it all upsets her, and after 4 years, I was just kind of tired of it and told her that she needed to choose between me and the BFF. She got upset with me and told me that she couldn't choose between us, and it wasn't fair to ask her to, even though the BFF is always starting drama. Am I the asshole here, or is the BFF just a psycho?
Okay.
My thought is, like, regardless of the
yeah,
friend's
thank you.
behavior,
Feel fun.
I just think you're an asshole if you make someone choose between. Like,
Yeah.
that's a horrible way to, like, solve problems.
Everyone sucks.
It didn't
here,
have to
in my
go that
opinion.
way. Like,
No.
I think it's one thing, because then he made it about him.
Yeah.
When it's not. He's not, if he truly is a good boyfriend, he's not the issue. It's this BFF. Like, and I if I was in his shoes, I would have been like, hey, you know, maybe this BFF isn't that great of a friend if they keep causing these problems for you. Like, and be there to support the girlfriend and not, rather than making her choose. She's already going through enough.
Yeah.
She watched her best friend's boyfriend threaten to assault her boyfriend. Like, that's a lot. And obviously that happened to him too. But like, we don't need to
they're both
add
being
on to
immature.
it and make more like emotional struggle.
Yeah. A couple comments. You're the asshole. What makes you think you have the right to give your girlfriend an ultimatum because you don't like her best friend?
Yeah.
Her best friend is right. When you make plans with someone and then ditch them for your boyfriend even once, that's bad. But over and over again, is she ditching the plans because maybe you're the manipulator here? You don't seem like a reliable narrator at all.
Very good point.
Interesting.
Very good point.
I get that. I mean, I see both sides to that. I also think, like, if like, this girlfriend is part of this too. She's the one making this choice. So like, I don't know. I'm not defending the boyfriend. But I'm also like, I'm wondering, like, maybe this best friend wasn't, like, if the girlfriend was choosing her boyfriend, maybe, and I know that happens a lot when people get into a relationship, they kind of disappear from their friend group, especially like, you know, if things get really serious, but we're all adults. Like,
a lot of his, I do agree that he's maybe an unreliable narrator, though, based on a lot of his wording. You know, he's so like the
calling her a psycho.
the one that's.
I just feel sorry for the girlfriend. It's her ride or die versus the person she might be planning a future with. Also, a good comment. I feel like he's leaving things out. Yeah. I mean, she seems the best friend seems like not a great person, but at the same time, if this is not the answer to respond to things that way, so it does definitely feel like we're not getting the whole story.
Weird is she has also said repeatedly that I'm abusive and controlling, even though she exclusively dates guys who are assholes. It's like, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
Not related
That
at
is-
all.
here nor
That is
there.
a separate thing, man. So
Yeah.
what is your
That's also
rebuttal?
your opinion.
No.
Actually,
It's very true. It's very much like when you've read previous stories where it's like you can tell by the way he's talking about these people that he's probably not giving the best.
Yeah.
he's just consistently throwing out that this friend is manipulative and controlling, but not giving us examples.
Yeah.
Just trying to paint her away. It's like,
Yeah.
hey man, with Reddit stories on Am I the Asshole, it's like, it's very important from reading so many of them of just like, give us the events, give us the quotes.
Yeah.
Don't just be like, oh, and this person's an asshole. It's like,
Right.
that's not enough. I don't know.
He threw in his interpretation and is like, she's manipulative, or they're manipulative, and then he's now trying to justify that feeling that he has without necessarily giving evidence.
She texted
Yeah.
my girlfriend trying to manipulate her some more by saying sorry she started the fight and saying she wanted some space for a while. I'm like,
That's so manipulative, apologizing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
giving space.
Yeah. Having
That's
boundaries and
true.
apologizing, don't ever do it.
It's very true.
That's really
okay,
manipulative of you.
we have a comment here that's basically an update. It's a friend of the girlfriend. Not the friend in question that he's calling manipulative. This is just another perspective, which is probably the most valid that we could get.
It's never a good sign. It's never a good sign when another party comes onto these posts to set the record straight. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Big uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Because this is someone uninvolved,
Yeah.
technically.
Third party perspective.
Yes, I'm worried. I think I might be about to eat my words, huh? I'm like, let's see.
Let's see what's going on. You're the asshole, Jake.
Oh!
Oh boy.
Damn!
Until now, I've been a casual reader of this sub, but after reading this one, I had to make an account and reply because I'm fairly certain I'm part of this friend circle and witnessed this all
The
go
steel
down last
chair.
night. Everyone is right that you are the most unreliable
Guys, the biggest ice cube has entered the ring. Oh!
narrator who left out so many details. Let me clear this up. First, we all asked about her new job and wanted to hear all the details. She's so excited about it because it's her dream job, which your girlfriend knows. That girl worked her ass off to get it, so she gets to talk about it as much as she wants to talk about it. You two don't like hearing about anything that isn't about yourselves, specifically about you, Jake. Second, your girlfriend has never known how to balance a boyfriend with healthy friend relationships. I've known them both since college. She's insecure, immature, and self-centered. That's how you're able to control her. The only reason you two get invited anywhere anymore is because her BFF and her boyfriend insist it would be rude not to invite her. Because you're a package deal, we're stuck with you two. Third, you were never threatened with physical violence. You're a 6'4" dude who got in a crying girl's face to scream at her, and her boyfriend told you to back up and put himself in between the both of you. Fourth, she was only crying.
6'4"? And you're... Bruh! What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh my god!
Because you were calling her names. This also isn't the first time you've called her names. You literally called her a psycho in your post. Fifth, you make your girlfriend cancel on this poor girl at least
How are
1
you
to 2
insecure at
times a
6'4"
month.
and think that anyone is a threat?
I've seen the text from your girlfriend canceling because you came up with some bullshit about how you don't get enough time with her. Sixth, she only calls you a controlling asshole because you are one. You convinced your girlfriend to stop talking to her for a period of time when she was very depressed and suicidal because you said her being suicidal was also manipulation. Seventh, if anyone is manipulating
It's just gut punch after gut punch. Holy shit. Good for her, she doesn't hold back, but holy fucking shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. How does it keep getting worse? What the fuck? Holy shit.
in that friendship, it's your girlfriend. I've also seen the text where she told her BFF not to text her while she's with you at your request, not to expect a response from her ever because she doesn't deserve one, and not to get upset when she cancels because she isn't owed any time. The girl apologizes so much.
What the fuck? That's awful. That poor girl. Oh my god. Talk about blows to yourself. You're throwing a fucking baby fit because you're 6'4" and have insecurities. Meanwhile, you are fueling an awful and intense amount of insecurities in someone else. Yeah, they're both fucking evil couple of the year. Holy fucking shit.
Because your girlfriend has convinced her she's a bad person / needy / clingy. Lastly, Jake, if this is you, and I really don't see how it couldn't be unless there are two asshole guys who think they're related to Tony Stark and went off on their girlfriend's BFFs in a bar last night, the entire...
Whoa! It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Oh my god. They need to get married and leave everyone alone. That poor BFF deserves to thrive at her dream job without them. Yeah! Get the fuck away from them, girl. You deserve so much better. Holy fucking shit. What awful pieces of absolute garbage.
Friend group agrees you're the asshole. I'll be sending them all screenshots of this post.
Ooh!
His username is a Tony Stark.
Oh
Got it,
my
got
god.
Wow.
OP responds to that. Jake,
Oh my God.
Jake responds, mind your own business because you don't know half of what goes on.
Bruh. No, ain't no fucking way you get called out that fucking savagely and your first response is, mind your own fucking business. Here's one of those, oh, I bet that fucker OP is like, I speculate about quantum theory in my free time, and they barely pass Calculus 1. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are you really that insecure if this didn't just absolutely shatter your ego and instead you're doubling down? I feel like that kind of speaks volumes. I feel like you're just kind of vindicating that comment. That you really just are that type of person because you're doubling down.
All right, he just lost. He just lost the
Oh
room.
my god.
He just lost it.
He's telling the reliable
Wow.
narrator, shut up.
Hey, dude, stop saying truth.
Oh my god.
Friend responds to that.
Local man exposes all personal information on internet and then gets shocked when mad when someone comments on personal life on internet. Mind your own fucking business. Pretty sure you just made it in all of Reddit's business, so why is it not my business as a person who fucking knows you personally? No, you don't understand. Elon is actually so smart and these people don't understand. These little peons. Oh, are you so stupid? Are you so stupid? You don't understand. I'm the smart one here. I'm actually the smartest person in this room right now, and you don't get it. Because you're too small-brained to see how smart I am compared to you fucking peasants. Don't understand. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Buddy, you made it the world's business, LOL.
Get
now you're
his
mad
ass.
you A, got caught, and B, got pegged as the asshole. If you want to talk about it, text me because I'm not about to fight with you on here. Well, they're about to fight about it.
Oh God.
It doesn't. It doesn't stop. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god.
I don't get why you had to come on here and start drama. I was just venting because this always happens when we get together as a group. She goes nuts, he gets all big and tough, and you stick your nose where it doesn't belong.
I put a lot of effort into it.
I feel like I'm
Thank
watching
you.
like a high school drama.
I feel like I'm watching Maury
This is
Povich.
Riverdale.
Yes.
This is Riverdale before.
Guys, we are now in a pit. Guys, hold on. Guys. Hello, welcome. Welcome to your coverage of the 2025's annual Ice Cube throwing competition. We have some very, very intense competitors for this season. We are at the finals. So welcome back to the coverage of the Ice Cube throwing competition 2025. It's a very, very intense battle. You guys are in for a fucking ride. These ice cubes are the biggest ones you've ever seen. Holy shit, guys, you aren't prepared. Hold on to your asses. Buckle the fuck in. It's about to get messy. Thank you. You're so sweet, Cheese. Thank you so much.
Fort Wayne Fantasy.
Yeah. First, you're the one who posted to start drama. Second, good thing it's Sunday because you need some quality time with Jesus and a therapist. Third,
Oh my fucking god! I'm imagining that Shade's the girl carrying the round numbers in the middle. Yeah. Oh my god, that's iconic. You need Jesus, you evil piece of shit. You demonic piece of shit. Go get fucking baptized. Oh my god.
you were never threatened. You picked a fight with a girl who's a foot shorter than you, and her boyfriend told you to stop. Period. End of story. Everyone stay tuned for Jake's next post. Am I the asshole for lying on Reddit and getting caught?
Whoa!
The friend then posted an update to add.
Oh my god,
further.
this is so hot.
The BFF mentioned in this post is fine. I told her that everyone is on her side, which has made her feel a little better about it. She's in a really good place in her life right now and is grateful for anyone who's reached out. The girlfriend is now single.
Good
This
for
post and the
her!
backlash from everyone, including her mom, made her realize that he was such a shitty guy. I know some people were worried about domestic violence, but she's staying with people right now. Clearly, I'm not going to say who because Jake's probably still lurking. She knows that people are here if she wants to talk. Not sure where their friendship stands right now.
The friend really came and said, first of all, Jake, this is my post now. This is my post now. You don't get to have a say anymore because you're a fucking bitch and a loser and an asshole. You are the asshole, Jake, and I'm gonna fucking expose you on my reddit.com. I don't care that you started the post. It's mine now. The girlfriend's fine because she's not with your fucking loser bitch ass anymore. Get the fuck out of here, Jake. Nobody wants you, not even the people on this post, because it's mine. Go away. Fuck off. Eat your own shit, Jake. I hope you choke on it on the way down. Fuck you. Post pirate, they just stole it. I'm here for it. Yeah, good for her.
But that's for them to work out while everyone else supports them.
Friend
Jake,
is so
the OP,
iconic.
has been blocked on all
Hell
social
yeah.
media by
Friend
basically
goals.
everyone. Hopefully he finds himself a good therapist. Thank you to everyone who has commented, messaged, reached out. You're all amazing people for caring about two girls you don't even know. Keep standing up for those who need it. This isn't an uncommon situation, so don't be afraid to reach out if you need
Yeah.
help or think someone
Good
needs
advice.
Wow.
help. Wow, dude.
Wow.
That exploded.
That got crazy.
I like how the OP came here to feel justified in
And
their
then-
actions.
As they do.
Yeah,
As
like that was
they
the
do.
only. I don't think they were actually wondering if they were the asshole. They just wanted to know that like
Yeah, they
they're in the right.
They
Yeah.
painted a nasty picture.
Yeah.
To make themselves look good.
There are a lot of, I always am curious with Reddit posts of like, are they telling the truth, right?
Yeah.
And but the ones that get called out, it's a lot of times it's people who use specific types of language. Like
Yeah.
he's sitting here calling a woman a psycho, and it's
Yeah.
like, but you're not giving us the actual play-by-play of what happened. You're just using adjectives.
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of times when it's that, it's like, all right, I don't know if you're giving us the real story or giving us
Yeah.
all of it, and it's very clear he's not.
It's very
Yeah.
clear.
I really like these posts where they really are genuinely curious. Am I the asshole? Like genuinely wondering. I want your feedback. But people like this are just posting so that they can get like a jury to say not guilty or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also poignant that he's really leaving out everything from his end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When they're not including what they said, when they're not including what they've done, it's like, all right, so you're just saying the shitty
he
things.
literally has someone who is directly related to the situation coming onto his post, and he's not even remotely attempting to defend himself. He's just doubling down further and being like, well, you're an asshole for coming here at all. And it's like, actually, you're just kind of proving my point. So, am I the asshole? I bought a bear from Build-A-Bear and then lied when I told the worker I made a wish on the heart. Am I going to hell? Sadly, Cheese, I do have to inform you that you are going to hell and you are, in fact, the asshole. And that was really fucked up and shitty. Disappointed.
Someone else did, but
Right.
That's tough.
what spurned on these things?
Just because they want the jury to say not guilty to them. They
They
want to
just-
feel justified in their actions, and that's it.
Just
Yeah.
wants, just wants
Yeah.
affirmation.
Yeah.
I really wanted to give the couple the benefit of the doubt, but like that sounded like a really toxic situation.
I'm so
and
sorry.
That's
I'd be sad to see you
it's
go.
really awesome that friend found the post and came in, and like that clearly was the catalyst that finally broke up that relationship. But also, yeah, I mean, it is like I said when I was trying to almost in favor of the couple, I was like, yeah, I think friends tend to like notice their friends slip away once they go into a relationship, and there's always a thought in the back of your mind of like, is he controlling her time?
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
so that is what happened here clearly,
Yeah.
and she really like fell into it, and like that sucks for that friend. I'm really
Yeah.
glad that friend had the support. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
Bravo to this. The legend here is
The
the
legend.
the
Absolute
friend here
fucking
who hopped in.
legend.
Yeah.
Like that person
She popped off.
Really.
She ate.
went crazy.
served.
Bravo to them.
Wow.
A lot of great stories today.
Yeah.
A lot of great stories.
Very good.
I tend to like forget to read into the wording. I did like you saw me react when he first called her a psycho. I was
needs
like,
so much work.
okay, but
Yeah,
I
the
didn't read
therapist
into that
needs to
enough
bring in a
of like
sledgehammer.
clearly
He needs to be
talks about
fucking
people a certain way for a
lobotomized.
reason.
Yeah.
Dang.
No, it's interesting stuff.
I feel like today more than ever we had some cut and dry 100% assholes.
Oh yeah.
Pretty
a lot
much,
of, a
yep.
lot of them, and then a very wholesome story.
Very
Yeah.
wholesome
Yeah.
And
one
I
was very-
cried. Courtney pissed on the floor. A lot happened.
Yes. Yes.
That was great. More friend stories.
Yeah.
Love friendship stories. Some good stuff. And also the most confusing story I've ever read. in my
Yeah.
entire
Yep.
life.
Yep.
Really curious.
I want
Yeah.
to throw some real
Can we throw some ice
quick.
Yeah, I
cubes?
need to throw some ice at people. Please help me with that one.
Well, we
Yeah,
solved
yeah.
it.
I'm going to be reading the
solved
comments on
it,
that.
So
and
Yeah.
we
figuring
solved
it
it.
out. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
This was awesome.
It was fun.
Friendship always
Friendship always
Friendship
wins.
Yeah.
Yippee!
Thank you guys for watching. Let us know what other themes, subreddits you want us to cover, and see you next Saturday. Goodbye.
Bye. Okay. What a ride we've been on today. What a ride that we've been on today in this 7-hour stream. Holy shit. Holy shit. What a day. I am going to wrap up here just because it's almost 10 o'clock at night and I tend to go to bed around midnight, so I'm getting pretty sleepy. We do have another episode, so we will carry this on into Wednesday. Maybe I will after stream. Thank you. Maybe we'll do some. Maybe I'll add some in the meantime to the playlist. Or we can do some other react stuff. Maybe we'll do Daily Dose, Mr. Ballin. We'll see how we're feeling on Wednesday, but Wednesday will be the next stream. I take Monday and Tuesday off just because I do stream the full weekend, so I need a couple of days to fully recover and recuperate my energy. But in the meantime, thank you so much for being here. I hope you have enjoyed the stream, whether you are a lurker or a chatter. I appreciate you all the same. Thank you to everyone who stopped by today. It has been a very fun stream. I will see you on Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. where we will continue with the Reddit stories and maybe some other stuff as well. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye. I love you. Mwah.